in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. No too real, hit 'em with a rhythm rhyme. 10 songs, this is cold in the wintertime. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank like it's intertwined.
It is Super Sunday here in OCE, and Yummy, I don't know where, I don't know how, but we found him. After missing him yesterday, CJ is back, coming in for the finals just because this is the only important day he told us, the only day he cares about. Here he is, CJ. How you going?
It was. We had to drag him. I mean,
no,
was begging,
come
on the
on.
boys. We need the boys, and he was like, "Fine, I'll come."
guys, I had prior commitment. I mean, just you guys are trying to.
Well, I had prior commitments too to OCE.
No, you were going to play cricket instead of go yesterday, and it got cancelled. So don't try and say
Excuse me, I did everything I could to get there. I was going to leave my cricket game early. Thank you. No, none of that.
Also, what's more OCE than cricket?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's probably a summer of cricket. I guess is one of the most OCE, one of the most Australian things you get. Look, the main thing is the three amigos are here for Champ Sunday. Surely, that's all that matters.
I think if there's any time to bring us all back, this would be the day. This is going to be.
And that, according to chat, it's OCE's year. So.
Who said that?
Rowdy Diversion. Big ups, Rowdy. Yeah, I think it might be OCE's year. Surely it's OCE's year. We've got an import for the first time, CJ.
And it's worked the last time we did an import sort of operation was at the Esports World Cup with Jorius, and that worked out well. I don't know. We could get into a whole podcast debate about whether imports are good. I think
it's good. Big thumbs up from me.
Really, I mean, this one's really good for us. I'd say imports are good to a point where they're not overtaking everyone else in the region. Like, let's just have a few. Let's just sprinkle them in.
Let's not turn into South Africa in this situation and what they're looking at is what I'm getting.
Yeah, 100%. But no, they look good. And yeah, I think it's exciting. I think what it does, it not only pushes everyone else, but I think it pushes their teammates to become better. You know, we saw with Jorius, it actually made Hunter and Kaka look like good players internationally. So I think it elevates your teammates as well. It's internationally, they look fantastic, look world class.
I've been saying that for a while. I've been pushing the Hunter probably deserved MVP in that event narrative. All right, I mean, and that's
he's been pushing that for ages, even though it's clearly Jorius. But
I think up Hunter, all right, up the Chiefs, and we'll see what Hunter can do today with another import as we're getting geared up to go from our top 6 to top 1 right now. Of course, we won't be seeing the Chiefs until a little bit later in the day. But CJ, you're the one playing catch up. What do you think of this bracket?
Well, I think we're getting an expected, top 2 already through to the semi-finals. Once again, the AFL playoffs, OCE integrating themselves globally is what I absolutely love about this format. But I like seeing the Chiefs up there. We just mentioned the import, obviously wildcard. We just know they're going to be top 2 at every event. I don't know, they broke up, they got back together. It was a bit of a hodgepodge, but I mean, are there any real upsets so far? Probably not. I guess you've got your expected top 2 with Power and TSM in behind. TSM obviously will be disappointed that they're not, right through to the semi-finals, Yummy.
Power are close to the upset, obviously. Game 7, they looked, in charge. That Game 7, though, they certainly got stomped on a little bit by the Chiefs. So, see, maybe if we can get that matchup in the grand finals, then we'll be in happy stations. But wild card right now look like the team to beat. The X-Power roster. Banana Head back after having a little hiatus from the team in the off-season.
Just sort of, see if the grass was greener. Maybe
the grass is not greener, I can tell you that much for either of them. Because wild card also did do well with Gus.
It's always hard, though, to have a read on what the offseason actually means. I mean, that TSM roster was kind of the offseason champions, and they've been struggling a bit so far in this one, CJ. They got swept by the Chiefs in the group stages, swept by wildcard yesterday. Are we starting to be concerned for this TSM lineup?
I think it just goes to show you can't read too much into off-season results outside of the RLCS. But, I'm not sure. I think they could easily play them again, and then it goes the distance. TSM, they'll be disappointed with that. You know that Super Lockie's going to be disappointed with that result. I think he was even disappointed about how the Buckhole Swiss system works. He was sweating about that. So he's always disappointed. But they're better than that. And I think the off-season results showed it. So I think they can definitely bounce back into a grand final and maybe get revenge.
A reminder to everyone at home, getting into that grand final for OCE, 2 spots, is probably the key to get into that grand final. That means you do need to be in the right side of the bracket. Maybe a loss early on from the likes of Power maybe makes that grand final all the more difficult in this weekend. So, I guess first they have to take down Oyoi, right?
Yeah, that's going to be their first challenge, and it was an Oyoi team. Looked pretty good yesterday. They were very solid against Walk-in Fridge, granted. when you looked at the two lineups, I think that sort of result was to be expected. However, when gauging their chances to make that run, it definitely feels like OCE has probably drawn the toughest bracket.
Yeah, it's not great for them. I think that with OCE though, they're OCE. That's gonna be annoying to say. OCE.
Aussie.
Look, I was thinking about not just OCE, but OCE in general, right? I was thinking, what do I want to see from them in this year, this split, this first event, and even this is the team that sums it up, right? You've got Misty. You've got fades, you've got prompts. You know that they can pull out highlight reel clips, but you've just got, I think it's mistake minimalization, Yummy. That's what I want to see. I want to see clean gameplay. I don't care as much about, hitting the top 5 plays of the day. I want to see how consistent these guys can be over an entire series rather than their peak.
It's great that you said that because our two best teams, Chiefs and Wildcard, it feels like Chiefs have copied Wildcard strategy last season, obviously a very successful one, of all-out attack. Every single one of their games was about 10 plus goals. So I don't think you're going to get that. But the thing I am kind of looking for is that we've always had these players, CJ, that have felt like, okay, this is going to be a player that probably breaks into the top. Mm-hmm. And I think of Fades a couple of years ago. Prompt last year, we think, and may still be in that situation where he could push into the top. A player like that. Obviously, Kaka still hasn't quite, until now, been on one of those top teams. Gus, Caleb, all these players that maybe should be considered in the top 10 players and have never been able to break into. It's always been a consistent top 10 individuals of the power rankings throughout the last few years.
I think it's just hard to take that next step. We've got a lot of just good, I'm with you, we've got a lot of good players in OCE, but we don't have those, you go back to your Jake Drippe. We don't have your Drippes, Torsos guys coming up, and it's hard to, I feel like other regions have also struggled a little bit with talent development. Obviously, NA has been the big one, apart from Space Station Gaming now, the kids. Which was kind of, they remind me of, the Pioneers boys for Kidden back in the day. That's kind of a similar setup. But yeah, I don't know, Form. What do you reckon? It's hard to...
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard to go both ways, right? That's how I see it, because we also want our rosters to stick together, right? I mean, I love the fact that Wildcard is coming back for a second season now, still undefeated, which means that if one of these players has to break in, they have to break past the established status quo. And we haven't seen that since for Kidden. And maybe OCE would be that team, but it's, again, not 3 young guns trying to prove themselves. You still have Misty there. Not that that's a bad thing. So, I don't know. I feel like, yes, I want to see some new blood disrupt the top, but it feels like they have to do it on their own for Kidden style in this region.
Well, when we come to this match, which should be starting in just a minute or two, you're going to have to be looking at 2 of the younger rosters. We spoke a lot yesterday, CJ, about Scrub, even. We always talk about Gus. Shaw's has kind of had his moments. But Scrub, we talk about this player who was on that 4-Kidden roster, but ever since he's split with that team, he hasn't been able to kind of create the same magic that Super Locky and Banana Head have. Same talk with Fades.
Yeah, definitely. I think Scrub, though, even when he was on the Fit Kidden roster, he wasn't it was kind of the Banana Head Super Locky show, wasn't it? So I think it's a similar setup here where he's probably, I don't know, he's just such a good support player that it's hard to kind of bounce out of that and branch into more of a carry role, especially when he's joining teams that, consistently have the likes of a Gus. Gus is naturally going to be a guy that wants to have the ball and wants to, 1v3 every time he gets it. So he kind of naturally falls back into that role. But having Shaw's there is kind of a tick for tack in that. So maybe he can step up on this lineup.
Time to head into the game and see truly who will be the one to step up in our first Sunday of the entire season. Birmingham Major on the line and getting off to a good start here, CJ. Well, you know how crucial it is to get those points early.
Yeah, you've got to get going early. I know that obviously we have best of 7s all day today, Champ Sunday, but you want to be getting the best possible result in this first event. I mean, it
sucks to have to catch up, It
quickly can get away from you. And I probably have learnt that in my own career as well.
Well, especially in a region with only 2 spots, and maybe a really top-heavy region as Scrub should score this. He does. Yeah, you've got that top-heavy stature. It means that if you come 5th one time, then all of a sudden you kind of need to win the next 2, which is very difficult.
And how many times do we see the third event, Yummy, where there's so much pressure on a team to perform? They have to get top 2. They have to get top. They'll have to win the event. And they just crumble against some teams they perhaps should be beating if there was no
you used to wait
pressure.
till you qualified before you grumbled.
Yeah, I usually just got top 2, and then I was like, oh, the Chiefs are through, so they're number 1, and I'm happy to lose now. Which maybe wasn't the best thing, but, I mean, at least we made the event. But, yeah, as you said, you don't want to put pressure on. I think Rocket League is just 99% mental these days. I mean, everyone has the mechanics, but can you do it consistently under pressure?
I mean, how true is that? You can say that, especially about EU, but how true is it that in OCE everybody has the same level of mechanics?
Yeah. What, are you asking me that, or are you're telling me that?
Well, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone's kind of on a similar level. There's obviously other guys that can step up. There's this guy, Yummy, that, well, wasn't he number 1 in the region for one event 4 years ago? Our boy Misty ties this one up in game 1.
He had a fantastic season, especially in the second split of last RLCS. Almost a kind of second coming for Misty. He'd been out of the limelight for a while, kept finding himself on teams that, we sit there and go, oh, we'll hope that maybe they can get a top 4, or they're sitting in that 5th place over and over again. The gatekeepers. I hate referring to a player as the gatekeeper because it means that we're confident that they're not going to be able to take down the top 4. So this is maybe his chance. Alongside Fades, who was looking really good yesterday. Prompt, who has a really good early resume so far. On paper, this team, if not good enough now, should be coming to the fore at some point in this split.
And I think we're at the point as well in this esports life, in Rocket League's lifespan, Yummy, where you really are seeing the difference in players, because there's not many players that have, they've only just picked up the game, right? Everyone's kind of been playing it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And we are seeing, I guess, the gap emerge in who's willing to keep grinding and practicing. I mean, I'm looking at, the likes of perhaps, with Misty, even like a Luna, that perhaps weren't even... they weren't the most mechanical players at any point, but you keep grinding, and then you can see them actually get so much longevity out of their careers because they're able to, adapt and still learn new mechs and new play styles and structures.
And Torsos is the obviously shiny.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of putting that effort in. A great point there by GC in disguise in terms of everybody has the same mechanics, because I guess you were the counterpoint there.
Yeah, I had 0 mech. Thanks for that, GC. You're really awesome from you. That makes me feel really good. Yeah, but if you don't have mech, you can just go bump people. So that's why me and Reddles have had decent careers in Rocket League.
Hasn't gone so well for Reddles in this last event. If you guys haven't kept up with North America, well, Gen G got the upset of their life last night, and Major becomes quite a lot harder for them as well. So really see one bad round could really be a decider. You lose this one in the position of Power, especially, who have been, according to them, scrimming quite well. They just need to be able to execute on game day. But if you lose here, you come 5th to 6th. You're really kissing that top 2 goodbye. Yeah, well,
that's all about this series. Who's going to have a really tough run at the major if they are dropping this one? And Gus with a reset, that's beautiful. Gets it in behind the keeper, and he gets the lead.
We're a little bit empty of Gus plays. The Gus bus had left the station yesterday, and good to see him get the double tap early on in this series. Oi have fought well, but now Power left 2-1 in the lead.
I mean, Gus, we know what he can do. I mean, he was obviously representing Australia and was going to be on the wildcard lineup pre that one not going as, I guess, planned. So I guess that just it shows the level that he's at. Obviously, last season as well on the Chiefs, he's a top player in the region when he is on. But I don't know, perhaps, what do you think it was? The
for
wild
me,
card went back.
whenever Gus is a nervy player, there's no
Yeah.
there's no question about it. He does
Less experienced.
He's less experienced, and we saw that especially at the very beginning of his run on the Chiefs. He was really nervous looking. He even admitted to it at that point in time. And so the question is, how long does it take for him to get into it? Well, he's not going to get to answer that question. Fades gets on the board. That's a beautiful infield from Misty. Tough to get around that one.
Yeah, a little 3-man coming through the bump as well. They threw everything at that attack. At 10 seconds left, they get the equaliser. Huge first game coming up right now. See if Power respond to that. You'd think they want to be holding on, but this could be a massive pinch if Prompt can get the reset. He's going to delay. He's going to go low, but well, it's the grounds. But Oi have the momentum.
Like the idea. It almost looked like he was hanging in a position where he could use the flip reset to get another scrub of the kickoff, though. He's going to secure it. Ian Scrub's done this a million times before. Everybody bumped out of the way, and even without much boost, he's still able to take down Misty.
We're nearly 10 years into Rocket League, Yummy, and people are still cheating way too hard. I mean, Prompt just crept so much. I don't know if they were just going for the dead kill kickoff, but it's so risky. Why go for that strategy in overtime? And it just leaves your keeper, your third man, on an absolute island. But a great flick from Scrub to get the OT winner, but disappointing that Oyo can make that comeback and then just give up an easy goal in that overtime.
Maybe that is what having the less experienced players do. They were pushing really hard to try and get the immediate goal potentially in that overtime, but we saw this a couple times yesterday, maybe early on in the season. People don't quite have their kickoff strategies nailed down as early teams, and you know it yourself, CJ. People don't even think about kickoffs until an afterthought later on in the season.
But I mean, you mentioned not having kickoff strategies, but that I don't think that's a kickoff strategy.
True,
I mean,
true.
in 2025, we're still doing that. I think it's just so risky. I think you can see it coming. You can sort of Prompt was just trying to 50-50 a kickoff, and then that's what happens. You get a one-on-one with the keeper, but with a third man,
but I'll tell you what, pre-RLCS, CJ, that worked a treat. It was almost like the Spanish kickoff back in those days. All you had to do was cheat close and you'd get goals.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it works out like this. Well, it was going to work out, at least Prompt. Now they all get boost, so this is what they wanted. By being the faster second man, the faster cheater, follow-upper, I don't know what you call it, you do have the ability to win that mid-boost. I mean, ensure that all three players do have boost, but they're still on the defense here and they're conceding, so stop doing it! It's not working.
It's not working. Go for the zero kickoff strategy, I say. Just backflip on the kickoff because Power, they've taken control of the ball. They're hitting the backboard really well. I'm really impressed so far with how much they're following each other in those attacking plays without overcommitting.
Great play, Team Power. As we said, super important for a team that we had top two hopes for them, certainly. But as a top 4 team, you need to be at least, at a minimum, Yummy, making that semi-final. Just to, as you said, make it not as tough in the next 2 events to qualify.
It's also pretty important for them to get through a series like this in a confidence-boosting fashion, but also a quick fashion, so they have the chance to maybe even get into the grand final before fatigue sets in.
It's a big day for these teams that are in the lower bracket. You are going to have to play 3 matches, 3 best of 7s, potentially 21 games, compared to those that are waiting in the semi-final, as our top 2 are. But yeah, this is big. It's not just, as you said, winning in a close one. It's trying to win in style, because I mean the team's really going to get a lot harder from here.
That being said, I'm very much hoping that Oi will become one of those teams that we talk about, that you have to beat, that even the top teams struggle to do so throughout this season. Could start today, or it might take a little bit more time. This will be the real tester on that one, as Misty gets the flip reset off and the follow-up play, but he doesn't find the teammate. He didn't quite get the connection, and actually it's left Prompt in somewhat of a difficult position, low on boost by himself. He managed to do quite well. Let's see. There's Oi. They're trying to find some early plays up into the air to get some pressure. They have once again a little bit overcommitted on top of each other, double commit, using each other's boost.
I will say, though, overall, I've quite enjoyed the gameplay of this series so far. It's nothing too crazy, nothing making me
It's tidy.
really dumbfounded. That's what I'm saying. Apart from the
want to
kickoff.
you want to know mistakes, and there's been a lot less mistakes already in this series than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's been certainly less double commits. Obviously, a net right there. We had a couple jumps. Scrub's going to dunk fades on this. More pressure coming through from Power, and Prompt with 0, almost getting bumped. I mean, Power are putting pressure on, but it's decent defense from Oyo so far. There is Rez. That's just going to be all fades. I thought he was back in time, but he almost just put his controller down. And there's a second.
Pretty impressive from Gus to get that flip reset, but in the end it looks a little silly. Fades did have boost to get back to it, but Rez has just found the mystical angle.
Yeah, good pressure. That's reward for effort. A lot of time in that forward half there for Team Power, and we get their second. That's a lovely pass as well to Strawbe, and a lovely, almost a lovely shot. Fades has 0 down the line. Perhaps trying to find Misty. He's looking for a bump and run, but Misty just want to take that. That's a nice golf term I've gone for there as well. I just pulled that out of nowhere. Can't stop thinking about it.
I don't know anything about golf. I didn't spend an entire RLCS season playing golf instead of scrimming, so...
Yeah, you didn't spend any RLCS season playing anything.
Whoa, I would have been on...
You talked a lot.
I would have been the sub for the Mighty Chiefs, mate. Sub and coach. I wasn't allowed to once I started organising. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I should
so
have
you
a
still
title.
weren't playing.
Give me a title. Give me a should be an RLCS champion title. Thank you.
I'm happy to give you one of those.
Yeah.
Just for the memes, for the content. But no, look. I mean, these guys... certainly getting the work. Team Power certainly getting the work. And was that just... did he just create a roadblock front post from Fades here?
Mate, Gus just stuck underneath it the entire time. He actually got flipped the other way. That's how much he got brutalized there.
Wow. Great bump play. I like the confidence, though. First man, push forward. Let your second go to work, and that's safe as well. They're not overcommitting all the troops. Prompt. Completely did Gus in. He had 0 boost. Gus had an open net, but he thought he was going to hit it. Fades now. It's on the counter as a 1v2. Tries to go to low 50. Lands the bump. Lands the demo. Scrub in trouble. He misses the ball. No boost. There's Rez. Tidy work from Team Power. Even when they're under pressure, still making it look pretty easy in defense.
Yeah, you see some of the desperation coming out from Oi through... only 2 Ois, mate. What am I talking about? Anyway, you see the desperation from them coming out in this series because they've been... almost pre-jumping a lot of plays. They're really trying to stop Power from getting in the air, but so many times it's actually been costly for Oi. They've used all their boost and kind of not had an effect on the ball. Just need to calm their nerves and sometimes let their opponents have that first touch on the ball.
Yeah, I still like that they're not throwing the ball away too much. They're, as you can see here, just looking to drop down, looking to keep it. So Fades before 0 boost, getting back-to-back 50-50s, which is a lot of value for his touch. So they're certainly still playing some decent rock, but Power just making it look a little bit easier. Certainly boost consumption's been a lot better, and this has been a really tidy game from Power. They nearly threw game number 1, but game 2, 3-zip, clean sheet. They'll be seriously... I mean, they have to be happy with that one.
It's going to be
okay.
A game confirmed.
Maybe not a clean sheet, but
Great
that's
goal
still happy.
there by Prompt. Lovely.
Well, it's not the perfect game after all, but Scrub's going to get one back. Perhaps some momentum. Well, not Scrub's going to get. Prompt's going to get one back. Perhaps some momentum there from Oi late in the piece. But Power, I mean, they're well and truly in control now.
I mean, to me, it looked like it was purposeful from Scrub, but on the replay, maybe not so. Maybe he was trying to get that into the corner. But a 3-1, much more convincing than the first game, which, as we said earlier on, that's kind of the route that Power almost need to take in their way to the major.
Indeed. There are... I think it showed first game as well. That was a bit of a warm-up for them because that was far tidier. I mean, 12 shots to 4, just looking at the stats over there as well. Tripling the shots. They had a lot of pressure, but they didn't overcommit as well. You know, you saw even Gus going for some bumps, getting rid of first man, getting rid of the last guy in net, but it still wasn't an all-or-nothing sort of play. So I like the way that they're able to keep pressure without throwing all their eggs in one basket.
See, maybe what Oi can do. Don't know if they're taking the timeout at this point in time. Just get a little update on that one. I think they are, but yeah, timeout confirmed coming out from Oi. It used to be easier when we could actually see game chat, don't you reckon, CJ?
Yeah, what happened there?
There's just been a bug in Rocket League
the game.
when you're spectating that it doesn't show.
That's called a feature. Yummy. It's a feature.
Yeah. Just want to give a shout out as well to Relating Wave. Currently competing in North America and almost taking down everybody up there. Just had to throw that out into the wind. Speed as well, CJ. A little bit impressive there for EU to take over North America again.
Oh yeah, are they in the chat or you just generally?
Yeah, Relating Wave sending me some messages.
Oh, is he? Yeah, shout out to the people that just go and raid other regions. But I certainly enjoy a bit of a sideways move more than like when you drop off the a skyrise building and then drop down to another region. You know what I mean? Like an SSA move or something like that. So well done, Wave. Keep it up.
Yeah, go
Proud of
find
you.
that in North America. In fact, happy to have Wave or Speed down here at OCE as well. We've seen what Raziers have done, bolstering the region. And again, I keep going back to it, CJ. I really do think that there's... I don't know why, because I've been bitten so many times, but I still think that people like Fades can go to that next level, that we could be having more of a top 5 teams in OCE in the near future.
100%. They're good enough. They just have to do it consistently. I mean, everyone has seen, the top 20 players in OCE,
Have top 2, yeah.
have crazy peaks, but how many times can you do it? You got to do it back to back. That is why Wildcard are so good. They just consistently show up. Their floor is still so high. And again, once again, shout out to Relating Wave in chat. A massive supporter of OCE, dropping his first ever message in the stream.
He's been done in there. He probably thought he'd sent a message before. But, we are here on the Fortress Global channel. It does allow us, again, as a reminder, to have more of a community feel here, as opposed to maybe times past where there were 10,000 messages, half of them talking about how truly terrible we are as casters, and the other half talking about what rank are these guys.
Drops!
Yeah.
All that.
Exclamation
well.
mark drops if you do want some drops
Yep.
in the chat, but for now, your true drops are the OC gameplay that you guys
Yeah.
get to enjoy.
And if you're having any trouble, accumulating your drops, acquiring them, make sure you hit up JR Tins on Twitch. Chuck him a message. He should be able to sort you guys out there. So we are still a 1-0 game. A great response here from Oi, who looks a bit in the bin in game 2, but able to find that first goal through Fades, as you mentioned. Misty's going to steal some boost as well. Gus gets a clear downfield. They're going for it. That's perhaps a tactical miss. Prompt just getting a fingernail on that one. Rez trying to keep the pressure on. But Oi certainly putting Power under the pressure. They're going to have to score a goal soon.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming out from Power on Oi defense. Good back pass over to Gus. May even help them to get the extra touch. A huge miss has sent Prompt reeling, who only just manages to get contact. Still a dire situation from Oi if Gus can get onto this ball quickly. And Prompt bumping away actually turns the tides as Fades has almost found the net. Prompt
Great pass.
passing out. A lot of players diving past this ball, and one little mistake out from Power could cause the second goal against them. Here's Prompt. He opts to go for the slow play, allows Gus to come out and stop him. And that will finally die down as Rez gets the double out.
Yeah, gets a double, nearly gets it on net too. Really well done from him. And see, these boost steals can amount to a lot. Gus able to scoop up that 100. Scrub just pops it off the ceiling. Look at the speed from this man, Gus. He might go the fake. He is going to drop it middle for Scrub, who just doesn't get anything at all on it. And now they've overcommitted. The demo comes through. Scrub in a one-on-one. There's the spawn from Gus. And that was a perfect opportunity for Power, Yummy, but just didn't have that finishing touch.
Oh,
And
that's
that's
beautiful from Misty! Our boy steps up when it really counts. He thought that maybe a 1-goal lead is not enough. A 2-goal lead. Sharp work there from Misty.
Talk about mistake minimalization, Yummy. That right there, Gus and I think it was Scrub on that wall. It might have been Rez. Just caught in the same spot. No man's land. No 1/3. giving up a freebie and the second goal for Oyo. That's going to be tough now in just 2 minutes on the clock.
I just want to point out as well, yesterday and in the past, Formal calling Misty, aka Jerry, Big Gez, not Big Jez. And if he ever does that again, we're going to have to figure out where to put him, you know? Probably the asylum.
Is that what he said? Is
He
that
keeps
what
calling
he
him
said?
Big Gez.
Big
Mate.
Gez could not get that one. Just gets completely outsped. Look at Scrub. He just lands straight on the ball in front of net. He gets a freebie, which is not what Oi wants when you are 2-0 up. Now, there's still a lot of time. You don't have to panic Team Power here. Can just work the way through or not another.
Oh,
They've
no.
done it again.
Oh,
Stop
please.
overcommitting.
Oh.
It's fades this time. It's not even prompt, but they've done the same hard check kickoff, and it just leaves third man on an island. And I'm going to sound like Johnny Boy, but he turned upfield
Yeah.
off the hard cheat.
At least if you're going to be that aggressive with your cheat, turn back towards the net. There was no problem with Prompt coming at that from goal side, because then at minimum he's going to get a 50. And they've also thrown away the game with this.
Just so disappointing. I mean, this is... And you look back at that, just one moment, one kickoff goal. If they do drop this game, that completely throws the series. That goes from a 2-1 game to a 3-0, and then you're just in massive trouble in a best of 7, and they're nearly going to get another one here. Scrub's going to leave it for Rez. Nice save from Fades. Open net, perhaps, if Gus, I'm not sure if he would have got back to that, but it's not on target, so it doesn't matter. Fades up. Trying to get a solo play. Actually gets a ceiling pinch, and that's a big miss, Rez. Oi back in front.
Wow. They've had to work incredibly hard for all of their goals. They better hope that they can clean up on the kickoff, because it's a really nice roof pinch to get this set up.
Surely not again.
Here we go.
Learn your lessons. There it is.
Oh.
Misty with the slow cheat. It's safe. Fades can catch with 100 boost much better. Oi, Scrub gets beaten. Misty with the redirect on net. It's wide open. There we go. Forget about the last 2 goals. It's basically 2-0 again.
It must have been John Innie Boy in chat that has, set these guys straight. Turned the kickoff strat around. Or maybe it was the fact that they got 3 kickoff goals against them in this series that made them decide to clean that one up. And it's actually led to a 2-goal lead once again. Balance has been restored for Oi. Can they make it a third here as Prompt? It's just trying to get the first touch into the corner.
Still a little bit of time left, but you don't want to be doubling it into your own net, Misty! Oh my goodness, Big Gez nearly completely throwing that one, but he's going to get the drop down to Prompt, who's up quick on this, gets the 50. Gus over to Scrub. They have to go now. It is open if you can get a ridiculous angle, and he had truly tried his mightiest, did Rez. But now time is not on their side. Have to hit the double. What a save from Prompt. They've got absolutely 0 boost, but Misty gets a crucial demo, and they will be able to pick up their first game of this series, Yummy.
Well, kind of started off really well from them. Fades getting involved early on. Prompt stepping up in this game as well. I won't talk too much about Misty. He did his role quite well, and he scored one of the important goals to make them make the comeback. But the big thing is going to be, CJ, can they clean up that kickoff? You're not going to really win a series if you're leaking free goals throughout.
It's just too costly. I mean, goals are at such a premium now. I think that's kind of why I was talking about what I want to see from OCE, because you just watch, I mean, particularly Europe. I mean, you watch Europe and it's just the level of play, the floor is so high, the quality of touches, that it is just so hard to score. And when you do, you have to really work for it, which is why you just can't give up those easy ones. The freebies are going to cost you, I'm not just looking domestically, but when a team from OCE is going internationally, you just have to have those, they're the simple ones, just simple, you're dotting your I's, you're crossing your T's. Make sure your kickoffs aren't leaking freebies.
On that note, credit to Oi, who were under a lot of pressure throughout that game. Power have consistently throughout the series been able to kind of maintain long plays of attacking pressure, of stealing boost, and yet Oi were still able to stop most of those goals getting in, stop by getting over-committed on, or stop over-committing themselves and keeping the boost. So defensively, looking not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all for a comeback. And as we said, it was series over if they lost that. So OCE are certainly back in this one, but currently go here on Utopia. Gus going to keep pressure on. Nice 50 from Big Gez. Prompt. Can he throw it on net? Has he got a wide open? Well, he did. But Misty, stop trying to own goal, please. He's somehow redirected it nearly into his own net. But that's the highlight reel player he is. You're just not sure what you're going to get from him. That is a beautiful play.
The agent of chaos, really.
The agent of chaos.
He's earning more nicknames as time goes on. Gus only has one. It's the Gus bus. He hasn't been able to leave the station just yet. Did have a good goal early on in game one. We're usually looking at the highlight packages when it comes to him. Instead, it's been Fades. Once again, first goal going the way of Fades. Impact early.
Yeah, that's tasty. That's real tasty from Fades. Nice shot. Had to get it low boost. Used everything in the tank. Now, OCE, once again, get the first goal on the board. They just need to play some solid rock. I'm watching every kickoff intently. I like that. Even though he's lost the kickoff there prompt, it's not in his net. Well, it's nearly in his net. It's Fades. Has to deal with this one in the corner. Bit of defense being played right now from OCE. They are all pretty low on boost, but it's not, once again, it's not a goal off kickoff. So it's a win in my books.
Oh,
it's now a goal.
My goodness. What a pass from Scrub. The double off the corner after getting bumped. I thought he's going for the shot, but he has hit Gus on the nose.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. I mean, he had the option for the shot. That shows the poise of Scrub. Able to find Gus and just a tap-in the end. An absolute tap-in. Really good equalizer, good response. Lovely wall dash almost, but look at this. Prompts on an island. He's in a 1-on-2. He's got to come up big. He's avoided the bump, but they're still in trouble. Another save from Fade. 0 boost coming out of net. Gus stealing the 100. Putting more pressure on this defense of OCE. Can he get the dunk? They've double committed on the save. That's a beautiful drop down, but look at the rotations. Even when he's got 0 fades, he's still trying to get one more. They've got it again. They deserve a goal, but they don't land the killing blow.
The teamwork coming out from Power. It's almost out of nowhere, but it doesn't matter. They can't get back in time. Fades goal number 2. He's on 400 points. The next closest is 200. Gus, who got that one goal, not able to get back in time.
At least this is going to train OCE to... I'm just going to talk about reducing mistakes, because look at the punishment, Yummy, if you do overcommit. You saw Prompt. Yeah. He knew exactly the situation that the defense was in from Power, and he went straight for the keeper, removing last man.
I can understand why they made that. They pushed so hard too, because the play was so good. The passes were exceptional. It almost felt like they should have and deserved to score a goal, and it's those moments where you're most likely to overcommit.
Yeah, that's when you're vulnerable, when you are trying to score. That's when your defense can slip. Your transition play isn't as tight. You feel like you should be scoring. Yeah. And that frustration can lead to mistakes. Here's Scrub, though, trying to get the second goal on the board for Power, trying to tie things up. Still a lot of time here in game number 4. This Fades. I've been really impressed with his 0 boost play. I'm concerned about how often he is on 0 boost, though.
Well, just concerning a little bit. Zenulus yesterday was using all of his boost. Prompt has 0 right now. Gus earlier had to get a flip reset with 0 boost, and you saw it coming. Nobody had anything. Everybody's just kind of driving towards the ball and defense, and this is what pressure can lead to.
Oh, I didn't see the own goal coming. Misty definitely had that, but Fades, well, he's doing everything at both ends. As he is.
But you know what happened there? Somebody is yelling, I've got no boost, Prompt, I can't go. And then, of course, everybody behind commits to it, and that's when the own goal happens.
Is that what?
That's what I assumed you did.
No, that sounds like you're trying to say what Torso said when Siki...
That is also in the most famous own goal incident, basically what happened.
And you just, I think you said the exact comms of them, so... Like, it's, a bit of OCE panic. It happens to the best players, the best teams we've had. So, look, you get that with the big jobs. 2-2, back, game on, here in game 4.
Power. We did miss it yesterday, by the way. Fiber had an absolutely spectacular own goal.
It is nice to watch still, though, isn't it? We
had 3 own goals in that one series and still won, so it was all good.
It wouldn't matter if OCE turned into France in Rocket League in terms of ability. We'd still go for the own goals, but Power... out of nowhere, got the lead through just a beautiful catch and pop.
You just look at the teamwork from Power. I'm starting to really become massive fans of them through this series. We didn't see this much yesterday. Underrated play. Strawbe in the air actually got behind it, just rotated through the car, rotated his car through the ball to get a little extra flip for the first pass. As you said, the catch and extra flick pass again. 3-man pass play all required really, really good mechanics.
They're back in the game. I mean, we've seen glimpses. I thought after game 2, that it was over. They kind of looked like they stepped up. They found a level that looked super consistent. They want to run away with it. But to Oyo's credit, they keep punishing the mistakes, and their defense is opening up opportunities to transition into counter-attacks. So they're certainly not out of this. 35 seconds now. Misty, ceiling, throws it across. One more over the top would have been huge, but Power able to get redirect off to that back wall. Shaw's trying to carry this one. I'm going to keep saying Shaw's. It annoys me that he's changed his name to Rez. Scrub up with a nice clear from Prompt. They've got to go now.
I think maybe he changed it because he was sick of some of us calling him Shaw's, some of us calling him Shawrez, but either way, I don't mind you calling him Shaw's. We'll see how he feels about that if he gets an interview at the end of today. For the moment, looking likely to be on to match point. Last chance here as Prompt has no boost, does manage to get a flick, but that touch should end it. Power, 3 match points in a row.
Yeah, big game, big game. You tie the series up if Oyo gets that one, but instead, they'll probably be thinking it should be a 4-0. I'll take the 3-1, one away. But they've still got to put this team away. As we said, it doesn't feel like Oyo going down without a fight. They're not going anywhere. Fades putting up huge numbers. And yeah, look at people, just read chat. People, oh, that's who Rez is. See? People are like, oh, it's short. People don't even realize.
The question. Yeah, we got the question yesterday as well. We got it in the off season. Who's Rez? Yes, everyone, it is Shawrez. Earlier, now we get your response to this chat. Earlier, Formal was saying if they was to make a super team of players that have not made a major, that it would be Gus, Caleb, and Rez. I'm starting to think, CJ, that I'm putting Fades in that team right now.
Yeah, I want a Fades. I would like Fades with more than 0 boost, actually. Can I be specific about that?
Yeah, Fades with infinite boost. I think he'd absolutely pop off.
Because he seems to have some boost management issues, but he's, as I said, he's very good with 0 boost. I just don't like how often he
but how
doesn't have
many
any.
times did Torsos make it to the major by also having boost issues throughout?
He with his stats, Torsos spends the most time on 0 boost than anyone in OCE or anyone at any major. If you look at pretty much any ball chasing stat package replay list, you will find that. So it's worked for him, but you can't have 3 players that do that. I mean, Torsos is a very he's one of one.
He is a very unique, special part of OCE, the GOAT of OCE at this point in time. Maybe one of these players could be there in the future. I think if you make it into a top 8 of OCE, you kind of start forgetting what Torsos has done, and you start thinking about whoever does that. Could be Torsos again, but whoever does do that as another special achievement, because we've been looking for that top OCE. I've been calling top 8 for OCE for years now, and we're desperate for it.
We're desperate. And we'd party if we hit it. If we get a top 8,
Ticker tape parade if you make top 8.
Yeah, and then we can give up after that.
Yeah.
That's it. We've peaked. We've absolutely peaked. Speaking of peaking, almost was that man Rez getting the first goal. This would be huge if they can just really put Oyo under the pump, getting a first goal and putting them right on elimination points here. There's more pressure coming through. I feel like this has been the story of the series so far, Yum. It's been Power with pressure, but can they maintain it, or do they overcommit?
There's been a couple of overcommits, but they've also been really deadly with these drop-down passes. Another one for Rez. They've got really good communication, or they know where each other are, which is rare for a team that is pretty fresh. They made an off-season change with, if you didn't remember, the cascade of changes that happened once Banana Head went back to Power, or back to Wildcard now. Caused a lot of changes, so teams haven't had as much time to prepare as you'd expect.
Oh, there it is. And there it is. It's Gus. And well, he could be bookending this series with the exact same goal. He's gone the close ball double, which was the first goal of game 1. Now it might be the last goal of the series. Gus, really nice. I mean, he's got the mech. He's always had the mech.
Has anybody got the stats as well on the number of assist plays that Scrub has made throughout this series? You know, we do talk about him being the support player, even when he was back there with Banana Head and Super Locky. And, well, number of assists he's got, the number of goal sets up, he's really putting that to the fore and you know, actually creating a lot of these goals.
Impressive to see from him, and an opportune time as well for Team Power. 4-1 win would give them a lot of confidence going through to the rest of Champ Sunday here. The Scrub trying to get on across. Nice bump though from Fade, who's just going a little bit unorthodox with the plays, but it has worked because it's given Misty a chance. But I think he might have wanted the reset there, Yummy, just to give us. Oh, Les Scrub that just completely whiffs the catch on the backboard. He had 100 boost. I'm not sure how he actually. Oh, okay, he wasn't even on the backboard. He tried to jump up and catch at the same time and didn't get anything on it. Free goal for Oi Oi.
That's the moment in defense where maybe you should have kept it a little bit more simple. Just tried to get any touch he possibly could, because one goal down, Oi Oi feeling a bit desperate. You kind of knew that they were going to jump up for that ball. They've kept that kind of energy going into the kickoff here. They want to be in that offensive half. They want to be the ones to apply the pressure to the Power defense to steal away with their boost. Going to be prompt, going for another bump play, but that gives room over to Rez. Manages to get intercepted right in front of net. Prompt has to get any kind of touch, and he's got the follow-up at the same time. Round the corner, extra touch as well. May have the opportunity to pass it back to Misty. No, steals the boost instead.
Scrub now. Carries it across, Prompt up. Early pre-jump from him. Scrub wins the 50. It's a nice fake from Fades. Here is Big Gez. Demo comes through. They don't have a second man at the moment, Oi Oi, but this could actually work out for them because Fades instantly spawns, keeps the ball in this orange half. Minute to go here in perhaps the final game. Certainly won't want to be the final game if you're an Oi Oi fan. Gus with a free double. No one's on the backboard. He's got to drop it down. He's missed, though. He went too cute with it.
I think in the past he may have doubled that and left it for a teammate behind, but he really wanted to sneak that in behind the defense. So you said getting too cute. Oh my goodness! Prompt had 0 boost. He looked awkward. This is still a maintained attack here from Power. They may be able to seal the deal, get the series win right now, especially with the miss. Gus going for the double. He's found it! Deja vu for Gus. He's found the second goal, and with 32 seconds left, that may be the series.
It's so simple, but this might just be Gus's signature shot now. It's just a close wall double. It's not even a reset. It's a slow double, but he just picks apart where the opponent goes. If he goes front post, he'll try and slow it down and fire it in the back net, but he's got 2 goals in very similar fashion. That's his 3rd of the series in that style, and with 20 seconds left, it could be time up now. Yummy for Oi Oi.
CJ. I probably should have called that the man, the superstar, the whatever. It's the signature shot from Gus, but it doesn't quite have the same effect, but it will be a hat-trick. All aboard the Gus bus. He may have been a little quiet earlier on, but when you need him to close out a series, he's there.
You get your tickets because he's about to leave the station. Gus is on fire now. That's a hat trick in a massive game here in this first final. But Oi Oi put up a good fight, Yummy. But in the end, it is the Power Show. A top 4 team coming into this season predicted. And it's looking like a top 4 team after the first event because they're through to the semi-final. And Gus has marched his troops onwards.
You know, sometimes when you're at the bus stop, you've experienced this, or maybe not. Maybe the Tasmanian buses are a little bit less hectic, but you sit there, you wave the bus, they don't see you, they drive past. That was Gus yesterday. Kind of drove past. Didn't have much of an effect. But today, in that final game, gets them across the line. Great performance from Power overall.
Fantastic performance from them. I think I said it after game 2. We thought they're going to run away with this series. Oi Oi fought back. They even had the lead in the previous game when Fades was putting on a show. But I think Power overall, it was kind of, by the weight of numbers, by the stats, it felt like they had to win that just because Formula they had so much pressure throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and I think that was the big difference between them today and, let's say, them yesterday against the Chiefs, where they were able to maintain the pressure this time around. That Chiefs game, it was either incredibly back and forth all the time, or it was the Chiefs controlling a lot of it. And while they did better when it was more back and forth, it definitely wasn't anything like today where they played the entirety, it felt like, on the attacking half.
And I said it during the series. I might be becoming a power fan right now. I didn't think of it. And then they were Kib Gang. I wasn't really backing them. But in this series, the team plays, the passes.
Are you getting
exceptional.
Are we getting rid of the half tier then? Are we actually going to put them up in that same tier?
No.
As the no?
My thoughts and liking of a team does not determine their tier. How good they are determines their tier. But I really like their play style. Really fun to watch. It's a lot less, we've seen from Chiefs and Wildcard a lot of kind of just try and go as fast as possible. Theirs was a bit more methodical.
It's relaxing, not relaxing, because I don't want to say like, oh, they're playing boring or something, but they have offense without you going, why is he up there? What is happening? It's conventional and it's nice.
I think a better word would be refreshing in situations like that.
For OCE, certainly.
It's a refreshing playstyle for OCE. That said, we're going to get a nice, refreshing strawbe smoothie coming up next. They're going to be going in to TSM to see who will be the fourth team in the semifinals.
Welcome back to qualifier number 1 here, RLCS OCE 2025. I'll make my way back over to the screen into the middle. That's probably the one job I have as a caster. But I'm here with Yummy Cheeseman and none other than Formal. We just witnessed the first elimination final, lower bracket quarterfinal, whatever you want to call it. That was Team Power. They're through. And now we have our second matchup upon us here. TSM, who just got swept, well, not just yesterday, taking on I Love Strawbe, Yummy, who have the momentum, you could say, as they have won a game in the lower bracket.
Yep, I don't know if you can really believe in momentum across days, especially. But you know, they've kind of impressed us more than we expected in the off season. I was expecting them to be a firm 5th, 6th team. They came second in one event, if I recall, Formal, and they did well in the other off-season tournament. So they're a team that are punching above their weight. The question is, are they going to be able to do that with the pressure of RLCS?
I mean, I feel like this is what's kind of held this team down in the past. When you look at Lunar and Laxton, and every time they team up, we kind of overlook them. They get a strong result, and then as soon as the magnifying glass gets on them as a result, they can't back up those same high results. That's been a reoccurring theme, unfortunately. So maybe since we came into this event undervaluing them, this is going to be their shock run to a top 4, top 2 maybe, but I don't know. It's hard to put faith in these duo.
Luna has been pretty exceptional so far for a retired player. CJ, does that give you maybe some thoughts about coming back, or...
Look, I'm unretiring. They're a surprise packer. They were the number 1 seed out of Group B. They obviously dropped to Power, but there's a chance right now for I Love Strawbe to cement themselves as a top 4 team, and pressure's on. I'd say pressure's on TSM. These guys can just go for it and have some fun with this one, see if they can get an upset.
Well, we certainly will, CJ, as we head down to the pitch. Kaka, Amphis, and Super Lucky were the victors of the off-season, have stumbled a little bit here, Formal, as they head into the crucial matches.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you know, as they were saying almost jokingly on Twitter the other day, it's like now time for the serious matches, now the elimination matches. So I'm hoping to see a return to the form we know TSM can play, but being swept by Wildcard, being swept before by the Healthy Chiefs, those are the teams they need to beat if they want to beat the major, so they have a fair bit to prove.
You've got 2 absolute superstars over on TSM. In terms of Super Lucky and Amphis, who have been there, have done it over at the majors and worlds, that have been incredible in OCE. At their own given time has been considered the best OCE player, but joined by Kaka, his consistency over the last few years, Formal, has been astronomical. I think he's such a good pickup for those 2.
It really feels like on paper this team should be the one to be challenging Wildcard for what you said before. It's 2 previous MVPs and the player who has historically been that consistent member on usually the 2nd, 3rd team, but has always been the one sticking around where the others have come and gone around him. Like, this should be that lineup, and here's the day to prove it. First regional, yes, the results haven't been there yet, but I mean, they're still in the dance, right? And this is a matchup which, on paper, they need to win.
Also feel like this is the first time for Kaka to be on a truly superstar team. You know, a team expected to make the major. You know, he has done it, of course, in the past, and he's had some strong results. He's got plenty of regional championships under his belt, but this is certainly that next little step for him. Over at the other end, it's kind of a completely different story. You've got 3 players who have not made the major once, but have been around the block. They've got top 2s. They've sniffed glory, but they haven't been able to hold on to it for too long. Even now, I think Caleb probably should have scored.
Probably had a chance, not going to find it. Ball comes back against them, and yeah, I mean, mirrors a lot of those sentiments you were talking about before. Caleb, kind of that player that if you were to look at the players who are due for a major appearance just based on the talent, Caleb's name should be up there. Laxon, It feels every year we just hear about this guy dominating scrims and being one of the best players in the region mechanically, but has still yet to get those big domestic results. Well, maybe it will happen today. So far, we haven't seen
a story for like 5 years. I've
exactly.
Heard that. So I think it's about time to forget about it.
Forget about it, or finally make it happen.
That's
There's
true.
always that chance. If they start winning, if this turns into the run, then that story still has merit.
I'll tell you where we did see that Laxon that we were promised. We saw him in the ODL as a top draft player, and he just had certain series that he 1v5'd. And we may be able to see that much more difficult when you've got a team like TSM who take that pace to the next level. And I think that's why we don't see as much of Laxon in these top level matches taking over. It's just because he does not get the room. He struggles when he hasn't got space. And maybe the tides have been even. It probably should have been a goal for each team at this point.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Super Lucky miss that. Credit where it's due. Strawbe, I mean, they haven't conceded the lead yet. They're still very much in this. And, you know, for a matchup that we've kind of painted as pretty heavily TSM favored, we're still 0-all with 1 minute to go here at game number 1.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Because I casted ODL, I'll mention it. Just like Formal mentions every single university tournament and tries to act like that's relevant. So, you know.
Lunar has not been in the university tournament yet. I'm still waiting for that first goal, though. Will go his way. And that's going to be I Love Strawbe out by 1.
Are you? Oh, no. Are we sensing it? This looks like a game 1 victory for I Love Strawberry. They just need to hold on for 43 seconds. And I'll be honest, as much as I keep saying we keep underrating them, they keep exceeding our expectations, I still keep underrating them. I'm not going to ever stop underrating them, I think.
Every single time I have put faith in a lineup with Lunar and Laxon in it, they have let me down. And they might be doing it here. Super Lucky down the middle, finds the flick. As soon as you start to believe, Yummy, this is what happens.
Yeah, I forgot what they were capable of, and also what TSM were capable of. That's such a really clever play, knowing you're a goal down, sending 2 people for the bumps. It looked like the Flying V, Mighty Duck situation, and it worked out.
It worked out, and it keeps TSM right in this one. We'll see if they can find the go-ahead goal at this stage of the game. Next goal will win it, regulation or in overtime. And it will be Strawbe on the hunt off the backboard. Nobody there. Lucky does a good job keeping it close to the backboard. And maybe it might be an overtime angle. Shots on Caleb! And it's a late lead for Strawbe.
I told you I believe in them. I knew they could do it. I never doubted them for a single second. Oh, Caleb. He had 2 parts of the net shot at. I've seen OCE before. I've seen Caleb before. 9 times out of 10, they hit it straight at the defender. This time, he secured the 1 goal lead. Please do not bottle it now.
It would be a disaster if they do. A chance from Amphis. Caleb should be looking to let this one drop. Lucky got underneath. It's on the backboard, but not on target. Close, but no cigar. I Love Strawbe takes game 1.
A complete turnaround from my expectations. Luna once again top scoring, this time with plenty of saves. At TSM, didn't quite have that lethality that I normally expect from them, especially from Amphis, who can be, well, he can send people into a pressure situation just by existing in your attack.
Yeah, in the past, Amphis always has been that player you expect to see super, super deep, cheating forward, looking for plays off the opponent's backboard. Didn't really see much of that yesterday. Haven't seen much of that yet today. And, I mean, this is a bit of a slump TSM is in right now. It could all turn around with 1 win, build the momentum from that. But for a team that we're expecting to be fireworks, it hasn't really come through yet, at least not on the mainstream.
Got some incredible orgs joining OCE. And you look at TSM, they're a incredibly well-known North American name who've had European teams as well in the past for Rocket League. Fantastic to have them down here, but if you're an org, look at I Love Strawbe. You can fix their name and support them at the same time.
I think that's the biggest reason to pick this team up, is to fix the name. Straightforward. Get that sorted as fast as possible. I mean, There are still orgs looking, Yummy. There are rumors going around. You never know when an org might pick these guys up. Super Lucky looking to wrap things around. I'll tell you what, a win here against TSM would increase their stock greatly.
I mean, yeah, you take down any of those, say, big three in the region, and you are certainly next up. And most important, because they've already had that success, they were able to do it in the off-season. I think that would prove that they can consistently do it, that they are one of those teams in the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, and I mean, again, if you were to talk to the players on this squad, as you would, I think, for any of the teams in the top 6, their goal is major. Like, they're not looking, oh, a top 4, that's exceeded our expectations of ourselves. They want that top 2, despite maybe not necessarily being that favorite. They believe they have the talent to do so. We know about the hours Caleb has been putting in the offseason, winning the 1v1 event as well that happened. So the talent is there. It's just whether or not this is the roster that can put it all together. Already up by 1 against TSM, a top 4 on the first regional. It's a major step towards that goal.
Well, with Caleb winning the 1v1 in the off-season, have we yet seen Caleb versus Raziers in a 1v1?
I don't
I
believe
think
so.
I might have to organize that this week, ladies and gentlemen, to see if Caleb can still maintain that title. As Raziers is an excellent 1v1 player in his own right, and has only just come down here. Be spicy to see, but maybe that's been the difference. We've seen so many times internationally players who are the absolute best in 1v1 come out and become the best in 3v3. You learn so much from 1v1 game mode. Your mechanics get so good that it really does seem to transition.
It does. It's often advised as the best way to train. Laxon wants something off the roof. Not going to find it. Caleb will take a similar approach. Lunar just waiting right outside. Something that's actually impressed me largely with a lot of these strawbe attacks has been their boost management. It's very rare that I'm seeing them without anything in the tank.
It's going to come out of defense here for TSM. Support over from Super Lucky just gets a bit too far away from him. TSM, they're not taking too many risks so far. They seem to be a team more after CJ's heart, controlling the game. Unlike our wild card and Chiefs rosters who would give him a few conniptions.
I mean, that has been an adjustment I believe they've made since yesterday and the previous weekend, where they were just as guilty as overextending, nearly getting punished there for it. Kaka with the boost has the speed to beat out Caleb. But yeah, a much more reserved approach, and I think that has been the big adjustment this team has made. It hasn't resorted in goals yet, but at least they're not, conceding all of them.
The one thing I do want to see is maybe a few more little calculated risks in terms of boost stealing, using those boost steals like we see here from Amphis maybe to get a forward position, to make it so that I Love strawbe can't feel comfortable with any touch. They have to rush a little bit out of defense, not knowing if somebody's about to snipe them from behind.
Opportunity now perhaps to maybe exert some of that risk, because you have 3 members on the strawbe side rotating back. Let's see what the TSM can do with a bit of space. Backboard setup. Kaka rather play midfield, as well as leaving the ball for Locky. Caleb right there to beat him out. And I'm also a little bit surprised we haven't seen TSM go for any real 1v1 beats yet. I feel like with Amphis and Locky, that's 2 things these 2 players would be looking for, but it's just been a lot of back and forth.
Super Lucky. As he set up Kaka well, no, just keeping the shots going. Actually seen a more even set of shots. Currently leaning towards I Love strawbe, but here's Kaka, maybe turning that around. The double touch intercepted by Luna. Defense is crucial right now for strawbe. They haven't had the follow-up touches. They're getting little touches away from the net, but they need to find maybe a pass out of defense, especially as their boost runs low. Laxon with the 50 over to Caleb, and you're panicking, but don't worry, Amphis is there.
I mean, it's the closest thing we've seen to her goal in a while, Yummy. It's been one of those very controlled games where nothing too threatening's come yet. Locky a little bit too far behind, but Kaka slowing it down, might be able to find something. Laxon will be there on the defensive side. 5 seconds till overtime. Last shot should come from strawbe. Caleb loses the 1v1, and we go to OT.
The very rare, especially in our region, 0-all overtime. Really controlled game so far. Not too many mistakes from either team. And maybe it'll be a moment of individual brilliance that can do it. Or maybe it'll be Amphis missing the ball. No, Super Locky collects it. Caleb with the early jump. Manages to take it away. Laxon, what can he do? Over the top of one. It is open. Luna gets intercepted by Kaka. It's gone the other way. They overcommitted in the overtime.
Oh, both teams played so disciplined for so long, and one overcommit by a boostless Caleb. And that's all she wrote for game number 2. TSM finally discovering what patience is. Throws off what was a 7-8 game loss streak. They finally got back on the winning side of the game. And I imagine from here, it will be that momentum builder.
And this is what CJ was talking about when he said Rocket League is such a mental game. I Love Strawbe had, really played a controlling game for 5 minutes. But as you get more and more desperate for a goal in that 5.5 minute time, it goes down to who breaks, whose mental breaks first, who's too desperate for a goal, and it ended up being I Love Strawbe.
I mean, you could put yourself in Caleb's position too. You saw the shakiness of the TSM defense. It looked like they had overcommit, and eyes go wide. There's the goal, chance to be the hero. One little mistake, can't catch Kaka out the corner of your eye, and then boom, you're punished immediately. This is going to be the real test for I Love Strawbe right now. If they want to be that top 4, top 2 team, how do they respond after a pretty tough loss to swallow? If this team has the mentality to eventually be regional contenders, possibly regional champions, these are the games you have to bounce back from.
Had a little debate in the chat as well earlier about I Love Strawbe being the New Zealand representatives. We are going to have a pause here. It looks like Amphis wasn't quite connected in time, but both Laxon and Caleb, technically from New Zealand, both of them, but Caleb currently lives in Australia. So what are your thoughts now that he's moved to Australia? He's abandoned his entire country. Does that make him an Australian representative, or still got that 2/3 New Zealand?
You know what? Until people start calling me the American in Australia, despite my citizenship, despite my passport, Caleb has to go through the same thing. So either we're both Australian or he stays New Zealand. That's my take on it.
He's a New Zealander through and through.
Yeah, there it is.
I Love Strawbe, the New Zealand team.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds good that way, too. I think it's good to have a New Zealand-based team because it is the Oceania region. It's not the Australia region.
Yeah. Previously, it was always basically just Kami being the sole New Zealand flag.
What about Scarth? You love Scarth.
Anyway, previously it was just Kami being the sole New Zealand flag that you would see. But now we're seeing maybe a few more. Luna is from Australia, obviously. And all 3 members of TSM are from Australia. So a lot of Australia representation in terms of the OCE servers. Maybe the ping advantage has something to do with that as well. Laxon has to play on 40 ping as opposed to, well, those in New South Wales have 8 ping.
And yet he's still considered, rated highly on the mechanical front. So maybe Laxon needs to jump across the pond and see what he could do with that extra 32 ping backing him up. That could be the difference, but that can finally throw out that narrative that we've each grown tired of.
Speak for yourself, mate. But it looks like we are back in the server, so it shouldn't be too long before we get back into the game as well.
Yeah, hopefully getting ready to kick this one off. Kind of that strange unofficial timeout, and I can only imagine, unfortunately for the TSM side, this little bit of a break, this little bit of the reset would actually benefit more on the Strawbe side because they're the team that came off that tough loss. Now they'll have, a bit more time to recompose themselves and recognize that, hey, their strategy, their more controlled strategy, it's been giving them, I think, more of an advantage than TSM.
I could wonder as well when you go into this situation where you're trying to control. I know it's a cliche at this point in time, but demos is how you add the chaos. Or maybe, that Amphis pushing up that we've been asking for, throughout this series so far could be also an inducer of chaos that could send the likes of I Love Strawbe or in the other way for the demos on TSM. Could send them reeling. At the moment, we'll see. I do believe that both teams will probably be happy just with the way that the series has gone so far.
Yeah, I think it could have been disastrous on one side, but now with the win under their belt, TSM, I'm hoping to see them play with that confidence that we know they should have. Lunar, though, is the first one with the real peak. Kaka is back there, and a bit of a miss from Laxon might open it up for Amphis. Demo shot, and it is through.
The demos we called for, the demos we got. Kaka managed to fake out one, get the pass into center, and the demo, all to set up Amphis. And you can't ask for a better teammate than Kaka, can you?
Nah, this is why you want him on your team. It's why you need that glue to keep things together and allow you to shine. I mean, it's just, the game becomes a lot easier when someone demos in front of you. Lockie, around the corner, is going to get a goal himself.
What do you mean himself? How bloody dare you? Himself? Kaka just dribbled it along the wall. Sure, it doesn't look fantastic, but it is one of the hardest things to do, to actually dribble the ball on the wall using the side of your car.
All right, I guess Kaka helped them both.
Oh, look, Super Lucky did great, but I'm insulted.
Insulted on behalf of Kaka? I'll take it. I'll take the heat. Amphis, this time was a little bit more solo, but it goes straight to Luna on the backboard.
Now we first see a situation where I Love Strawberry need to make a comeback, and Laxon's going to be the first to do it. I'll tell you what, if Kaka can assist at the other end, well, then he's assisted here as well. He put it right up next to the roof, and that was perfect for the roof pinch.
Yeah, just right up there on a golden tee for Laxon to bang it in. And
oh no, the golf reference. Oh god.
You can't get away from it now. CJ's contagious. It's carried out. You're next. Eventually, you're going to get out there on the green.
I'm too poor.
There's cheap courses. That's how I got into it. Either way, around the corner, Super Lucky. Let's make a play through Laxon. Next touch from Lunar towards the net, and it's going to be saved.
And maybe an open net for Amphis. Yep, he just needed to get enough extra pace on that one to defeat the defender running back. Once again, like the last overtime, a bit of an overcommit, as I Love Strawberry thought that they had a goal in their hands.
Yeah, but a fast play back the other way, and it's got to be refreshing for the TSM fans out there to be seeing these types of goals go in their favor, as opposed to what we've previously seen. This is the TSM that, I think we were hoping to catch from these guys. Breakout moments now. Lunar will come back other side. Still a lot of time left on the clock, and again, I Love Strawberry. This is the first game where it feels like they're being consistently pressured right now, and they've been conceding a fair few goals.
And Kaka getting time on the ball, fakes it out. See, he thought he was going for the pass. It actually gives room for Amphis to go for the demo. Tried to go for maybe a plan B there, but absolutely flopped underneath the ball. Kaka, just being a good setup player, wasn't able to do it this time, and now it goes the other end. Amphis, flip reset, almost beating out two. Luna, it's a lot of work to do. Caleb is going to do it himself. He's going to take it. He's fine.
Let's see where he can go as Lunar now. Wants to try and escort that one in. Seeing a lot more solo plays actually coming out of the Strawbe side right now, where it feels like they're trying to force favorable 1v1s through their mech, or maybe force a bad beat. And I don't know. It doesn't look like TSM has been having any of it so far this game.
TSM are full of players, especially Amphis and Super Lucky, very confident to defend out a solo play. But it's part of I Love Strawberry not wanting to take big risks, I think. When you're just sending one person to the ball, you're not overcommitting. They've caught themselves a couple of times and lost a couple of games now, if you include this one, based off overcommits. Possibly just trying to relax themselves at this point in time, but they can't do that for too long. So the clock does tick down towards that 1 minute mark. They're going to have to start going for some extra risks, and that's what we see with the pre-jump from Luna.
And, I mean, it's going to work out for Laxon to the backboard. Will it set up the shot? No one's immediately there. It's still Caleb now looking for something special. Not able to find the angle. It'll be another attempt through the corner. We're really trying to rely on our mechanics right now from the Strawbe side. But the defense is too patient and too composed in the final minute of play.
I'll tell you what, that's a great fake out from Luna. You don't expect him to make these plays, but he's got nerves of steel right here. He sent Super Lucky packing. He knew that he was on the post, and if he just didn't take the shot, he'd make him look silly.
Oh, good play coming from strawbe. A needed one as well. We'll see if they can make the magic happen in this final minute. TSM still in control of their own destiny. They've got the 1-goal lead. They've got the attacking possession as well. Boost favoring Amphis and Locky. They take to the skies. And it's, again, nothing too risky from the team in blue.
Ooh, Laxon played that one patiently in the defense to, counterbalance Luna's patience on the offense as the demo almost came through from Laxon. You can see they're stretching for this equalizing goal. Caleb tries to serve it up, but Kaka was there on the backboard ready to intercept early. He's actually trying to demo him as well, but Luna gets away from him, steals the boost. Still going to be stuck in the I Love strawbe defense. They need to get to the other end with 10 seconds left formal.
Bump on Amphis, but it's not enough to steal possession away. The 50 as well, not quite where they wanted it to go. 5 seconds, and they're going to need an entire cross-pitch play despite the bumping from Caleb. Laxon might have something along the roof. Second touch, not in. Caleb is! And we're equalized on a 0-second clanger.
Pre-jump from Laxon, flip reset against the roof, just gets the tippity-tappity into the backboard. Overtime for I Love strawbe. Is this the swing of the momentum in the series?
And it would come from Laxon making a play. He's always good for a couple, but this is one of the more timely ones yet. It would be a shame for them to throw it off, though, in this overtime. Amphis leads the charge. 2 attackers from TSM waiting at the midfield portion. They intercept the pass.
From a sure thing from TSM, the nerves have got to be riding high as they see a potential throwaway of the lead here in game number 3. They need to calm themselves in the overtime, not to let the mental game get against them. That pressure of scoring that goal, of getting this game back into reach. Super Lucky. Is he going to go for the bump? No, he goes to the ball instead. And that's actually set up Laxon. It's a 1v1, but Amphis wins.
Yeah, but has to burn all the boost in the process. Fortunately, there's some in the corner for them. However, you can see strawbe, they're already setting up for the attack. Great touch from Kaka to alleviate that pressure. Now a free touch for Amphis with boost to work with, but that one just gets away from him.
Great first touch from Laxon. Just maybe gets a bit too much juice on the follow-up touch. Another big bump on his way. Amphis, great boost management to stay on 100 right there. But Laxon, huge win on the challenge, has forced a bit of a scramble now for TSM. But with the overtime, an important game, I Love strawbe don't push the issue.
Yeah, maybe it could have been the time to do so, but they're going to play, again, this more conservative style. Wait for their opportunities. Caleb.
Pressure.
Right towards Amphis, follow-up touch. It's saved on the line. Kaka, heroic dive to keep TSM in it.
Maybe need a little bit more power on the shot as now Super Lucky gets a chance on the counter. Air dribble bump number 1. I think he may have wanted to go for number 2, but didn't have the boost to reach down to it. Luna showing his mechanics. We haven't seen that in a while, but almost got the flip reset goal. Now Super Lucky, they're taking turns. It's almost a freestyle off at this point in time. You don't need freestyle when you've got Kaka with the passes. Amphis went super deep on that one and couldn't quite make contact.
Oh, here we go. A chance for Super Lucky in a 1v1 situation. Got the bump. Gets the demo. Here's the shot. Kaka puts it away. Game 3 goes to TSM.
They almost threw it all away, TSM. The 2-goal lead went disappearing. In the end, it's the demo. I didn't see who it was as third man there for I Love strawbe. He went off to the corner, trusted his teammate a bit too much. And that's why the demo was so powerful. TSM take the lead.
Yeah, but 2 very, very tight victories for TSM right now. I Love strawbe definitely are showing up in spades, but a little bit of the experience, a little bit of the speed, and I think TSM more willing to take risks when it was all said and done. I mean, they still had to commit 2 for that play. Should the shot not come through, maybe strawbe comes back, but with the demo, open door, and Kaka playing the way he is right now, TSM, yeah, they are looking more and more like the favorites we thought we were.
Another 3 assists on the board for Kaka, involved in all 4 goals. He's having a stellar performance in this series, but as we said, he is that consistent player throughout the last few years. I Love Strawberry, though, got plenty of their own opportunities. Maybe we'll be ruining that time that they overcommitted in that last play that we just saw on stream and almost gifted a goal. They settled their nerves after that, but maybe a bit too late.
We'll see. I mean, it's only game 4, but it does feel like a pivotal one. If strawbe is going to come back in this series, they cannot afford to give TSM, a team of this caliber, 3 match points. So we'll see what they can bring. We'll see if we get more great mechanics out of Laxon and Caleb, and who knows, maybe even something out of top 100 mechanic OCE Lunar as well.
No timeout there called. They're just going to rely on the top 100 level mechanics from Luna and hope that that's enough. And you know, I'll tell you what, I'm kind of upgrading his status there. He's got to be top 70 at this point in time, maybe even top 50. The way that he's been playing the last few months, I think he's really been on the grind after retiring.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you have a lot of free time when you retire to play Rocket League, to get out there
He's
and
playing with
climb those
Vample a
ranks.
lot. We all know how good his mechanics are, even if not kind of within the professional scene. Fantastic mechanics, but Luna more known for just being so good at being up to the ball first, reading the play early. He's been still doing that throughout this series, but haven't seen him win a game for the team since game 1.
It's always felt like he is one of the most intelligent game sense players out there, and it's carried him a long way in the past, and it's why this lineup, you know, when you have 2 great mechanical players like Laxon and Caleb and the brains behind, the on-pitch brains with Lunar, you'd expect to see some great things. Super Lucky, though, sometimes could just drive it straight.
I can't believe he goes end to end. This is almost Chronovi RLCS Season 1 stuff. Just collects the ball so nicely. He's air rolling through the ball just to keep his car a bit more stable on his way through, and in the end, he's just beaten everyone.
Do you think those are the types of goals that maybe even like surprise Lockie himself, that he was just able to make that work? Because so often you see those cut off either right at the start or right at the end of the play.
We'll point out Morse has some very big issues with you saying that Luna has brains. But we'll say top 100 brains.
Top 100 brains OCE. There you go. Again, I'm saying game sense, like game intelligence.
Very good at reading touches, at knowing kind of where he needs to be, not being too greedy for his teammates. So in that sense, he's been such a good player in recent times. Mechanics have improved as well. That being said, doesn't really matter how good you are if you're not getting these wins. I Love Strawberry need to win this game. Laxon stepped up a little bit in the last game. There's the pass across. Luna probably needed to take that one high.
Yeah, unfortunately not the mark they needed, and now TSM a chance to go up by 2. Amphis doesn't make the play for the backboard, gives a lot of space to the other side. It'll be Super Lucky pushing up next. Amphis midfield cut. Tries to buy time for the member behind him. Laxon goes for the challenge, actually gets a second one in their favor, and both teams playing the 50s game right now, and now they're really getting a strong advantage as of yet.
See right now, I Love Strawberry attempting to win the races. Actually done so in the midfield quite well. Not too much boost for that passing play out from TSM. Caleb going to slow it down. I don't know if that was the right play. His 2 teammates were in a position to push forward. Now Super Lucky gets room of his own. Almost had the flip reset. Kaka alone. Lone Warrior doesn't really worry too much about that one. He's going to get it across to Amphis. Almost a brilliant passing play.
Yeah, it looked like they were maybe trying to set up a pinch. Doesn't quite come through on this occasion. 100 seconds remaining, and still waiting to see strawbe get something more going. Only 2 shots coming from the orange side so far, which just isn't going to cut it against TSM. They need to find ways to stay on that attacking half. Maybe there will be this pass across the Laxon. Wanted to dribble it off the ground, but won't get a chance for the shot.
Still, the attack continues. Laxon back into center. Luna, show what you've got. Well, unfortunately, the talking heads are not impressed with Luna's play right there, but still a minute remaining. has a chance to make up for it. Go for the bomb, Luna! Oh my goodness. He played for the passing play. Caleb had a free run on it.
No.
It could have been a demo. It could have been an open net. Luna just stayed right in front of it.
It looked like another situation, too, where strawbe overcommit right there. I saw Laction pushing forward, no boost, was able to get back at the nick of time, but still the pressure is coming from TSM. Amphis in the corner. Kind of runs into Caleb, a bit of traffic there. Again, Laxon wins a good 50, has to keep it around. Super lucky. Oh, it's a fake on the flick, but it doesn't fake Kaka out this time. 30 seconds remain.
Amphis now just trying to hold on to it. He's been really just keeping it solo in this last minute, knowing that they've got this 1-goal lead. A little bit of a rough touch. And Amphis once again saving it in the defense. Laxon has it on a string! And once again, with just a few seconds remaining, I love strawbe step up to the mark.
Laxon has found the clutch gene in this series. The control from that angle. Fantastic individual goal. Twice now he's done it. Last time, though, they did come short in overtime. strawbe wants to win this series again. You can't give TSM 3 match points. They need that go-ahead goal. Super lucky tries to deny! Lunar, no!
Why, Luna, why? The early jump, Luna kind of just lets it fall off the backboard. It's almost the golden rule of Rocket League. You can't let the ball hit your backboard for free. And he did it. He didn't follow up on the play either. He panicked at the last second. And once again, when I Love strawbe works so hard to give themselves a chance, they throw it all away. They almost had a gifted right back to them. And once again, couldn't capitalize. And TSM, well, they're going to go into match point 3 times in a row. But I'll tell you what, I think everybody here has got to be frustrated with I Love strawbe's performance.
Every time you start to believe this team will break your heart. They always do it. This lineup, they're so great at that. I think we have to put Lunar back into the top 100. I think they've lost that top 50.
He's dropped down on both the mechanics and the brain rating right there. Yeah. Bit of a brain fade moment from Luna, especially given how Laxon was starting to look like a great setup player. Again, he was really getting involved. All you needed to have from Luna was that normal consistency, his ability to finish shots, to be a full, solid player on the lineup, and he wasn't able to step up to that role.
I'm going to be real. That's not a mistake I would typically expect Lunar to make, though, and I think it is going to be a one-off. Again, do they come back in this series? Not so sure. I think that's why it's such a shock for me, because normally Lunar would be fine in those situations. But let's move the magnifying glass over a little bit. I think strawbe needs to get Caleb a bit more involved as well, because that third member, I think the one who probably comes in with the most fanfare and maybe the highest ceiling, has been kind of the quietest on the strawbe side.
That's certainly true. I feel like there's been a few times where he's made kind of odd decisions, tried to slow the ball down while he doesn't have enough boost to really make a play. It almost reminds me of what you do in a 1v1. Threes are very different. When you don't have boost, you've got to kind of look more for a quick pass, something that you can use, be effective without too much boost in the tank. So that's what I've seen from Caleb. On the same note, up against the caliber of TSM, you got to be at your absolute best. I Love strawbe have made just a few mistakes, and you can't do that. Super Lucky has been fantastic the last couple of games. I called him out a lot in the off-season, Super Lucky, for not being that kind of all-round player that we saw a year ago. Amphis, we keep asking him when's he going to kind of go further in attack, but he's actually been incredible in that defensive half so far.
Yeah, and again, maybe this is the TSM, that they've been hiding for us. They said today is when the important games are, and well,
I'm going to just say right there that Super Lucky did not expect the misses in front of net, because that one was incredibly open, and I'll look really stupid after I just talked Super Lucky up if he missed a bad one there.
That's just OCE Rocket League. You can't ever talk these players up, because that's when the mistakes happen. It's only when you doubt them do they start to shine.
Yeah, we were doubting I Love Strawbe at the start, and that's when they won their first game. It's gone the other way. Timeout, of course, may be able to help them at least get one game on the board. Have to get 3 in a row to take down TSM, and so far in this game, TSM, the first minute, has been fully in their control. They've got 4 shots on the board already.
Yeah, 4 shots, but still looking for that all-important first goal. Lucky's bump, not really going to find Laxon this time around, and with the demo, pressure could be coming the other way. Caleb just kind of pre-jumps themselves, still is able to recover that. A bit fortunate there. Looter keeps the pressure on. Kaka still on the back foot. More demos in front of the net. Physicality may have opened the door. Caleb gets the first.
They're returning it in kind because TSM were the first ones to really create some goals out of the demos. In this case, perfect timing on the demo because Kaka was already in the air when the demo happened. He couldn't get back in time, so really nice timing.
Nice timing, nice goal, and early lead for I Love Strawbe. Maybe a way back into this one. We'll see how TSM reacts. Amphis going, trying to go the distance. Can only go so far. Back up from the team, though. A Super Lucky couldn't stay behind it. Leads to a counter. The other way, Caleb, late flick, will be red again as well.
I don't even understand that from Caleb. I don't know what he's doing because so many times I'm seeing him on literally less than 10 boost. In that case, he's there with Laxon. Both of them kind of won the ball. Both of them had almost no boost. At some point, one of you two decide to go for the ball and let the other one go for some boost to actually make a play on it. So it's been odd decision making. This time Luna with nothing, so unable to have too much of an effect, but we'll see whether that pressure can continue. The demo was the opening play for I Love Strawbe. Maybe again, Laxon bumps Super Lucky, but he actually landed back on his own backboard and almost found a pass down to Kaka. Almost turned the bump into his own favor.
Yeah, that would have been a cheeky little play. Not going to work out yet as Super Lucky. Ooh, almost read that. Instead, Looter was able to shut it down. Now we come back to the other side. Both teams getting a little antsy, it feels like, Yummy, in terms of just trying to go for it.
I think that was a pinch attempt against the own backboard. Ended up being a complete pancake. Which, obviously nobody was expecting, or it would have ended up being a goal for TSM. Another shot on this side of the crossbar. Luna had to place it, so he had to try and beat out the defender. Wasn't able to score it this time, and now it goes to TSM's half. Laxon, 2 boosts to his name. Can he find the pass down? Kaka has got 2 solid 50s in a row. Super Lucky over to Amphis with the fake. Beats out 2. And Amphis and Super Lucky combine for a great goal.
This looks so practiced, so ready to go. Luna, I think, just lost track of Amphis, unfortunately, and was expecting the flick to come from Lucky off the initial touch. Winds up out of position, unable to recover in time, and Amphis will drive it through. Tie game, 100 seconds left. Strawbe, they've had a lead for a majority of this game. They're going to have to try to find it again. Ooh, sneaky moment right there. Lunar, though, under control. Should be able to maintain it for now, but TSM, even when behind in these later games, they have been looking more composed.
You guys in chat, nobody happy with Luna right now. What's he going to need to do to make amends? I think he's going to have a worldy performance here. Maybe even just a couple of games in his pocket to win by himself to make up for his transgressions. But for the moment, he's not even getting the chance. TSM starting to really heat up towards the end of the series. Once you got that confidence of 3 games in the pocket, it could be very, very hard to stop them.
Yeah, and Super Lucky.
A lot of time in the attack here.
Super Lucky in particular is a player with confidence. Arguably the scariest player in the region when they start clicking, and you can see just from those solo plays they're trying to set up before how many players on defense has to rotate to try to handle it. Again, Lucky just making the first defender miss, just putting so much solo pressure. Granted, the game is still tied, but with how TSM is approaching the net, it feels like they could end this at any given moment. In fact, Kaka almost got that second touch off the backboard there.
TSM has spent, they've almost set up tent here in the I Love Strawbe half. It makes it really difficult to keep the boost levels high, to be at any point in time where you're not panicking. can really inch down into the very depth of your gameplay, that level of nerves. But we almost saw another 0-second goal here, just a little bit short there from I Love Strawberry. So another overtime. They haven't been able to take the wins in the overtime just yet, though.
Yeah, that said, Laxton's been pretty clutch in those 0-seconders. Maybe they can use some of that clutch gene in overtime. Keep this series alive. TSM looking to punch their ticket into the top 4 with the golden goal off the backboard. Amphis just trying to play keep away. It's a very forward-playing strawbe side. Ball does get around Laxton, at least momentarily. They recover off the reset, but no follow-up just yet.
Super Lucky has been setting up the last couple of games. Almost found Amphis here. Kaka, who was the assists master in the first few, has really been able to do the same. It's just been a part of their game plan. Once again, kind of just looking more for demos. Keep control of the ball. Caleb, the second touch. Nobody there to support him. Laxton has Luna in support. Luna has to get a good touch. He does off the corner. Over to Caleb. Caleb, maybe a little late on that one. And that's given an opportunity for the pinch underneath. Luna can't get back either. And that is game, set, match for TSM.
Laxton just not ready and backflips as well. A disaster on defense for Strawbe. Granted, the pinch had the speed. It was a really amazing pinch from Super Lucky, but unfortunate end for Strawbe. TSM, they are through.
Panic mode at the end there for I Love Strawbe. That's what TSM can do against you. They took turns in terms of stepping up to the plate throughout that series. We talked a lot about Kaka early on in his assist play. Super Lucky stepping up there, and even Amphis, CJ, taking on an almost new role, we'd say.
It just felt like I Love Strawberry just kept getting leads and then handing them up. But TSM, I don't know. You saw them hit a level. You guys were talking about it, like, oh, here's the TSM, here we go. And then they'd start a new game and drop off again. But, I mean, we saw the mechanics on display, as you said. Amphis stepping up, Super Lucky with the pinch, that final goal. You know, they're making the most of it. They're showing the mech. And I think the main thing is, for when they got the job done, another 4-1 as well for the first 2 series.
Yeah, and I think that getting the job done is going to be really important for this team. Not just because it's Sunday and this is, you know, the important day, but they've righted the ship. They were spiraling a little bit over the weekend, so thus far coming into this one, but they righted the ship. Still warming up. Yes, TSM, it's an old org, it's an old car. You got to give it a few revs to get going, but once it gets going, smooth sailing.
CJ, I got a question. Yep. TSM win or I Love Strawbe throw?
Oh, as just a general, that series.
That's the vibe for the series. What is it?
Oh, I want to say because they lost so many leads that they threw, but I'll say TSM won. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I will throw it back to you. We've had 2 matches so far. We had TSM and Power. They're the only 2 teams we've seen out of the top 4 today. Who is looking more impressive?
You know my answer. I really like the way that Power are looking as a team. I like the way they play. I don't think I can go past the quality of the players on TSM, though.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking impressiveness on the day, I would say Power. But on the forms that we've seen against them, maybe Power. But I have to agree with Yummy. I mean, TSM, again, they're warming up. They're getting up to competing speed. And I think if the Chiefs are assuming it'll be a slower TSM that they may have seen before, they could be caught off guard.
Yeah, strong start from Team Power, but we've got 2 big dogs, Chiefs and Wildcard, waiting in the semi-finals. Top 4 is locked, and we've got those matches coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it.
Time for the Crucible to begin. Top 4 in OCE has forever been the echelon that separates from everyone else. And of course, only 2 of those teams do get to go to Birmingham in a few, about a month and a half's time. And we have our 4 teams: Chiefs, TSM, Wildcard, and Power. Which one of these guys are going to make it through? Chiefs? CJ, you still going for the Chiefs?
Yeah, absolutely. We always love the Chiefs. I'm interested. It's exciting having an import. We spoke about it off the top of the show. Just adds a bit of variety to the region. I think it pushes the other teams formal, and I think it'll improve the players on Chiefs as well.
Yeah, I think we've already seen, some moments of that already coming through with the performances that we've been getting out of Fiber to get to this point. He has absolutely been a carrying force. But the problem is, and why we can't all jump on the Chiefs bandwagon, nobody has beaten Wildcard, this lineup in this region, for over a year, CJ. They're still that raid boss. They're still that #1 squad until proven otherwise.
It's absolutely insane. They're so good that even Banana Head just basically tried to do what Rise usually does in other regions, where he pretends to leave and then breaks up all the other teams, causes absolute chaos the last week before roster lock, and then joins back to his old team. So Banana Head did well there, infiltrated the Chiefs. Luckily enough, they landed Raziers, but as you said, Wildcard looking fantastic. There's no reason, Yummy, why they aren't still the best team in the region.
They are who we're going to be watching right now. Wildcard up against, their old organization in Team Power. So far, I thought kind of coming into this one that maybe since Banana Head left and maybe the team synergy would have changed. But so far, Wildcard have looked like they've really just jumped back into their old roster, their old play style. They look incredibly solid. So I think Formal, we're setting up for a hell of a series here. And maybe, for me, a 4-0 stomp.
No, I don't see the 4-0 happening. I mean, it could, but out of all of those outside teams looking into maybe that top 3, CJ, Power has looked to be the best to maybe break up what we've come to expect. Granted, this is going to be the real test for them. And for me, I mean, we'll see what they could do. It's a bit unfortunate because I really would have loved to see Power again, maybe another rematch against the Chiefs or against TSM.
Yeah, well, perhaps we'll have to wait for the grand final. Oh, hang on a sec. 4-0 stop, says the cheese man, still in the comms. 10 seconds into the game, and Banana Head just goes bang. I mean, Yummy spoke about it, the fact that they did have a little bitty breakup and now they're back together. Did it affect them? I think the reason why it won't affect them, Formal, is they weren't really formed on, you know, friendships. It wasn't, oh, I really like this guy, I want to team with him, and that kind of thing, which we've had for a long time in OCE. Obviously, it's about skill as well, but still that side of it. This team is as professional as it gets. These guys are purely there to win and win only. They're not there to have fun. They're there to get the job done with Jimmer at the helm. So, I mean, I think that's why. They don't need to worry about the politics of the game. They just need to play and they just need to win.
And I think we've seen that be rewarded, particularly in a player like Banana Head, who kind of came from that 4-kid-in lineup, which was the Friends squad, and then moving into that, and their play has just improved, believe it or not, since then. And they were that driving big playmaking force consistently on this lineup last year. Now, granted, yesterday it kind of turned into the Torsos show, but today it's all Banana.
Yeah, it's all the Banana Man, back corner. You can just see so easy. It's just a pop to Banana Head, and they've just broken down. Gus flying underneath the ball. They were overcommitted in Team Power. And, well, this organization playing against their former lineup, the former Titans of OCE, it's not going well for Power so far.
Yeah, it's always a little bit rough, I feel like, to be an organization and seeing your own lineup, your old lineup come back strong against you. Maybe you're a little bit proud of what they're still able to accomplish, but right now, I think it just gives you that extra bit of motivation to try to beat them. Good touch from Torsos, no follow-up this time. I mean, this Power squad, though, they've been looking like one of the most complete teams, down too early. They're going to have to see that complete form if they're going to get back into it.
Yeah, right now they're looking unstoppable. I think Yummy was perhaps right. You know, we obviously haven't seen Chiefs yet against them, but we could have a top 2. Who knows? We sort of thought about having a top 4. I have to wait and see in the next series, but there is going to be one back. Rez finds an opening, a fantastic 50 that really just opened up the Power attack or defense.
That was just super well read by Scrub to just stop that ball right where it lay. Easy blast for Rez, open up, catches a boostless Torsos, I believe, or sorry, it was Fever, rotating back before they could get to it. And now, back within striking distance, Power not done yet.
They're right in this, and they've done this before, taken at least a game to warm up. We saw that whole bracket quarterfinal. Banana Head almost gets his hat trick. Just 2 minutes into the first game, but sometimes it can take a game for this new Power lineup, as we did witness, but there is another goal, and there's the hat trick. He teased it 5 seconds ago, but he finds it here.
All right, that took all of just over 2 minutes for Banana Head to really put a stamp on this opening game in Series 3 goals, all of which aggressive positioning and just high strikes coming through. So Banana Head on form right now, which should be a red flag and the big warning shot for the rest of the competition, especially Power right now, who are down by 2.
Yeah, Banana Head and scoring goals. Would not have seen that one coming, Rez. Trying to control it. Torsos, let's lose the 50, but this is just what happens with this team. Their offense, their firepower is so strong for them. Well, they give up a goal, and I mean, how quickly can they just extend the lead once again? It must be so frustrating for a team like Team Power that, you know, you work hard for one goal and it just gets taken away down the other end.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about this lineup too is they do give up goals on occasion. They weren't known for winning these low-scoring games. A lot of their games were these shootouts because of how aggressive they would play it. And was talking a bit about it yesterday as a double touch from Gus will interrupt my thoughts.
Yeah, massive mistake from Torsos. Just left Banana Head awkward, and then you saw the double commit, nearly a triple commit in the end from Wildcard. Gus, free double, no one on the backboard. Torsos is sitting duck in net. And let's see, can they get 2 on the bounce, or will it be Wildcard to just bridge that margin once again?
Again, though, it kind of emphasizes the point I'm trying to make. You can score points against this Wildcard lineup, but they're going to try and score right back just as frequently, if not more so. In fact, definitely more so. Banana!
And he just sits downfield and he gets his 4th. Fever launches it, finds it over the top of Gus, and there is third-man troubles everywhere for Team Power. They're just not expecting someone to be that quick, utilizing the walls, utilizing the ceiling, and utilizing Banana Head being one of the best attackers in the world.
It doesn't matter how many goals you score against them. They're just going to double it. Get 2, they'll get 4. Get 3, they'll get 6. That's kind of going to be this wild card approach, it feels like. Scrub again. Nearly gets it over Fever, but it's not quite where it needed to be. Point I was trying to get at before, CJ, I'm curious your take on it, though, is it feels like more so this year than in the past, a lot of these other top teams with this aggressive play style you were a bit critical of before, they're kind of copying what made this wild card lineup so successful a year ago.
Yeah, it's kind of, Banana Head kind of joked about not ever doing replay analysis, just go be quick and be better. And that kind of works for them, I guess, but internationally, at times, perhaps not quite to the success, and that's where I am looking for that consistency, and that is what held them back. Just some moments that, you know, everyone's clipping and putting on Reddit going, what on earth was that? What are they doing? Just some OCE moments as Gus. Well, that's the beauty of OCE. You get the own goals, and then you get Gus almost producing one of the biggest skimmy dim sims I've ever seen.
Was so close, so close, and it really would have jolted power back into this. Instead, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with a sustained attack. Gus, waterfall down. No one underneath yet. Rez going to have a peek as well, but Torsos just has them beaten. With 30 seconds remaining, that could be enough to ice this game.
30 seconds, and it's going to be a massive touch now. Rez doesn't get the touch. Scrub launches it, but you think they're just going to catch and kill as much time as possible. You can see Banana Head, easy control, gets a reset over 1. Still on the ball is Banana Head, getting another 50. And that is how you kill 10 seconds, and they might have just done enough. They have done enough to take game number 1. Wild card, really looking strong. Well, I'd say wild card. I might just say Banana Head is looking fantastic.
He got set up as well from his teammates. There were passes from Fever to set him up. Torsos still getting those bumps, but yes, Banana Head, star of the show, 4 goals. In fact, 4 assists from Fever as well. 9 shots in total. Wild card. This you could have taken this exact sort of screen cap, maybe switch the teams around so the power logos are back on top, and it's 2024.
Look at that. It's the Banana Head Fever show. Game number 1, 4 goals, 4 assists, and you are right. I mean, it's just dominant. It is just a dominant start. The fact that they hadn't played today either, that was their first series. Power, you could say, had the warm-up, had the momentum, even though they did have a series off, but it didn't look like it. Formal, 10 seconds in, Banana Head, well, he must have been in free play. He's been in slow-mo all day because he is ready to go.
Yeah, those touches coming from B-Head were exactly what you want to see. Gus getting there. I mean, we almost saw some magic from them as well, but that's going to be the difference in the series. I feel like Gus has to hit those. Again, we were kind of talking about it in that last series with strawbe, where when you go up against these top teams, you need to be at your peak. Caleb had some close moments, wasn't able to finish them. Team comes up short. Now we need to see the same from Gus, actually be able to follow through and keep power in it. Scrub off the kickoff, doesn't get the beat on Banana.
Here's Fever, pinches it downfield to Torsos, up to Banana Head. Oh, this is just, it's like a set play. It's actually back to Torsos, which I really do like. Banana Head still sticking around. Fever, it is just, you know, it is just all out attack. I see it formal, I get it, and it just works in OCE because they're just better.
Yeah, and when you get in these positions, my eyes always get drawn to those back corner boosts and see how effective is Wildcard going to be in stealing those boosts and keeping the attacking pressure. And I mean, you're always watching it. They're always looking for it on those rotations back, either the boost, someone to bump, someone to demo. This time, though, Rez does find the gap. They're going to go toward the net, but Fever so fast and rotating back as well, and that's the frustrating thing, because they'll always, with the attacking pressure, have someone back their Gus with a beat, but can't finish.
Really smart 50, leaves Scrub alone with 0. You can see Banana Head, he's just been chasing demos the whole time. Gus, though, with the catch. Banana Head still looking for bumps. He's playing his own game. They might get punished, but Torsos coming up huge. We asked where he was in game 1. We found him in game 2 defensively.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we didn't see him as much, because it was all attack. But yeah, they have defenders, Torsos this time, coming through, and we have a pause, unfortunately.
Yeah, Rez just left the match, so it might be a disconnect or something. I believe, yeah, he just said he got kicked from the match. So he's back, and we should be getting underway again very, very shortly. But massive save there from Torsos just to keep this game level. That's the thing about Wildcard. If they have too big of a win in a game, they can get a bit ahead of themselves, and they nearly got caught there in defense.
All right, CJ, slightly off topic, but yesterday You know, Twitch chat was very unhappy with Morgie and I in pointing out the fact that Torsos doesn't usually bring out the Sunnies for RLCS games. Are we? Has he always been bringing it out for like the big matches? I thought that was just a streamer solo queue type situation or scrims.
Are you saying you don't remember him in Sunnies? In the Sunnies?
You know what? We blanked. You could jump on the dog pile as well. I remember the Sunnies, but I don't remember it in big matches.
I feel like he lives in the Sunnies. Maybe you just don't recognize him on the. He doesn't always, I will say. So
I feel like it's been a long time since the Sunnies had come back. They weren't there last year. I don't remember them last season.
Well, now I'm just going crazy. Now I'm trying to think, did I see them, did I not? I'm assuming I saw them, but to be honest, I couldn't tell you when I saw them. But I'm not paying that much attention either.
They are there now, as is the
100%.
gameplay. It's back, so focus it up back one more time. I think it's just Morgie and I are useless at our job.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I agree with chat, Phil. I think he is gaslighting me. He's saying they definitely weren't there last season, and now I'm trying to I think they're. I don't know. Were they? I thought they were there last season. But
I would trust you over me. I'm not going to gaslight. I'll gaslight myself. I was wrong. Scrub around the corner.
there's nothing for me to say that they were there last season either. But I just assume they are because I know he's a sunglass enjoyer. He always talks about wearing the sunnies. So how did this start?
The Sunnies. He's wearing them now. Scrub. 1-0.
1-0 for Power is the main thing. Trying to come back, trying to get some momentum off the pause as well. So they're a little bit flustered, but they've regained themselves. Able to get the first goal on the board. Torsos, what a wild card have now? They're at a deficit. Nice 50 from him. You can see Banana Head kind of just doing as he pleases, but it hasn't worked so far. He was chasing demos for a whole minute. I'd rather him scoring 4 goals if I'm his teammate.
Yeah, that's what we would like to see if we are going for the wild card side. Power, though, with that 1-0 lead, they're going to be feeling pretty good for themselves as well. We'll see how well they can maintain it again. Shutting out wild card just feels like such a monumental task. Banana Head with the bump gets the goal.
Yeah, that's more like it. Just Banana Head scoring goals for fun. Lovely bump there from Thieves. And he's just too quick. He's just too quick. He knew exactly what Fever was doing. That's the reason why you stick together. That's why they've been together for over a year now. And that's why they're so good.
That's 5 goals for Banana Head in this series and 5 assists for Fever as well. The duo living up to their reputation as another pass towards Banana Head. This time Gus will be able to get in the way. Wants the late reset, gets bumped off the play. Banana Head scooping it up. 2 minutes to go. Power is on the attack. Let's see what they can bring. Scrub just can't get it around Torsos. And now Fever with a chance. Won't be able to beat out Gus.
Here is Gus. And actually Rez this time. Looking to pop it up. Scrub gonna solo play, but you can see how well wildcard formal. They just bait the backboard. Fever just kind of held himself up for a second, waited, wanted Rez to commit to that backboard double. And then he gets a free clear. Really smart defense, transition play there from wildcard. So how trying to extend, we'll get this lead once again and grab a second goal.
Oh.
This is just a massive mistake. What on earth was Gus doing here? He's dodged the demo, but then he's just got caught in all sorts and tried to drive back in a net.
Too much focus on dodging the demo, and I think by the time he was able to resort himself, it was already too late. You can only look foolish. Fever gets their first goal. It was an assist from Banana Head, so the duo still with 100% goal participation. 90 seconds to go. Wild card. They're about to add another. Fever gets their second of the series.
They just score so quickly. This is a problem. Any other team formula, it takes build-up play. It takes, minutes to score. Whereas these guys just find openings far easier than any other team in the region we have seen so far. They get rewarded with their third.
They know when the opportunities are going to present themselves, and they're already planning for it. It's like they're playing 2 or 3 touches ahead sometimes on the attack, as we saw right there. Power, though, they still have the capabilities to make something happen. Again, Gus, we've seen him close a few times already. Gonna need another great play, I feel like, to get back within striking distance. Could happen here. Not through that defense, though.
Scrub, ceiling. Banana Head's waiting down, looking for the drop, but no one there. Banana Head finds a nice 50, importantly as well, for Wildcard. Able to scoop up that corner boost. Should enable them to get this one out. Unless Scrub's got anything to say about it. Gus going for that close wall double touch, which we saw myself and Yummy about 18 times in the first series. Banana Head bumped off it. Scrub trying to keep close. Let's find a nice 50. Straight to Rez, and it is just Torsos for now. They're looking for the bump. One more over the top. But if he finds the pinch, it's a goal, and Gus was ready. It still could be.
Woof.
The wild card are back.
Wild card right back in, and Fever going to go down the other way. 50 kind of goes in Banana's favor towards the wall. Torsos keeps it pinned down. 20 seconds to go, though, and still wild card looking for goals. They're going to get it here. It's a double. No! A rare miss from Banana Head.
Very rare indeed. He went for the bar down, didn't get it, but with just under 10 seconds left. Wild card, an early scare. 1-0 down. Not to worry. They've got game 2 as well. Smooth sailing so far for the #1 contender.
Yeah, again, sounding a little bit like a broken record, but wildcard, it feels like every series we've seen from them, they're just reminding us why they are that top team domestically, still the raid boss, and still so difficult to take down. They even were outshot this game, CJ. We actually saw a lot more of their defense than maybe we could be accustomed to seeing, but doesn't matter. Composed on that defensive side of the ball as well.
Yeah, we saw Banana Head go for bumps. We said, where on earth are the goals? And then he instantly scored. And we do see, once again, it is the Fever Banana Head show. Torsos with it did make a couple of massive saves defensively. So he certainly, I mean, he doesn't have to do anything. He's just doing as much as he needs to do right now. It's not as if he needs to do any more, because this is the recipe for success. Fever and Banana Head up top. Torsos ensuring that no goals going down the other end.
And Power is taking their timeout right now to try and kind of wrangle some semblance of control back in this series, and I can't say I blame them, because it does feel like Wildcard is running away with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think they were running away with it 10 seconds into game 1 when Banana Head scored, and Yummy wrote GG's in the chat. Or actually, I think you said it as well. But yeah, they're looking fantastic. I mean, it's so hard to see them lose. You get a really good idea, I guess, of the level of it, of these teams in the region form when you do have that first series, and you're thinking, okay, you know, Power are looking pretty good, taking down OYO 4-1. They might, you know, give Wildcard a run, and then 10 seconds into a semi-final, you go, oh, actually, Wildcard is a really, really good team, and they're maybe just better than everyone else.
Yeah, and again, it does maybe make things a bit more concerning, I guess, when you look at the grander scope as well, because this is a Power team. They looked really, really good as well. They took the Chiefs to game 7, and it's kind of looking like the Chiefs might be the biggest challenge to this wild card lineup, but they struggled a bit against Power, barely survived that one. So if we are kind of going to expect to see them, or even TSM, a team that's lost to, you know, a couple of these teams already, if they are really going to challenge this wild card lineup, we're going to have to see more from the rest of the region at this stage. Yeah,
I think that, well, right now, Power is the litmus test for Chiefs and Wildcard. And so far, Formal, Wildcard, they're getting the +1 there. They're certainly in their advantage. They're looking a lot better than the Chiefs did against this same team. But let's see what the timeout buff does to this lineup, Team Power. Let's see what they are able to speak about in their little 2-minute break. And I think Decker is behind the wheel, so see what he's got for them.
We'll see Scrub looking for a double, sets up Rez, but they're not going to find the goal. I like that approach, however. You expect Scrub to take the shot, look for the teammate. A bit unfortunate for Power that Wildcard was ready for it. Now it's Torsos leading the charge back the other way as Fever gets bumped off the play. So a lot more physicality already from the Power side.
Yeah, they're finding bumps and trying to find a different avenue to score. We saw before, that's actually a really bad touch, and there's another fake. They do that a lot, Wildcard, and you can see that's the creativity you need, especially internationally. You have to not always take that first shot, take the first option. It can lead to trouble. That is ridiculous from Fever if he found it on net, as Banana Head now has to buy enough time for the guys to get back. Does so well, and in fact, Torsos has found a demo to turn this into an attack for Wildcard. 50 comes through, Fever underneath, trying to find the low. 50 on Scrub as Torsos just sticking around. Wildcard finding these close passes, but they do back off. Fever almost letting one slip.
Yeah, but it was able to corral it. That said, look how far forward Power is starting to play right now. Trying to steal some of that aggression. That said, something that I've been noticing from the Wildcard side, if you watch the background, if you watch the players off the ball, they're always looking for bumps as well whenever an opponent is near them. They're always trying to be physical. They're fighting you over everything. That gets tiring, and I feel like that's going to open up another goal perhaps for them in the near future.
Yeah, it's also tough when you've got one team playing their natural game and they're succeeding so much that you're trying to change some things up for them. And when that isn't your natural style, when you have to go away from what you know, it certainly is a disadvantage in a way. But let's see what Power can do with a few more bumps. Still 0-0, so it's not the worst start for them. Well, can't complain too much. Banana Head 10 boost. Whips it across. Rez trying to control this one. Power. There's a physicality once again, trying to find some bumps.
Oh, man, but it's just returned in kind. Not only do they get bumped, they steal the ball, get a demo as well. Not going to result in a goal just yet. Banana Head still able to stay behind it, though. Awkward 50. Here comes Fever. No way he redirects that. Good save by Scrub. That would have gone in.
Oh, close one there. Still 0-0, half a game left. Fever up, takes it upstairs. Banana Head quick on this. Low 50 in behind. Torsons has completely done Scrub. He had low boost, but Tors knew that he was going to panic. He knew that he was trying his mightiest to get a block on, so he just delayed his touch and rolls it in.
Love the confidence from Wildcard in this play as well. All three players had to commit forward. Fever initially gets bumped off of it. Banana Head right there to follow it through. Torsos underneath, ready to collect. They knew the opportunity would come for one of them. It came for Torsos in the end. First goal of the series for Big T, but hey, it's enough to give them the lead with 2 minutes to go. Power cannot afford to be 3 games down in this series.
1-0, 2 minutes. Fever. 50 by Scrub, who's going to try and steal some boost. Banana Head is low, so he just launches it downfield. It's Torsos with great positioning. He's able to keep this in the orange half. Scrub has other ideas, but look at the defense. Look at the help. All 3 members of Wildcard were ready for whatever Scrub had there. So they work it down. Banana Head misses the skin, but it nearly worked out for them. Rez just got too much on that, and the bump comes through, means Fever. Can he combine with Torsos? Do we see for the first time? Well, actually, Torsos has got his first goal, so I take that back. He has contributed.
He's on the board. He has one, and you know what? In game 3, it's all Torsos right now. Power still trying to find ways to change that, and they could be creating something here. Gus through the corner, just not going to get the opportunity. Banana Head steals it away. Rez under pressure has to go for a challenge before the rest of the team can set up, and this could be it. Scrub has to hit this double. It's down, it is in, and Power are able to equalize.
It's down, it's in, and it's clinical from Scrub. You can see the backboard is free, and when you get a chance like this with your teammate bumping the last man in net, you have to strike. And strike does Scrub. 1-1.
And we saw a little bit of the weakness as well, sometimes maybe from this wildcard lineup with the double commit on no boost for the initial challenge, which set up that 1v2. Power, best opportunity to take a game yet. If they can just find a way to squeak out a goal in this final minute, they might be able to get one on the board. But they've got to go the distance of the field first. 50 from Gus looks good. It does cost Torsos to race back.
Banana Head has to have triple the demos of anyone else in this lobby. Every time I see a demo, I look to the top right, and it's Banana Head. Again and again, Fever with a reset. He's going to find that man because he's scoring as well. It's a triple commit. This is big trouble. Torsos, can he get a free double to drop down? Fever wants in. He doesn't land the bump, and Fever has missed. Banana Head, you could just see he thought his teammate was going to have that one. Not to be. Torsos, no boost. Fever, anyone for the moment.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Really nice shot.
Well, it keeps looking like there's little opportunities for Power, little openings, little windows. But you got to be so careful when you commit for them because Wildcard will punish you fast. Now Fever almost does it himself. 2 seconds left. Last chance in regulation. Ball's allowed to hit the ground. We go to OT in game 3.
Fever's looking so smooth at the moment. We saw before he nearly scored. We got an overtime now, and kickoffs have been a bit of a disaster for some teams so far here in Championship Sunday in OCE. Not to be for either here. It was a little bit chaotic, however, as Scrub is trying to control this one in his own corner. He's done okay, but he's used 100 boosts to get the ball nowhere. Advantage Wildcard.
Yeah, and they're going to try to take advantage of it. Big demo from Torsos might open up the goal. Gus has to do with what he can, but has no resources to his name. Now here comes Fever. Again, a 0 boost touch coming out of Rez this time. Power doing all they can with what little resources they have. It's impressive, but it's not enough to turn it around. Banana Head will strike and score 3-0, favoring Wildcard.
I mean, you just cannot have the ball in Wildcard's attacking half for this long without a banana in the back of the net. I mean, he's got it again. He gets the winner, and he moves Wildcard 3 games ahead onto match point, onto sweep point. And, you know, you talk about the eye test in Rocket League form where you can just see who's feeling it, who's not. And Fever's car, I'll say it, he's moving different. He's moving different right now. He is so locked in. I don't know how you beat Thieves when he's playing like that.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been everywhere on the pitch. He's been that disruptive force, and I think that's what surprises me the most about his play right now. He's playing a lot further forward than I'm typically used to him seeing, getting some of those deep bumps, getting some of those deep demos. A lot of times that's kind of where I would imagine Torsos would be if we go back into last year. So, but hey, he's also has the speed to rotate back. He's also getting the defensive plays as well. Fever's been looking incredible. To flip it to the other side, though, even though they're behind, Scrub has also been everywhere on the field.
Yeah, he's been playing well. It's just they're not able to find that similar offense. I mean, Wildcard can do it with 2. I think the Power need all 3 to contribute, and you just see there, it just wasn't quite working out. Gus had a bit of a quieter game, and it's important to note as well, this is, well, I guess, yeah, Gus against his, you could say, former team for at least a month or 2. Obviously, Team Australia at the FIFA E-World Cup. And I don't know if he's feeling a bit of the pressure or weight of expectation. Obviously, he wants to prove a point, but not happening so far for Gus.
I mean, does that go through your mind as an ex-player, right? Does that go through your mind when you go up against old lineups, especially ones that, you know, you maybe trialed for and it didn't work out? Like, is that extra motivation?
100%. Even if you say it's not, you still want to, it makes you want to win a little bit more or play even better against those kind of guys. So against your old teammates, and we'll see what we can do. But you mentioned this, man. Forget about Gus. It is the Scrub show. He has rolled through his shot to get the dunk on the man behind.
Yeah, speaking about getting one over on your old teammate, Scrub. Beautiful dunk on Banana Head right there. And I mean, Scrub has been that player for power for me right now to be trying to ignite this side. They had an early lead in game number 2, CJ. It didn't work out then, but maybe scoring early enough, setting up Rez, that could be the spark they need.
He'd scored first last time. Let's see what they can do. Almost. Banana Head has a free shot. That's not Banana Head-like, if you would. So he doesn't find that anywhere near the net, but yeah, as you said, could this be the spark that ignites this power lineup? As I said, I think they need all 3. They need 3 to step up. I'm looking at Gus. It cannot just be Scrub.
See, I mean, I want to see Rez as well. You need all 3. I think you said it best. All 3 members need to have their moments. Demo for demo, tit for tat. It will allow Power to get beyond that midfield line, but not do too much after that. Rez backward, immediate pressure from Torsos. Gus has to find some space. Fever waiting underneath, and every 50 just goes Wildcard's way.
Yeah, they lose it a few, and this is what happened in the overtime formal. It's just time in an orange half, time in Wildcard's attack. Proved costly. They have found it out, though. Banana Head, Gus up. Actually, everyone's committed. This could be open.
Oh!
Fever has to make a save. Does well. Still trouble. Banana Head was waiting on that redirect. Gets it across, and Rez just got a bit quick on that one. Doesn't win the ball, but they've lost boost.
Still Power on the hunt, though, and this is really good for the Power side. Double commit. Doesn't matter. Banana Head gets the touch unchallenged. Wildcard still looking for their first in this game. Fever kept it high. Missed opportunity there. Gus, good momentum, but won't be able to get past that midfield line. This game feels like it's gone a lot longer than 2 minutes. I mean, that is a long time to try to hold Wildcard back, and Banana Head almost does it again.
Oh, just had Power in all sorts, B-Head, which for good reason. I mean, I'd be absolutely panicking if he was anywhere near the net. Banana Head trying to keep it close with 100. Able to steal a lot of boost, these guys. Torsos, let's go wide, but it's a big mistake. Fever, no boost. Going to be a weak shot. Scrub stealing that corner and almost getting that one in. Torsos hasn't made the best save. It's going to drop down for Gus, perhaps. But there he is, the man that's moving quicker than anyone else. Fever to save the day.
Yeah, Fever staying behind the ball as well. Wants to read it off Rez. Does so, but it's Gus who's the fastest to it. Torsos, backboard save. Power might have done just enough if they can get that second goal. I think they'd be a lot more comfortable going into these final 2 minutes if they can find a way through. Rez wants Scrub or Gus to help out. It's Gus who goes forward next, stays in the corner. They're killing time. They're trying to force opportunities. This has been, you know, the best looking Power we've seen yet.
Yeah, but this is where you need to kind of balance that line. Now, that's got to be perfect. I was going to say balance the line between pushing too hard and defending for your life, but a 2-0 lead. will do them a world of good here, Team Power. They might just deny this sweep.
Yeah, I think that will be putting them in a strong position. I'm not going to call it yet. Oh, I always thought about it, but we've seen how fast Wildcard can score, so we'll see if they can find it. Power, this defense has to hold. You can't allow fever situations like this, though. Good save from underneath by Scrub.
And now it's just Torsos last, and now it's a wide open net, and that will secure the game, you'd think, for anyone else but versing Wildcard. Minute 37. They need 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great demo underneath from Rez. Gus escorts that one through. This is the first game, CJ, I think, where we've seen all 3 members of Power, though, step up and play well, which is what we needed to see from them. Everyone contributing as much as possible for this win, and well, they might even find a 4th right here. We'll see. I still feel like you need to shut Wildcard out. You need to keep that 3-0.
Yeah, you don't want to give them any confidence at all. And, well, you still need to win the game. That's step 1. We have seen crazier things happen in the minute 10 on the clock. Torsos trying to work it downfield. Rez just has to back off the boost first. There's a bump come through. They try the double 50 approach. Fever throws himself. More pressure here for Wildcard. Just one might be nice for them, but Torsos has whiffed, or I'm sure it was a fake for Banana Head. He certainly wasn't ready for it, however. Fever across. This is where they can clamp down, but I think that they've probably earned the right here, Team Power Formal, to shut up shop and hold on to this lead.
Yeah, I think 3 goals, 43 seconds, and with that touch keeping Torsos away, I'm going to call it there. Scrub icing the deal. So Power finally get one over on Wildcard and a potential shutout as well. Could be the jolt they need, get themselves, back in this series. But when it's 1 down, 3 to go, still a monumentous task.
And I'm interested after this game as well, whether a timeout is called. That certainly can be an indicator of whether Wildcard feel like they've lost grips on this one, or this is just a one to forget, and obviously got away from them pretty quick with the first goal. Well, we will see after this. Does Jimmer call the timeout, or are they happy with how things are going? What we did see, though, was a massive turnaround from Team Power. A 3-0 win will do them a world of good.
It will. Reminds us why Power still is in that discussion, top 4, top 3 potential discussion right there. They get that win across. All 3 members getting a goal. Scrub's goal off the start, though, absolutely the catalyst to get them running, and you just got to maintain it, and that's a tough ask. I imagine if you're Wildcard, though, you save that timeout in case this, game 5 gets away from them as well.
Yeah, I don't think you burned it after 1 loss, but you also don't want things to get too out of hand and all of a sudden you're on Champions Field or going into Champions Field with the timeout and all the momentum is lost. So I'd say if they lose 1 more, I'm with you, they'll call it, but as of right now, it's still well and truly in Wildcard's hands.
We'll see how this next one will play out. I mean, I think big key to victories for me, again, when I look at Power, it is that fast start. I just feel like when you fall behind Wildcard, it's so difficult to crawl back into it. So if they can get another quick goal like we saw in that last game, it will be their best chance for victory. We'll see if the kickoff can go in their favor. Game 5, 5 minutes on the clock. Kickoff, which way does it go? Well, it's a free touch for Fever. And, well, the kickoff strats don't really work for Power.
Hit that one to go, but I do love the attempt. As long as no one gets hurt, as long as there's no conceded goals, which was very frustrating in that first series with Team Power. Well, definitely for Oyo at least, but speaking of Oyo, almost goal there from Fever. Saved across by Gus. Torsos trying to defend in the midfield, and it's all about the first goal, I think. We saw it in the last game. Just what it can do, and well, probably the guy who has the highest percentage of first goals scored in OCE does it again.
Yeah, the goal is sick. Just
1v2.
Just right through them. Shout out to Fever as well, though, for forcing the issue. I would imagine, that double commit just with the bump pressure as well. But yeah, Banana had 1v2. Now he has to 1v3 it, right? That's what's next. Now he's got to do that to all 3 members of Power at once, and then it's a complete series.
Yeah, we wildcard. I mean, their second game loss this event this weekend. I think they're annoyed. I think they're annoyed by that one. They wanted the 4-0 going into the grand final. They might be flexing their muscle here in game 5. And that first goal will be crucial. Torsos going for the solo play, finding these nice 50s that are really forcing Power to commit more numbers than they'd like. It's a nice pop over the top from Shores. Oh, Banana had to be worried about the dunk, but he just does really well, as he always does. Nice pinch. Torsos in a little bit of trouble. Fever has to go. That could have been a chance, but wild card surviving.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about, you know, to get to the semifinals of an event, and that is their second individual game loss. Like, but it was similar last year, was it not? Like, it took them a couple regionals before they dropped a game as well. Like, this lineup is just so domestically strong.
And that's their floor as well. That's the, you know, it's just, it's so high that their standard is just elite. I mean, and no one else in OCE gets close to that. You know, we have peaks and troughs, but nothing like a wild card or former Power lineup that just consistently win and never drop games. It's Rez. You get one back, no. So let's bog it away from him a bit far there. He does find the 100 boost, so Power might be able to keep an attack on, but look how well this wildcard lineup link up together. They force awkward touches like this from Scrub, and they force chances like Banana Head. Scrub's in big trouble. He goes low, and it's helped in. They are in a world of hurt, Team Power.
2-0, and yeah, just classic example of this wildcard lineup and the pressure. You're not allowed to push off your backboard. You're not allowed to try to fight back because they're always going to outpace you, and eventually they will break you as well. 2-0 lead. And bit of trivia for those of you who maybe didn't follow all the weekend's action religiously. It was Oi Oi who took the first game off them back during the top 32 Swiss stages.
There you go. There you go. It's pretty tough to take a game off these guys. 5 minutes of Rocket League. Well, proves too much for a lot of teams against a wild card. They're 2-0 up with half a game left. Gus, show us something. He delays the reset. There he finds it. He's shown us something indeed. Open net. It took all three. Scrub gets the tap in. But this is what he can do. We just need to see it more often.
Oh, I want to see Rez hit that ball straight in. Like, I'm glad for the goal. Glad to see all three get involved. But you got, it's not that, like, you know, shame on Rez for not hitting it, but it's just so much cleaner when he does. It's
just finishes the play, you know, with a finishing touch. If you're you know, a professional diving judge or something, you're going on everything, aren't you? You're not just going on execute. It's just how pretty it looks, and that just ruined it a touch. I'm with you. But they won't.
You lose 2 points. You lose 2 points. It goes from, like, you know, the 9 or 10 out of 10 to like a 6 or 7.
Fortunately enough, Formal, Rocket League's a lot like golf. There's no pitches on the scorecard. A goal's a goal, and Gus might get another one because he just threatened the bump, and they did not want a piece of it. 2-2.
Oh, I can, you know, my golf game was maybe a bit like Banana Heads on this one, just not even close because of a bump or an errant shot. Gus walks that in. Tie game. Power not done yet. They're looking to take the third game off of wildcard second in the series, and the kickoff almost just rolls in.
Great pass though, Rez shot wide. This has to be it. Gus, placement.
No.
No. Surely
Scrub?
now reset. Scrub too fast. Gus turns around, throws it. Scrub still on the backboard. They made an absolute mess of it.
You hit it lower, under the crossbar, Power. Come on, they had so many chances. And the late lead would do them wonders. Rez again to the backboard, can't put it through. Heartbreaking for Power. Granted, they're still on the attack. We're not out of the woods yet if you are going for the wild card side. However, those are the opportunities you need to take advantage of.
Had to score there. They still will score because Scrub's found a dunk just like game number 4 to give Power the lead.
There it is. It's a reverse of the script. Power, the team that puts down all the pressure. Power, the team that eventually breaks through. Great dunk from Scrub, who is showing up, but my goodness, they had to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to put it through. It could just be enough to go to game 6.
Could we get the all-important game 6? Gus. Wave dash, nice bump from Scrub. Torsos has found Banana Head though. Have they thrown too much of the attack? 50 seconds. Certainly a timeout coming if Power can steal this. Thought this was going to be game over for sure with a 2-goal lead, but out of nowhere, Banana Head tries to get across the demo. The pinch was just too hard. Fever has to cook something up. So he drags it across, but nothing is really threatening the net at the moment.
Yeah, that said, Torsos is going to brute force it to Banana Head, who a little over eager there, CJ. Winds up posting it, doesn't put it through. Still pressure that forward quarter this time around. These tight passes, it opens it up, but Fever can't get it through.
It was Rez saved that. He was getting bumped. He was in massive trouble. Power are just hanging on, but barely. Massive saves, more demos. Fever goes high. They're the only person back on the backboard. Torsos throws it on net. Everything wide. Power just need to get this ball down now. A huge pitch. Gus has been the hero. Shores, Rez, everything. Whew. Power. How have they done that?
We got a series, CJ. They have brought it back, and it's through the aggression of themselves and withstanding the onslaught at the end right there. It was just patient play, strong defensive touches. They were playing keep away just enough to play on that knife's edge at the end. Now, wildcard, they have taken their time out. They've got the Juggernaut sweating. Reverse sweep, maybe on the cards this time. That would be the real wild one.
Surely not. Surely not. How? How? We just spoke about them dropping their second game ever. Well, their second game for the weekend. Well, they've just dropped their third back-to-back. The first time they've dropped 2 games. And, I mean, we asked for Gus to step up. Scrub is having one of the series of his lives right now. We're not just seeing the banana head offense. We're seeing Wildcard panic. That last 30 seconds was great defense. Some clutch saves. But Wildcard not being as clinical as we expect in attack, so you can see the pressure getting to them, and the timeout is evident of that. They want to just take that extra couple minutes to reset.
I feel like pressure was getting to both teams though that series. It's not like Power was the cleanest on the attack either, but I think it was just sort of the relentless attitude that helped put it through. And yeah, I'm going back to Scrub. I mean, normally you expect, Power's been winning a lot of the 50s, unless it's been against Scrub. Scrub has been a really disruptive midfield force, it feels like, against this Power side. He's been the one stopping the easy clears. He's been the one, I would even say, defensively as well, kind of breaking through that midfield line. So if Scrub is continuing to find these really excellent first defensive touches, it's going to keep Power in it. And if they can keep laying their hot hand right now, Champions Field, it's only 1 game away.
And I don't know how we're going to get there. It didn't look possible after game 3 that we could go 7. But, well, we go to game 6. We go to Neo Tokyo. And some crazy things do happen on this map. Timeout complete. What has Jimmer said? Have wildcard reset? Can they lock it out now? They'd certainly be wanting to, because Scrub's only getting better, and I feel like Gus is only finally starting to warm up into this one.
Yeah, and then all you need is Rez hitting a couple of those shots, and then all of a sudden, Power will look, again, more like, the potential King Ghidorah lineup of all 3 heads shining bright. I will say this, though, as well. If I am on that wildcard side, I still think, how they approach this game, they were creating opportunities for themselves, CJ. I think they can still stay the course and come out on top in this one. They just have to execute a little bit more efficiently when on that attacking side.
Still Power looking threatening early. In this blue half, Scrub finding a nice 50. Fever awkward, and low boost, no boost for Banana Head. Torsos the only one able to get something to work. Banana Head still 0. Fever demoed. And not exactly making things easy for themselves. Scrub, reset. Torsos pre-jumps, just gets a hand on it. It's Rez now, off the sidewall, over to Gus. Just trying to control it, trying to get one more or a bump on Banana Head would be nice, but ball's not in much of a threatening spot because Scrub got demoed.
Fever as well, going to throw forward to Banana Head. Do they play backboard? Keeping it high. Ball down. Gus has that red. Wants to get it to Scrub. Fever cuts it off. Torsos no boost. Very far forward. Keeps the pressure on. Now looking for the centering play, but, I mean, it's a little bit too telegraphed right now. Good defense from Power. Now clearing it back to the other side. Rez won't get the double they were hunting for.
Gus just trying to stay around. Doesn't have any boost. Fever fakes the touch. Banana Head. Can he get a bump? It's going to be open, but it's a double demo. The camera work was beautiful there as they both got removed from the map at once, removing any danger. Banana Head has spawned and found the intercept. So he pushes downfield, winning 50s. Wildcard getting more and more aggressive. Perhaps that's the strategy talked about in the timeout. Banana Head certainly going for more demos than we've seen in the last 2 games.
And we'll see where they go from here. Banana Head is able to make that play on the 50. Here comes Torsos now looking to go up and challenge Scrub. There's a bit of a bump, but the ball still will find its way down to the corner. Fever. Past another one. Outside. It's been a while since we've actually seen wildcard score here, CJ. Torsos will rectify that as they get the go-ahead goal.
There it is. First goal secured. That'll just ease the nerves a little bit for wildcard. Banana Head using the sideball, and Strawbe, you would have thought he could have got a hand on it, but he just was, I don't know, a fraction of a second late to jump up. Torsos too quick. 1-0 wildcard.
And back out in front. Be remiss not to mention they gave up the 2-goal lead last time. We'll see what happens moving forward from here. Fever almost breaks it. All he does! How does he get that?
Now, wait a second. From the back corner, Fever over 1, over 2, threatening the bump. Scrubs top binned it to make it look even better, and the firepower comes through. It's not Banana Head this time. It's his two teammates, Torsos and Fever. Half the game remaining. Can they do it again, Team Power? Can they come back from a 2-0 deficit that seemed impossible last game?
I mean, situations like that, though, is like, that is why Fever is, should be considered the scariest player with possession off their own backboard or off their own backside going the distance, because you never know what he's going to do. Solo play, amazing pass, setting up bumps. Like, he's so good from that position, and yeah, forcing, I guess, the own goal there. Crazy stuff. 2 minutes to go. Power. Gus nearly forces it in past Torsos, but they got to get a goal sooner than later.
Here's Fever again. They've overcommitted. Banana Head has an open net. He just has to wait on it, and he's got no boost, so he gets too far underneath it. Could have been 3, could have been game, but at least it's not a goal down the other end for wildcard. Block in the corner. Fever gets removed from the map. Gus off the ball to himself. Actually, he's been 2. Fever doesn't know if he wants to go. He decided to commit. He said, stuff it. Infield pass. Open net. Wildcard just threw everything at nothing. And they've given him a chance, Formal.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. The aggression will bite you every now and then, and even with the 2-goal lead, while I credit the wildcard side for going for it, it seems a little needless when your 2-goal cushion gets cut in half. We'll see if Power can use that to keep themselves ignited in this one. Can they keep the light bulb running? They need another goal. They can't afford to give one up. As Scrub off the backboard, nowhere safe to put it. Fever underneath. Tries to get to Torsos, but can't.
They've been rattled a little bit, wildcard, in these transition plays. They don't look as uniform, as organised as usual. Fever pops it up. Banana Head's getting dusted by Scrub at the moment, but Scrub tries to go low, gets 50'd. Shores wins that one, only to Torsos, who's given up the ball with a minute left. Things are really shaping up like game number 5. There's another shot on. Fever has to make the save. He's been threatened by Rez on the demo. Gus keeping the ball in, keeping pressure on. They get a little bit of relief with 45 on the clock.
Yeah, to get to that game number 7, though, Power still needs that magic one more. It won't come from a Rez double.
Formal, have we got you? We've lost him. Help, we've lost Formal. Gus up. Fever, what can he do? Can't get the save. Banana Head up high with 0 boost. Misses this one. Torsos with the 50. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just me and I. Is Formal get back? Tell me.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. They never lost me. Only you lost me. Doesn't matter. Play through the corner. Not going to follow through. Fever versus Gus. Scrub banks it back down. Power. This is their chance. They need to score in these final 10 seconds.
10 seconds only. This is it. Power, can they do it? We want a game 7, but we're not going to get it. Because Fever has had enough of this nonsense. And he says, get me in that grand final.
Oh, shot from their own back half, and so much power behind it. Can't blame Power for being a bit too far forward there. They needed the desperation goal, but it's not going to come to be. Power again. This team, they push the top 3 to the brink, but they just can't get over the top. That's going to do it. Wild card advance to the grand finals.
Too good over the course of the series, but Formal, I think we saw a little taster, a little sample of what these other teams can do. Top 4, we spoke about Power being certainly a top 4 team coming into this one, and we saw just a little taste of their potential to break down a team like Wildcard, but over the course of a best of 7, Wildcard just got the jump on them too many times.
It was the faster start, wasn't it, Yummy? It was the fact that Power they won too many games too early. I should say Wildcard did for Power to get back into it.
Well, it was purely the Banana Head show at the very, very beginning. And Well, it was actually surprising that final game didn't feature a single banana head goal, funnily enough. But yeah, just too much. Those first 3 games, you put that up against with wild card, you then get to that position where you can't afford a single mistake. But it wasn't the 4-0 domination that I questioned might happen. We had a really good fight back, really good signs from Power, expecting that maybe they'll be looking at the next region or even thinking about this one. If Wildcard go and win the grand final, they'll be thinking, okay, well, we got beaten, but it was by the best.
You start to question, though, that again, that Chiefs series yesterday and where this team actually is. Because again, you take the Chiefs to 7, you take wild card to 6. It feels like this power lineup is so close right now to breaking through and being that next top tier team in this region. So what do they have to do to get there?
They need to start better. They absolutely need to start better. Yummy said it. You drop 2 games, and then outside of that, it's a Game 7 series. It's level pegging. It's back and forth. But you just get dominated in the first game, and Game 2, it felt like the series was over. Can't afford to do that, Yummy. So that's something they need to work on. How do you come in more on song and on form?
Well, it's not something you ever figured out, so I don't know how I can figure it out either, but we will figure out who the other team in the grand final is going to be. It is going to be Chiefs versus TSM after this.
energy, I'm never signing out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. Flow too real, hit 'em with a rhythm rhyme. 10 songs, cause it's cold in the wintertime. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank like it's intertwined.
We started the day with 6, and now only 3 remain. We are moments away now from our second semi-final. The Chiefs set to make their first appearance as well. And CJ, your old team, your old org, your first time seeing them. How excited are you?
I'm excited. I'm very excited. I think that even, chatting to Hunter a bit in the off-season, certainly trying to keep up to date with all the absolute chaos of OCE. I know they were in absolute all sorts. Went banana head, went back to wildcard. How are we going to get a team? Who we're picking up? But I mean, Raziers, what an acquisition, what an addition to this team. And it kind of feels like it's a similar to Joris approach. You might not say he has the runs on the board of as Joris, but I mean, he's a fantastic player as he is in Europe, and he's had multiple top 8s and whatnot. Yummy.
Yeah. Well, look, Raziers is more of an up-and-comer in Europe. Yeah. He wasn't able to really break into the top. He's more of your Siraj. Now he's the Bumrah of OCE. He's the top dog. I think he's going to be, well, at least competing and putting his name in the hat for best in the region today, if he can go the entire way, if they can win the grand final. But, of course, they have to do it against, I think this is a great match. They have to do it against the team that won the off the season. They have to do it against TSM, the maybe the biggest name in orgs as well.
Yeah, it's a perfect test because they have to get through these guys and then the top dogs wild card. But this is a massive step still. And we yet to see them fully tested. This is not the greatest start for them because TSM have other ideas. It feels like, Yummy, I'm watching I'm at E-League or something like that. TSM taking on Chiefs. I'm back in season 6 back in the day, but it's great to see.
Happened RLCS, if I recall, season 6, yeah?
Yeah, season 6 is what I'm thinking.
With I-Ignite, RLCS, in the upper bracket even.
Knocked them down.
After Chiefs had beaten NRG to make it so far. Yeah, wow. That's a callback. That's
a throwback, and it's great to see some orgs in OCE, certainly just some orgs in Rocket League. And here we go. Fiber trying to throw this one on net. Chiefs trying to get one back. Raziers just crazy. I feel like if I close my eyes, well, even if I open my eyes, you know what I mean, I'm watching an EU match, seeing Raziers on the pitch.
So you're back at home, are you? Huh?
Kaka with the flick. Fiber. Gonna have to wait on the backboard. Stamfus is inbound. He tries to fake out Raziers. Super Lucky tries to get the pop. Interested to know as well, Yummy, I'm not sure if you know. This could be goal 2. Forget about them. Super Lucky has a brace in a minute 5.
Well, we thought about this earlier today. It looked like TSM were heating up as the series went on. Kaka was the setup man, Super Lucky all over, and it seems to be a repeat. Continuing on from that, Chiefs, they're playing their first game today, so maybe starting off a little cool.
Yeah, well, Wildcard certainly didn't start off cool with their first game of the day. I'm not going to give them any excuses there, but so far, it has been the TSM show. Hunter's going to land on the backboard. Still has boost, but he's got to take a good 50 against Amphis, and that is just the worst possible thing he could have done. I'm not sure why he tried to go low instead of just 50 to the right, but he's just rolled through it. Yep.
Yeah, he certainly could have taken that around the corner, especially given both of his teammates were out there. So certainly a safe place for him to have taken it. But you know what, CJ? We all make mistakes.
Yep.
You can't judge him, right?
Yeah, some make worse mistakes, I'd say. But we all do make mistakes.
Luna earlier maybe made a few too many.
You could argue that. You could certainly make a strong case for that. But also make a case that I haven't seen Chiefs do anything so far in the first minute and 50 seconds.
Bit surprising as well. You've got Fiber on the field, and you know he became the Beast yesterday. Picked up a new nickname. You know, Hunter, we know what he can do, and most notably for Hunter, we talk about him not being on a leash, getting given the opportunity to do whatever he likes on the pitch and have the players play around him, and hasn't really been able to have that opportunity yet, just because TSM have kind of controlled the play entirely. And oh my god, what a domination this is so far.
Right, look at Raziers. He's used 100 boosts. He's pre-jumped this pass, and still it's perfect from Super Lucky, and the placement's even better behind as Hunter is committed to that front post. I mean, TSM looking strong. I don't know why. I just keep noticing it. Chiefs going the triple octane is very rare for OCE these days. But interesting plays. Not working out thus far.
The last series I called the 4-0. It's only taken 2 minutes to get a 4-0 already
Nice.
in this series. Is that how it works? Can we go straight to the grand final? Obviously, we can't consider... Well, we know that Chiefs maybe have to take a little bit more time to warm up, change in roster in the off-season, a little bit more time needed to get acclimatized to maybe the faster pace of TSM.
Yeah, well, last time these guys played, it was Chiefs taking down TSM in that seeding game coming into this group. So that was a sweep. So this will be the first game win for TSM against Chiefs in the RLCS. And a strong one at that.
They just show up when it counts.
Yeah, seeding, schmeeding, that's what I say.
Yeah, they're not seed rankers, screw mankers. I don't know what you call them.
Yeah, probably leave it at that. Super Lucky doesn't get the 50. Hunter work his way in, but you can see this man right here, Amphis, is going to sit behind the ball. And they know what they need to do with 90 seconds left, and that's not concede 4 goals. So this task is pretty simple here for TSM. They are looking well and truly in control, and we are seeing a bit of that off-season form right now.
Love to see it. There's a reason they dominated in that off-season, and maybe a little bit of surprise to some people too. You know, that off-season, you obviously had what is now the wild card roster with Gus, and you also had Mystery Van at the time, which has now moved on. And everyone was talking about them, and that being TSM took everything out. They've got a 4-0 lead, maybe looking to make it even 5-0. They've barely given a sniff into Chiefs for Chiefs in game 1.
Yeah, we saw one great chance from Fiber. We went the double reset double, but didn't quite work out, and that's just the defense. Even when the few times that TSM are in defense, they're holding strong. The offense has just been clinical. I mean, you blinked and it was 4-0 in this game. And I think Chiefs are probably thinking the exact same thing. I can't imagine, Yami, they call a timeout just because this game got away from them so quickly.
It wouldn't be a terrible call, though.
Just
I
to
mean, I would
reset.
be against it. Yeah, there's no harm in kind of using it just because you lost one game. I think a lot of people go, oh, we've lost 2, everything's going against us. Let's call it, but why not call it at any point in time? There's one on the board for them. Nothing too crazy. More just a play out of defense.
The only reason I'd say not to call it is because I think you just want to get into rhythm, just kind of keep the flow because they're clearly a bit slower. I think you could kind of cool down again if you do have the timeout, and then you're really still treading water. But right now,
fair.
4-1.
TSM obviously they didn't cool down between series, so I guess taking that time out is not going to disrupt them in any way.
True.
As you can see, TSM absolutely on top. Amphis ended up taking the MVP, which was a surprise given the start that Super Lucky had. But man, they're looking like a real team at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see the new kid on the block, if you would, Raziers, with 72 points
Not good enough.
in game one.
You can't travel, 10,000 kilometers to Australia to score 72 points.
He nearly threw up 4 zeros as well, just the one shot as his only recorded stat of the 4 key ones. So that is not the start for our chief import, our only import.
Hey, he got 36 touches at least. Still less than everybody else in the lobby, but hey, you saw him sometimes when you're playing and maybe you're just feeling a little bit out of rotation, a little bit cold, you kind of are unsure of yourself. And we saw Raziers going up for a couple of balls, just kind of in hope, just to try and get himself into the play. As soon as he settles, I'm sure he will be a lot more involved. But let's see how game number 2 goes. Chiefs need to turn this around quickly because, well, game number 1 got out of control very fast.
Indeed it did. Chiefs went the double kickoff too. So I like seeing them just try something to, I guess, just wake themselves up a little bit. Try something new. Let's try something a little bit different. Didn't quite work out for a goal, but no harm done. It's 5 now. Finds a nice clear down the line. Kaka was almost getting bumped. Hunter was like a homing missile. He sent the flare guns out the back. Kaka and dodged the demo.
Hunter came from in front of the ball from the back corner and almost took him out. It would have been a sneaky play as well. Something that I maybe could see happening or would even like to see from a coaching, a leadership perspective of the Chiefs is maybe to tell Hunter to relax a little bit, just to give the opportunity for Fiber and Raziers to feel like they're in the series. And as we speak about it, those two go for a play up the side.
That's really poor defense there. Super Lucky got baited into the touch, but Amphis with 100 boost didn't need to throw himself at that. I know he was worried about the bump, but he just kind of looked like he let that get over him a little bit easy in the end. First goal on the board and first time in the lead for the Chiefs.
Game number 2. Raziers already back on the ball. Kaka intercepted early. Can't let Raziers have too much time on it. Speaking of, Raziers has just turned around. He's bummed too. He's not leaving the defense. Neither is Fiber, but what a save. Super Lucky holding the fort, and then Amphis punishes them for their hubris.
He got the one-on-one and he said, enough of this nonsense. Come here, new boy. Get out of my region, says Amphis. 1-1, TSM are back.
Amphis knows Raziers is at home in ones at time. Well, Amphis put him in his home. The air dribble demo play has tied up the game once again for TSM. And look at that, Amphis taking out Hunter. Will he be able to put the shot on? Oh, Hunter recovers in time.
It's like Amphis has just flicked a switch right now. He said, I've had enough. That's it. Come here. And he's gone demo mode. Amphis on again. Looks for the close wall double. Can he get one more? Hunter with the dunk, but no boost. TSM, well, they were at a deficit momentarily. And quickly are they able to equalise though, and they're able to get pretty comfy once again. But Hunter and Chiefs with boost, with pressure, and with some decent chances. They're all just sticking around, finding these bumps.
Another bumped attempt as Raziers gets one on his way through the shot, but it's an overcommitment now from Hunter. Just get back on the leash, young lad. Sometimes it's too much.
It's like prison rules Rocket League at the moment. It's just bumps, demos, everyone going for it. Look how physical it is. This is just, this is personal. I don't know what's happening, but Raziers almost Lands at 1-on-3. Hunter's just missed the ball, and how many times do we see this? One man last back on either side in a one-on-one, having to buy time. That time Fiber was up to the task as Hunter, all he can do is pass it straight to Kaka off the wall. Raziers gets dusted by Super Lucky. Hunter's got 0 boost. TSM trying to tighten the clamps.
First, he's been creating magic so far. He's got another bump on the backboard. It doesn't stop the brutality. Oh, but Kaka misses. They put all the effort into opening up the net. All 3 members of Chiefs commit. Amphis just puts it in the hole, but it's straight towards the defender. CJ's specialty.
Oh, Super Lucky's cleared it to Hunter. TSM definitely should have scored about 18 times. Amphis has Super Lucky on the right. Finds Super Lucky. Covered by Hunter with 0 boost. Raziers is up. He's got absolutely nothing. Hunter has to dodge the bump with boost. Clear from Fiber. So much pressure by TSM.
Super Lucky upset with himself for the pitch. What are you doing, Raziers? Almost doesn't get back to it. This is helter-skelter stuff at the moment.
Lucky's still going for bumps. Double commit from TSM in defense. This is OCE Rocket League. This is what I know and love. Absolute chaos. It's inconsistent, but it's consistently fantastic. Kaka goes for the flip. Dunked out by Hunter. Super Lucky keeping pressure on. Chiefs cannot get this ball out of defensive end as Raziers parries it to Hunter with 100.
I'll tell you what, Razier's fitting into the region very well. He's an import, but he's already an Aussie. He's already an OCE member. The number of times he's jumped up erratically. Hunter, again from in front of the ball. They never want to get behind it. And Hunter takes out Fiber had so much time on that ball, but it doesn't matter. It's all stations go for both teams at the moment.
Oh, and almost a flick bump. Whereas Amphis with no boost at all gets it down the other end. Fiber can control this one. There's former teammates, current teammates everywhere on the pitch. There's so many storylines. You can't even count them. That's a great fake though from
Oh,
goal.
my.
Oh, Amphis gets, I don't know how Raziers has saved it, but he's showing a little bit of that class now.
Incredible save. Foresight from Raziers. Gonna have to continue on with that one. Completely beating in the defense. Fiber has to avoid the demo. Manages to get up the backboard. Now he's got time. And he's in his zone. Off the wall. Flip reset. 10 seconds to execute. 10 seconds to get the lead before the overtime. They did all the work to get themselves the advantage. And they won't be able to capitalize on it. We go to overtime.
Big overtime as well after that game one that was so dominant by TSM. Chiefs would want to be tying this one up. Another kickoff strat comes through. No advantage for either side, but TSM do have the ball. Till now, Hunter pops it up, but straight to Kaka. He's going to take to the side, met by Fiber. Razier's just waiting, but he has to dodge the bumps. Nice first touch from Super Lucky. How quality was that with a reset? Razier's is right there.
Fiber does get this one out, but you'd like to see him be able to keep possession of the ball. Follow up with the demo and the touch at the same time. Actually gives a bit of room here for the Chiefs. Kaka getting chased around in the net. Manages to duck out of the way. Amphis in trouble. Manages to jump back up. It's only in the nick of time that he saved the day. More bumps coming through. Hunter hasn't left the net in half a minute.
Get out of there, Hunter. What are you doing? Super Lucky. Solo play. Can he get one more? He does. Fiber meets him. Back corner for that man with 100 boost. Finally, he's left the orange half. Raziers has to take a 50 on Kaka, who lands on the ball for a reset. Amphis, it's beaten out, but straight to Kaka over to Super Lucky. If he can get a touch on this, he has. Hunter just pops it across the Fiber. That's beaten him. Hunter has to go again with 0 boost. Raziers, it's a touch awkward third, but he just get a good first touch on it.
It's the flip reset just to take out one player, but Kaka's right back into the mix. Hunter now has some room. Great first touch. Flip reset over to Raziers, but not enough lateral movement. He's easily intercepted by TSM. And first almost gets the doink over one. Sets it up for Super Lucky, but now that the boost is low, he's not able to get the solo plays he was doing before.
Both teams are positioned so aggressively that these first touches are almost just, they're getting caught under it so much just because of how aggressive they are at the moment. Fiber finds the 50. Amphis has 0, but he won't look to get out. He's looking for bumps. Hunter with a misplay. Hands up possession to Kaka. He has 0. It's Amphis now. He's going to try and take his time. Just take a little breath. Takes for low 50 and looks for a pinch. Actually goes backwards. Not sure if that was intentional, but Super Lucky was ready for it. 2 minutes gone in overtime. Either side so far has seen too many good chances.
Double commit coming out. May have drained
Oh,
emphasis
open.
boost. That was wide open. Raziers, you fit in so well. Get him in citizenship.
Yeah, he's Resi or something. I don't know. We've got to give him an Aussie nickname because he just knows how to play in this region. Hunter. There's already one of those. Misses a touch. No boost. Doesn't get the bump. Fibers on, though. With the shot. With the shot on Amphis. Had to come up big and does.
Another chance for Raziers to make up for it. Gets beaten by a super lucky Fiber. No boost, so can't get the Fiber. Another double commit. This is awkward. Amphis stays in the air for the follow-up touch. Otherwise, they were in trouble.
I don't know why they're still challenging some of these plays, but at least both sides are as chaotic as one another. Super Luck with 0 boost. Absolutely launches it downfield. He flips forward. He steals. Well, he goes to steal the boost. That's got to be it. That's got to be 2-0 to TSM.
That is a major mistake from Raziers on the backboard. You don't expect him to miss that one. And neither does both of his teammates. 2-1 TSM are the ones that hold their nerve.
The first 2 games go the way of Amphis. Kaka.
Who would have thought that it would take a German coming to OCE to have the most OCE match of the day?
That was easily the most OCE match of the day. That's why when we watched that first series together, Yummy, I thought, what? This isn't OCE. This is just nice, relaxing gameplay. It's not too many not too many mistakes. It makes sense. And then we just saw that, which made 0 sense. There was just bumps. There was people not rotating. They had 0 boost. They were still attacking. They're bumping while your teammates in a 1-on-3 down the other end. It doesn't make any sense, but it's OCE. And at the forefront of it was our import Raziers. So how does that make sense?
Incredible. I just remember how open that net was that he missed. It wasn't clopen, it was fully wide open, and maybe that's why it was so hard to hit.
I mean, it was one of those, it was really open, but he had to be quick to hit it. Do you know what I mean? He didn't have time to think about it. But certainly an open net missed. He's probably thinking to himself now, it's cursed, this region, because he would have hit that in EU. He's come down here and he's missed an open net instantly. But TSM will be very happy with that overtime. 2-0 is exactly what they need, even though that one was, a lot closer than the first.
Now, that's the question I've always had with imports is like, how long do they come to a region, have to play ranked in OCE where you get a game every 1 hour, and if you do, it's probably against 1200s. How long is it till you truly assimilate to that kind of ranked gameplay? And Raziers has answered that beautifully for us here today. And I will also say, I want to see more from Fiber. So many plays, it just felt like it got away from him. He's normally a lot more impactful when he's on the ball. So hasn't been able to kind of take control. And when you look at the other end, Super Lucky has been solid as a rock throughout.
It's been an absolute rock solid in a game where it is nothing but liquidity. This has just been absolute chaos.
It's been molten. Yeah,
it's been molten. Zamphis doesn't get the touch here. TSM, if they can get 3 on the board, well, I know that Power tried their mightiest to set up a reverse sweep, but it's so tough to do. I always say the best of 7. So this game is everything. Off the timeout for Chiefs.
Ooh.
With Coach LBP. Oh, Raziers. That's the Raziers!
Oi.
Raziers!
Guys, Brains is lava here at the moment. I don't know what...
Somebody help me! The post is eating me!
So that's how EU are so good.
He is double committed, bumped his teammate, and then got himself stuck between the post and the crossbar and just grinded on it like a skateboard ramp. What just happened? 1-0 TSM.
Well, I'll tell you what. Sometimes you watch RLCS for those unique, one-in-a-lifetime plays that this beautiful game gives you. And I'll tell you what, if anything else, that goal was unique.
Yeah, we're talking Zen's signature shot, Justin's equaliser.
You won't see it again, ladies and gentlemen.
You will not see something like that. It's a great bump from Hunter. It's got to be... Oh, that is surely still... Yes, there he is. Makes
On the
up for
board.
it. Come on.
This is what we wanted from Braziers. We'll take anything at this point.
Super lucky.
Just a straight shot in. That's all you need.
Super lucky did well to nearly get back up to that. Fiber should have 100% scored that first, but Braziers able to make the most of it. 1-1. Chiefs certainly back in this. There's a lot of time left. They just need to wipe that first goal from their memory. We can have ourselves a series.
I'll tell you what, you know, from the depth of only scoring 70 in a single game to now, within a minute and a half being the top scorer, we'll use that as a note. Right now! Oh, it's contagious, ladies and gentlemen. Why did we talk about Super Lucky being the consistent
No! I don't know what he's tried. I think he's going to catch it and then thought, oh, it's over the top of him. And then he tried to just pinch it, but he's just pinched himself. And the ball has just dribbled in front of the net. Chiefs with the lead now.
Ladies and gentlemen, nothing else but entertainment here. Super Lucky, born entertainer, manages to do that. And, well, look, it's at least put Chiefs in the lead. It's brought the series back to life.
We are so back, ladies and gents. Raziers catches, 100 boost. Goes for the solo play. Super Lucky's playing Angry Rocket League off that one, I reckon. Kaka's up. Maybe had to touch on that. Xanthus. Well, I think he nearly got 50 by Kaka there. Look at the bumps come through. Fiber steals boost, but Raziers is over. This is unconventional defense from the Chiefs, but they've worked it out with backboard pass plays.
Yeah, I almost thought for a second that Fiber was going to own goal that. We saw that yesterday. A lovely double tap own goal read. Super Lucky. He's passed it down. He's set up Kaka. That's the connection we were missing from earlier.
You can see Super Lucky's comms. He's like, I might hit it, but if I don't, you're probably just scoring anyway. Nice fake, though. Fiber can't get there. Great placement from Kaka. 2-2. It has been chaos. There's been mistakes left, right, and center, and you cannot separate these two sides.
Shout out to Biarente. First time watching OCE, getting the full live experience of what OCE has to offer right now. Some of the best games you'll ever see. It's a tied game as well. So we keep it close here. And this should be a goal. No, Hunter can't get there in time. The defense holds strong for the moment as Super Lucky attempts to get it out. Fiber has some boost, has the flip reset. There's a bump in net, but the ball came in too slow.
And Amphis arrived. Kaka now trying to catch, gets bumped off at Raziers. Has to go. Beautiful 50 on Super Lucky. Amphis 0 boost. Kaka the only one at the moment with 100. Still, as Chiefs have grabbed every single thing. Raziers has launched that. I'm not sure if his teammates are ready. Fiber certainly got caught underneath. And now they're out. TSM downfield. Can Kaki get one more? No, he cannot. Raziers just looking for the clear ball. All of TSM look pretty set up. Nice clear from Memphis.
It's going to be a defensive effort now from the Chiefs. The Super Lucky becomes that setup player once again. Kaka is now holding back as Hunter on the return volley. Tries to get it around, but Kaka gets another good 50. Right in front of net. Hunter turns around. He was bullying the defense and then saw his moment to strike.
And a bit of magic from Raziers too. He just the ladies flip and got one more perfect pitch across net. It's an opening for Hunter. 3-2. Chiefs back in the lead.
It's a beautiful effort coming out from the Chiefs. May not be planned, but it certainly works to perfection. Fiber got the demo and goes up. Almost actually made contact with it again. Hunter looks at the pass down to Raziers. Goes straight for the shot. Top left bins. We've not seen him miss a shot in at least 2 minutes.
He's on. He's on song. Any net. Any net. His, the others, but he's back. This guy, since game one, Yummy, has had the biggest upswing I've seen. And this is why
I think this is most improved medal for the entire season already. I mean,
in a series.
in this series at least.
He's
I think he could. I don't think anybody's going to be able to beat this effort, but we'll see.
certainly showing his quality now, which is the reason why Chiefs did pick him up. This is good to see, and a strong comeback at the right time here from the Chiefs. Maybe one more shot on. There's an open net missed by Fiber.
Fiber just not wanting to take the credit away from Raziers at this point in time. He's had a bit of a rough series, Fiber, as well. Well, if you've ever wanted to score a goal, you ever thought, I really need a goal right now, Amphis is your bro. He gave that to him perfectly.
He absolutely gave that to him. And it was an accidental double touch from Superlocky off the ceiling backwards, which opened that one up. Nice demo. Chiefs have all but secured this one. And series is on now.
It's good to see that these two teams are the ones with our big org names as well. Shown that professionalism on display from both of them right now. And 3-goal lead, that's enough for Chiefs to get back into the series, to bring it to a 2-1. So did the timeout work? We have to say yes.
They're back. They're back in business. Amphis was asleep that game, 217 points. It's Raziers with the Hattie, 702 score. That is 10 times what he had in game one. He has had a 10x upswing. Buy, sell. Sell.
No, next game, I believe, he's going 7,000.
No,
I'm buying at the top.
Sell. You need to buy the dip, Shovey. You should have bought stock in
He's
day
on the
one.
way up. It's only up
Yummy.
from here, mate. I've never seen him go down.
Oh, no, don't, Yummy. You're going to lose all your money.
All in on Raziers at 700. I'm ready for it. I don't think anybody on TSM are ready for it right now. And that being said, maybe a good time to look into Amphis too, because he had such a great start to the series. He could certainly show a lot more to take control of the game.
Absolutely. Let's see what game number 4 has in store for us. Welcome to Utopia Coliseum. We're going to, I'd say, about a 7:30, 8 p.m. time, and that's got to be a Hunter with a reset in 5 seconds. The Chiefs just need that. Well, they're kind of doing what Team Power did in the last series. Just need a little cheeky warm-up. But they might be good enough, Yummy, to get away with that slow start.
That's exactly what you want from one of your young guns who you're trying to push to that next level. And I'll be honest, I'm always so impressed by the ability to change the trajectory of the ball so far sideways. And look, another kickoff goals. It's been, okay, we're back to a little bit of OCE. It's been 16 seconds for 2 goals.
Yep, 2 goals in the semi-final in 16 seconds is very OCE. Hunter dominating is also very OCE. He's back 2-0 to the Chiefs. And this could be a very quick game 4 the way this one's heading.
We'll see. It's got to be early inroads from TSM. Kaka and Superlocky have been that kind of duo combo from that team that have created a lot of goals so far today. In the earlier series and even earlier in this series as Hunter gets his 3rd and overcommit from TSM, and Hunter strikes end to end.
Take your hat trick to the bank in 42 seconds. It doesn't get much quicker than that. Banana Head did it in 1 minute something. Hunter, former teammate, he's one-upped him.
Minute and a half, come on. You got to do it in 42, mate.
42 seconds. Chiefs. This is probably more Yummy the Chiefs that 3-0'd TSM in that seeding match. They are... that is... Okay, Raziers has just given he just teed it up for him. Amphis is trying to catch it with no idea that the European is behind him.
You gotta turn your earphones on, mate. Something. You could hear him blasting that engine towards him. Unfortunately, did not expect that dunk coming out from his blind spot. 4-0 lead as we hit the 1 minute mark. And Superlocky trying to at least get one back, but no, shut down immediately by Fiber, who's playing seemingly a defensive role.
I said this would be a quick game 4. I didn't think it was going to be a 42-second game 4. I think Hunter has just sewn up this match. 3 minutes 40 now. TSM really look rattled. They kind of, in the midst of that game number 2 chaos that TSM did win, I think they really lost their structure. I don't know if they know how they want to approach this game, whereas Chiefs, it's clicked. It's clicked for them right now. They're finding so much space to work with. There's nearly another goal Super Lucky makes a save. But this is a Chiefs style of game. This is where they want it.
And Chiefs have to make sure that they don't kind of lose that for the next game, as they've dominated so quickly here that you could see maybe a defensive play style come out. You see them sort of forget what's making them successful. So they have to try and keep it going, keep what's working. Seeing most of that for right now, and a lot of that, Razier's being so much more confident in his reads. His early jump ups have been very successful. Hunter is obviously stepped up here. Fiber back to Razier's. Oh my, it's 5 and it's not even halfway.
Yeah, this is just lovely. I love that the Razier's didn't go for the double. This is zero nonsense. That's just top bins. I mean, try and save that. 5-0 to the Chiefs. Well, this is the most dominant, easily the most dominant game we've had so far out of the semi-finals, and for the team that right now is losing in the series.
Incredible, right? The way that the first game went, you'd think, oh, well, it's over. TSM have absolutely dominated, and even in this game, you can't really rule it out. There's so much time that TSM can actually make a comeback.
Yeah, this will be the most OCE game. If it's 5-0 in the first half of the game to one team and 5-0 in the second half to the other. But you have to think Chiefs have done enough here. They've played fantastic. And make it 6. Should be 6. Will be.
Fiber gets on the board again. And another one that's a kickoff goal. Great 50 from Fiber. He knew the way that Super Lucky wanted to challenge that one. Took it to his advantage. 6-1. Starting to get into meme territory.
Yeah, this is Brazil. We could have OCE, EU, and South America all in one game if we get one more goal here. Hunter.
We haven't seen that too many times in RLCS, even at LAN.
Nope. Indeed. Could get it
Fiber.
though. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for some magic from Chiefs to bring the house down, and for Team Fortress to run some ads on Twitch, which could be a good time right now.
So that's what you look forward to the most?
We love ads.
Like,
We love
just get the
W ads
game
in
done
chat.
so we can see the $6 an hour PCs.
W ads in chat. Run them. I say run them. It's 6-1, minute 40. We've got ourselves a 2-2 series.
Yeah, a minute and a half of ads right now, I think would be good.
Call a timeout right now. I would. I'd stop playing. You could take. Well, if I'm TSM now, I'm talking about the game. We're talking about how do we fix this. Forget about trying to make a comeback.
You take the timeout right here. You lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
This is so dominant. They've lost their mojo here, TSM, whereas Chiefs have absolutely found it. So you need to ice the Chiefs because they've just scored 5 goals in 2 minutes. You need to ice them. You need to work out how to fix this.
You know, I saw somebody yesterday asking why the Fortress Global channel did not have subscriptions. They really wanted to subscribe. So, is that what people want? People want to be able to subscribe, get some ad-free viewing here of RLCS. Yeah, apart from the sick Fortress ads.
There it is!
Twitch ads.
Brazils. We've done it. Hunt has done it, and he has scored 4 goals, 832 points. Yummy. And a dominant game for... this is really worrying, I'll say. This is worrying for TSM now.
We did know that the Chiefs are an all-out attack team. The fact, it's not surprising to see them score 7 goals in a game, but for it to be 7-1 is absolutely incredible, ridiculous, unheard of. Especially after that first game was so TSM dominated. It was good that we got to the point where the most exciting thing at the end of this game was the 7-1. And maybe it's 8-1. No, not just yet.
I mean, the game was over so quickly. It was nearly over, you could say, in whatever it was, 16 seconds with the 2 goals as Hunter just put exclamation mark. And we could probably have one more for good measure. Let's do it. Let's have an 8-1. Fiber, well, he gets his hat trick. Hunter's got 4. Raziers can sit back and relax.
Raziers, mate.
With
You
one.
got to do better than this. 456 points. We expect. I bought you in at $700. I need more.
And I mean, I know that you can let games get away, but conceding 8 goals in a game, they probably packed it in. But still, that's not what you want as a top team to be. I don't know. The last time Wildcard would have conceded 8 goals in a game outside of probably at least once per land they're at. Domestically, though, that's super dominant from the Chiefs.
You don't want to be, you don't want to be doing it at land, but against your close competition, rough signs for TSM, but on a positive, at least they'll know that there's a problem, that they need to change something up here in this 5th game. I don't believe we've heard the timeout call either, which is interesting. We'll get a little update on that one.
No
timeout
What?
from the TSM.
Sorry? What? That game was... that things are going well, you would say?
Well, their name is Team Solo Mid. They've been very solo. They've been incredibly mid. And so just at the moment living up to the name. We'll see if that's the right call. I mean, I guess they're at that point where we're like, guys, that's just a one-off.
Let's
We'll
get into
never
the
lose
next one.
that badly twice in a row.
I think sometimes when you lose that bad, that you just wipe it. I think you just wipe the game. Let's see if it's worked. They've gone a kickoff strat. They've won the kickoff. They've faked it out, and if they do concede in the first 20 seconds here, this non-timeout call will be dumbfounding. But let's see if you guys are right, and they already took the timeout in the last 3 minutes of that game.
I can't believe Hunter in the first 5 seconds already looking for demos in the opposing net. But I guess it has worked for them earlier in today. Hunter again looking for the demo. He doesn't even have any boost when he's doing it, which
And
is
he
the most
doesn't care.
incredible part.
He does not care one bit.
He just wants to get in their way.
What he has done, he's stayed around so long that he's actually picked up their mid boost as they're trying to transition into attack. So it has worked. It's unconventional. He's certainly not where he should be, but he's where his teammates clearly expect him to be. Finding these bumps, finding these 50s. You can see here, he's opened it up for Raziers with a free solo. He just had a bit of an awkward touch, but he's just pounded that thing into the ground.
Oh, but a 1v2 defense. Fiber has to live up to his reputation and manages to pinch it away. They're out of dodge for now, and Raziers trying to step up in his own way to take out. Kaka gets the bump, but they didn't expect it. Fiber misses.
He's got to believe. He just had to believe that he was going to land the bump and Fiber would have scored, but he tried to play the dunk instead. Hunter's going to wait underneath. Still a lot of Chiefs attack as he goes for the reset backboard. Fiber does one. Raziers right there with the shot. This time, he's not as precise as he'd like. It's TSM. Want to get out. They've got a nice chance. This is very awkward positioning for Chiefs. Raziers backflips over the top and clears it.
Feels like years ago that we got the bump gameplay coming out, but it hasn't felt like years since we see Fiber score. And Raziers, such a strong 50, and it's just perfect landing on Fiber's hood.
I don't know if Amphis has had enough sleep, because it's been 3 or 4 times now where his reaction time has been very slow. We saw that previous game, you remember when Raziers got him in the blind spot. Just there, he was caught napping. But speaking of getting caught napping, TSM have found a goal out of nowhere off the kickoff. It's a back corner fake, and where on earth is the defense?
I don't know, and I'll tell you what, that's the one time that we've been maybe happy for somebody to turn forward up the pitch. Such a big fake that it was a free goal. Very, very surprising for Chiefs to let that one slip, especially given how much they were able to take a chokehold and keep on that in the last game. Chiefs Getting counterattacked right now. Big touch out from Kaka. Super Lucky almost getting the 50.
3-on-1.
Hunter was off getting demos and now has opened up the net completely. It's unconventional, but it works.
This is what happens here. They just overcommit for the attack, and you get one demo. You're in massive trouble down the other end. Ampher spawns, but he just throws himself at the ball. Doesn't get anything on it. 2 goals to Fiber. 2 goals to the Chiefs, and they got the lead again.
The question is, how did Hunter have the cojones to go for that demo? His teammates were about to concede, and he's still chasing them around their half. Oh, Kaka, that may have been
that was
an
open.
opportunity with a shot on, but not going to the side. But man, Hunter has been very, very brave, we will say, for this series, and it's worked out.
Once again, I think Twitch chat is saying it perfectly, that where is the defense has probably been the story of this series. It is just so all in. And that's what you guys were talking about off the top of the show. Hunter nearly gets another bump. This guy feels like a homing missile, even from game 1 when he was flying from their net to try and bump last man. He's coming from any angle. Xanthus doesn't get that 1-2, well, nowhere. He went for the shot. Raziers gets the clear. Kaka now under boost. Delays, goes low. That was kind of the first time we've ever seen someone take it slow here in this game. Doesn't work out.
Hunter over there on 80 points as well. Remember the G2 coach, Jazzo, used to say that Rizzo would have a lot more points if they gave him for bumps and demos. 50s. I think the same would be true for Hunter here. He's not worried about the balls whatsoever in this game. Minute 20 remaining though, and it's still well within reach for TSM. Hunter's going to go for another bump. No, he actually goes out and just steals the boost this time.
Braziers reset off the ceiling. Doesn't get the touch. He caught himself very awkward, but speaking of awkward, this is Amphis with 0 boost. Super Lucky has some, but look how many 50s, and just look how eager the Chiefs are to go for an attack in the TSM's defensive corner. Some 50 seconds left. This is the perfect chance. He's not going to get the double, but he might have faked him. Raziers just knew that he wasn't going to land on it. That could have been a goal, but Chiefs hanging on for the final 40.
Oh, an opportunity for the golden boy. Amphis over to Kaka. Hits the backboard, gets an extra touch. But Super Lucky was hanging deep. Maybe expecting that these bumps would come through. A handoff over to Hunter. I think it wasn't a voluntary handoff. It was more of a mine situation. And that's worked out for them for now, but it's still a chance here for TSM. They are on the attack, they're circling, they've got the pass, they're down to Amphis. Hunter blocks it again.
Yeah, he's on a mission right now, this man Hunter. Super Lucky gets one touch just to avoid the shot, but there's only 10 seconds for TSM. Chiefs were 2-0 down. They were looking, quite frankly, terrible game 1, but this has been a monumental return to form. There was no timeout from TSM after getting pumped 8-1. And now they're about to go 3-2 down in the series. Chiefs are back.
Well. Chiefs looked down and out 3 games in a row. And maybe for TSM, an all-time terrible call to not go to the timeout. And you know what? When they finally have to, no further chances to take it, TSM do finally take this timeout.
Well, they have to. They absolutely have to, and they should have in the previous game. I don't see any thought process other than let's just get into like wanting to play Rocket League would be the only excuse to not take the time at like let's just play. I want to play, but you have to think about, you know, it's not just about you guys, you know, wiping that game, Yummy. It's also about icing out the other team. You've just conceded 8 goals to a team that's clearly hot and in form. Give them an extra 90 seconds to cool down, or at least taking a timeout makes the Chiefs think, what are they changing? What are they doing differently? And perhaps then Chiefs overthink the next game rather than playing the same. You don't call a timeout. They just run it back. Off the kickoff, you mentioned it. Hunter's going for a bump. He's not even worried about going for the ball. He's already in the in their net 5 seconds into the game. So, yeah, dumbfounded by the no timeout call.
Yeah, for a little context as well there for Hunter, he didn't have a single shot that game. He had 1 save, and he probably managed to get that because he was on his way back through the midfield to bump someone in his own defense, saw somebody still alive, so went for that. He really not focused on the ball, and I think when you change the game plan by that much, it's such unconventional Rocket League
Yep.
that you almost haven't practiced against it. You kind of don't know what to do. It's raising all these questions for TSM, and for a new team, haven't been together for a long time. Those questions become even more hard to answer.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Hunter knows exactly what he's doing, but he just knows he wants to be physical and he wants to be confident. And I guess it's just kind of fleshing out to, it's his teammates. You can clearly see that they're feeding off that as well, and it's working. This offense, it's the no defense gameplay, but it's suiting Chiefs to a T, and it is not suiting TSM at all. They don't know how to handle these bumps, and just the weight of aggression from Chiefs.
That's what we saw. Oh my goodness, kickoff strategy, but Raziers didn't have the boost to get around that one. But still, yeah, it's what we saw yesterday from the Chiefs. High-scoring affairs the day before as well. We had back-to-back 7-goal games where they scored 7 goals on a reverse sweep, interestingly enough, against AXO. But they are a team that are purely focused on the offense, and I think once you give them that rhythm in the offense, once you give them a bit of confidence, they're not going to slow down at all.
Yeah, I just love...
Oh,
What is that?
Here's a touch and a half. The ground psycho invented by Fiber.
That's just one of those... I don't know. That's so hard to replicate. If that was a goal, that would have been an insane start. Chiefs still looking good. Hunter had a demo again in 5 seconds. Memphis, though, with a bit of space. I'd love to see TSM take some low 50s and just kind of rattle Chiefs a little bit with just a complete contrast in pace. Right now, though, it's still looking like a Chiefs game. Fiber launches it downfield. Kaka has low boost, so he's going to wait on this. Means he's slow, but Super Lucky with a brilliant catch. Able to work this one out himself.
Really like that from Super Lucky, because he also kind of dared Raziers to come in and challenge him and waste his position and boost, and just gets a little bit more value out of his plays. Super Lucky out of the defense. Can't get any value when you are no longer on the pitch, but there's almost a setup play. That one goes screaming wide. I think Hunter had the save, even if it was a good shot, but starting early. Fiber getting the first one on the board, and Chiefs just continue marching on.
And Fiber goes bang. He just had to trust that Cax wasn't getting a touch, and he did not. Little ghost hit, but bottom left is found. Chiefs still firing. Wait. Was that... They score off the double kickoff? The set play works. They have turned 1 into 2.
I thought that teams were going to take a little longer before we saw the kickoff strategies. A little bit of a delay there from Raziers to make sure that would bounce on him, and Fiber almost getting a third in a row. The kickoffs from the Chiefs have been very dominant right here, and gotta say, I don't know what TSM can do. Even if they score, I worry that they're going to get scored right on return.
You just cannot let this side get confident, because they just play like this, and this is incredible gameplay so far. 2 minutes 50. It just feels like that game number 3 all over again, where TSM let it get away from them, and this could just blow out unless they can find something. Memphis, a little bit of space. Hunter gets the 50. He's on it again. Finds a pop. Just does what he needs to do to give it to Raziers to get the shot on. Super Lock with the save. But Fiber's the cleanup crew. We're only halfway through this game, and I think this series is done, Yummy.
I think so. I mean, it's outright domination at the moment. Fiber is starting to score, and that's a dangerous sight when most of it has been Hunter and Raziers earlier in the series. We've got to harken back to the fact that TSM looked like they were going to 4-0 sweep at the start. It looked comfortable. Then we became an absolute clown show, and we've got some semblance of reasonable gameplay, but it's so aggressive still from the Chiefs, and it's working.
And here we go, our 2 undefeated teams, our only 2 undefeated teams, Yummy. They've done it again here. I mean, maybe we just play the first final and then let these Chiefs and Wildcard go straight through to the grand final, because they are looking so strong, Chiefs, ever since that 2-game timeout. I don't know what the super coach said. I have no idea what LBP had in store, but he has got this team just playing with freedom. Hunter is playing like there's no one else out there. Raziers is redirecting top corners, and they're going to get 5. It's 4. Already went. I went one more.
It's 4 goals, and I just want to point out, folks, that TSM haven't got a single shot on the board in this game. Not a single shot. They've had maybe some opportunities to shoot where they've just sent it so wide it didn't even count as a shot. And you know that Rocket League's very, very forgiving when it comes to considering shots.
0 shots is hard to win a game with, I would say. But a minute 20, well, I mean, they look good.
I don't know, OCE, some own goals could get it for you.
But it kind of felt like it was inevitable after that game 1, and you see a Raziers with 72 points, Yummy. You're thinking, okay, maybe Chiefs aren't playing that well, and it's probably going to turn at some point. But I didn't expect it to swing this far in the Chiefs' favour. They have looked way too good since they all woke up.
They've looked incredible. They've looked fast. They've looked aggressive. Hunter has shook up the TSM defense, their rotations. Kaka, he can't even get that one past Hunter. Hunter has gone for some crazy dives in the defense and seemed to work every single time. With 40 seconds remaining, it may have been the last chance, the last hope of TSM.
And you can say that TSM won the off-season, Yummy, but it was the 2 teams that made last-minute changes that'll look the best here in the first day, and the 2 teams that made last-minute changes that will be going through to the grand final of the first event for 2025 here in OCE. I mean, you could also say that in the off-season, the 2 teams that are going through to the grand final weren't playing together, so these perhaps just are your best 2, or our best 2 that we've got.
For sure. It's certainly like great signs that we know what TSM are able to bring out. Oh, there we go. actually, weirdly, a chance here.
Let's keep pretending that it's over and like just
yeah,
and then see what happens.
You know what? I'll tell you what.
Yeah, tell me.
What are your thoughts on the fact that we could have a EU import for the first time and they could possibly win our first regional and thus make a mockery of every other OCE player?
Yeah, well, that is a question. I mean, will people clown
I'm
on
all
us?
for it,
I'd just say go for it.
Yeah, look, we've clowned on ourselves a little bit today, so... And, no, you know what? We said Raziers honorary citizenship for his gameplay. It's not an import. He's a local. He's an Aussie now.
He's got his one own goal, stuff up moment, missed open net. I think he's done everything that series. Raziers, he's looking good. The new import is looking strong. And Chiefs, after a moment of, oh my goodness, I don't know what is happening with this team, have absolutely turned it around formal. They have dominated after the first 2 games.
Yeah, it took a little while for them to get going, and, maybe some concern on their sides, but we saw more of that ruthless aggression is the terminology I want to use for them. Maybe they stole it a little bit from Wildcard, but it's that aggressive style, steal your boost, keep the pressure on, goal, 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 and for the second time in a row, TSM didn't have the answer.
I don't know if anyone has the answer after watching that series, to be honest. We do know that Chiefs are going to be hyper-aggressive, and in a follow-up series with Wildcard, they love being hyper-aggressive. So I imagine that in that grand final, we're going to see 20-goal games at least.
Yeah, I'm worried, actually. It might break the game, what we're going to witness in the grand final, because... both teams just hate defense. Like, that's a word that isn't in their vocabulary. They don't want to be there. They don't want to even think about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to do this replay analysis. They just want to see ball, hit ball, be better. And you got 6 players on the pitch that they just want to score goals. Can't wait.
Yeah, it is going to be a fascinating one for sure. Wild card, this roster looking to go 7 in a row. The healthy Chiefs bringing in their import, looking to break that streak with a little European help. We'll see who comes out on top when we come back for our grand finals.
It is a grand final time for the first Open or the Birmingham Open, and OCE starting their journey overseas. And of course, we've had some fantastic games, some terrible games, some fantastic series, and some OCE Rocket League. But it all culminates in this one. Formal, are you ready for what would be the best two teams in OCE going at it?
Well, I'm ready for this matchup. I mean, they've been the best two teams looking so far, but CJ, when I look at the form of these teams and how they're coming into this, my question is, are the healthy Chiefs going to be ready? Because this wildcard team, it doesn't look like they've slipped up too much since last year. In fact, at times they look just as strong as ever.
Yeah, but have the Chiefs slipped up so far? I mean, if we can forget about last year. In terms of this event, I can't really split them. I mean, if you looked at the first two games of that semi-final, TSM obviously are in control. But then Chiefs, I think at the end of that series, Yummy, we're looking just as good as Wildcard.
Unfortunate for Wildcard that the likes of Raziers went from scoring 70 points a game to 700 points a game. You also look earlier, Chiefs and Wildcard have both played Power and both kind of got tested heavily by Power, which might be a sign of how good that team is, but also show that they maybe do have some weaknesses that can be exploited here in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're hoping for, I suppose, if you're going for the healthy Chiefs right now. I mean, it's kind of cliche at this point to say all the weakness is the defensive side of the ball, and the defenses can be lacking at times, but I would almost say it's the exact same weakness on the Chiefs side. No, CJ, like both these teams, by just being over aggressive, they really only seem to concede goals when they're on the back foot.
Their idea seems to be, let's make it perfect, let's aim for perfection. And you sort of saw a little bit of that with Chiefs, how they were able to score 4 goals without conceding a single shot in the final game, and then if they've always got possession, then don't have to worry about defense.
I think what it does is, that's kind of what I'm getting to, not having to worry about it. Because when you're trying to play like a conventional style, or I shouldn't be here because I need to be there, or I need to back up this person, then you overthink it. And then when the pressure's on, it's hard to, that's when you crumble. But if you're constantly attacking, I feel like their mindset is of just kind of like, we'll figure the defense out, but let's just go. And then, kind of figure it out from there. Obviously, they're not trying to overcommit third man too much, but that freedom just means that you've got a hunter who can just keep turning in. And as long as you're seeing 2 people in front of you, then you know not to overcommit. I think it really has simplified it for these 2 top teams, and they can just play loose free Rocket League.
Well, it has culminated in a perfect story for our grand final. We've had, the domination of Wildcard through last year, not losing a single regional, 6 back-to-back, up against the import and the person that may be able to take over OCE in Raziers, the young gun Hunter, the beast Fiber, who we've always known and always talked about as maybe the best mechanical player in the region, but hasn't had the same level of success as other teams. And, I guess that all gets decided in this series. I think it's going to be blockbuster.
I think it absolutely will be. I mean, so many questions right now, CJ, are about to be answered. And I mean, even to get to this point, though, I'd have to say is a win for both these teams. I mean, we've mentioned it a few times already, but the fact that we are a 2-team region and that 2 teams get to go on to the major, these right now are the 2 benchmark teams, one of which is going to be a step ahead. The other team is going to be the team with that target in that second place spot. So it's always nice to have that cushion. It's why this grand final is so important.
Yeah, you can say it's a win for both teams now, but knowing both teams, this is not a win just yet, particularly Wildcard. This is not a win for Wildcard getting top 2. They want to win everything, Yummy. They're used to winning everything.
Yeah. It's time for the grand finals to get underway to crown our first Birmingham Open champions. And of course, CJ, to get those early points that can secure your LAN tickets really early, that take some of the pressure off later in the season, it's so vital.
Yep, it is absolutely massive. Points on the line. Cash money on the line as well. The first qualifier here for 2025 in OCE for the RLCS. We've got Birmingham spots. We've got everything. And it comes down to Chiefs taking a wildcard formal. We are cooking.
Yeah, we are already live in this game. And for both of these teams, it's been score fast, score frequently. The fact that we don't see a goal in the first 20 seconds, a little bit of an anomaly from how these two teams have been kicking things off. That said, it's not for a want of trying. Hunter with the fake for Raziers, looking to set up the Chiefs. Double touch, not in.
I think if we don't think we actually gave our predictions on the match, but I'm gonna lean to wild card, just on the experience factor alone. Just to, obviously they've been together far longer, and I mean far longer. We talk about Raziers going from 70, 10xing his score per game. Well, I think the wild card are 10xing the experience per game in terms of a roster, and I think that'll pay dividends at least for this first event. So I'll lean that way 4-2. What do you got?
I mean, look, it was pointed out to us in a wonderful tweet, I believe, by Bam Baby. Since the start of last season, this wildcard lineup, 59-2 domestically in series, 190-32 in individual games. How do you pick against that until they're beaten? Bump, goal, Fever gets the first point.
59-2 in series, and they're trying to get their 60th right here, right now. Fever gets the first goal on the board, going a long way. 3 minutes 41 on the clock. A great start for wildcard.
Yeah, that is about as ideal as you can get, and it is that wildcard style. Bumps setting up goals, the physicality, the aggression, and, well, the two of the familiar that got it done before, the Banana Head Fever combo. It's what got them past power for a majority of that series. Granted, it was completely the Banana Head show before. This time, it's gonna be Hunter with the late touch to equalize.
What is Hunter doing up here? Look at the confidence. He's just dangling off the ceiling, saves his flip, and this is what we saw in the last series against TSM. Hunter, with no respect for conventional rotations, he's just waiting around downfield. He gets the pass from Fibes, and he does the rest 1-1.
Oh, but the kickoff looks a little spooky, a little bit wide, however. It's kind of what was mentioned before with Hunter in the style. The more you can let Hunter off of that leash, play their own way, play their own confident style, and as long as they maintain that confidence, they're going to be a threat no matter where they are on the pitch. That was a beautiful little touch. The Chiefs able to equalize, and this is what we're hoping to see from the Chiefs, to be that team to really challenge Wildcard a little bit at their own game.
Raziers almost gets that pinch around torso. 0 boost. Would have been a goal. He's going to stay downfield. It's another redirect play. This time, Fever's up for the save. It's been almost 2 goals from that fashion by the Chiefs. Fiber now. Just get across, but he has handed it straight to Torsos, who's low. Raziers has done well just to pop it up. Banana Head awkward, loses possession. Hunter with 100, scoops it up. Gets the air drag almost over the top. The Chiefs looking, I'd say, the better team at the moment.
Yeah, the scoreline, though, might not reflect that 1-1, and with the amount of star power on this wildcard side, I mean, all they need is that one opening, and they could take the lead. What I find interesting, though, a couple threatening redirects, trying to take advantage of that awkward moment, maybe, before wildcard can get settled. These sort of snap decisions, these snap attacks, that's really strong against an aggressive team. I'd like to see the Chiefs continue to try to find those.
Love seeing these little redirects downfield. You can see both sides waiting for their teammates, waiting for upfield passes. Banana Head pops it up. Raziers just trying to catch. Fiber's done really well, actually, to scoop up the 100 boost. It's left Hunter in a brief one-on-one. He's going to get a double 50. Raziers now supporting him behind, which means he's able to 50 this, but still in a bit of trouble. Fiber has looked awkward a couple of times. He had a big whiff on the backboard, which could have been the goal for Wildcard if they were expecting it. 90 seconds now. Next goal could be the one. Fever tries to drop it down, tries to get the catch. Hunter had to go across. He knew that the bump was coming. Raziers was in trouble.
And for a series where we're expecting a explosion of offense, it has been the defense for the past 2 minutes that really have been taking the center stage. Both teams just causing enough disruption to stop the attacks. That said, Banana Head looking for the double. But a little too low, unfortunately. Ball bounced high. Now the counter. How fast can the Chiefs be? A little bit too fast for their own good. Wildcard does enough to slow it.
Yeah, Banana Head has to hit those. He did so well to get the first touch over the top, but that's a tap-in for him. Doesn't get the touch. He just got too much of an angle. It's Torsos. Pops it up. 45 seconds now. Do we get game 1 OT? Is every game going to be this close? We'll wait and see. There's a miss from Raziers, though. A couple of missed plays. The nerves are starting to set in. You know how important this next goal is. Torsos takes the 50. Hunter, this is what he does. He has 0 boost, but he doesn't mind. Throws it across. Torsos eating Fiber in the air. Banana Head now, off the corner. One more. Finds Fever, who's pre-jumped. Oh, Hunter's there. Oh, Wildcard throwing everything. Torsos, where's he going, third man? That was open momentarily. Wildcard almost scoring to almost conceding, and Torsos is all by himself with low boost. Gets the save, 10 seconds left. Is it going to be Chiefs last in the attack formal? It's just got to be it. Perhaps a game one overtime. No, 3 left.
3, 2, 1, but the ball stays in the air. Last chance for whichever team can get their first wild card. Wants to push forward. Instead, the Chiefs will let it drop. And CJ, we were hoping for a team to challenge wild card. A game one overtime between the 2 best teams right now in our region. This is how you want to start a grand final. Pressure, though. Banana Head can't put it in. Torsos redirects. Game one goes to WC.
He just put that thing in reverse, Torsos. Lands back post. And doinks it over the top of Fiber, who just collapsed on the near post. 2-1 wildcard strike first.
Oh, but you have to give it to the Chiefs for keeping it close. However, yes, the kickoff, the aggressive positioning, and wildcard doing what they do best. A little bit of disruption, just enough to get that one through. However, Hunter coming to this grand final in a pretty strong form, carrying it over from that last series. And I think as soon as Fiber and Raziers kind of rise to the moment as well, Chiefs can only improve from here.
They can only go up based on, as you said, last game. But, I mean, that was just like I was watching a Michael Bay movie for the last 2 minutes. That was absolute chaos, left, right, and center. But it's how both teams like it. That's their comfort zone. 8 shots to 9, or 8 shots to 10, should I say. You could barely split them. A massive game win, so crucial to get that first one.
What I find interesting, though, was Banana Head not really getting as involved in the attack as what we saw previously. It was much more Fever and Torsos who were forward. I mean, the shots reflecting that. Only 1 shot from Banana Head was responsible for 2 of those assists as well. Definitely wasn't the same Banana Head that we saw at the start of the semifinals prior. So just like how we're kind of waiting to see, Raziers and maybe Fiber get more involved, same can be said for Banana Head. This is what happens when you get 6 sort of star players on the field at once. Not everybody can shine at the same time, but everyone will get their chance.
Yeah, in saying that, Banana Head did miss that double touch, which pretty much could have been the game. So he did have a chance to end the game. He's still getting those opportunities, but not as clinical as perhaps we expect from him. Still a couple of assists to his name. Game 2, here we go. Raziers with a double. Banana Head 0 boost. Just takes the 50. Fiber's trying to get this one on net. Raziers, look at these redirects. It's been a bit of a Chief style there, Formal. Just those close redirects. That's a beautiful pass, but he's beaten everyone and his teammates, Hunter.
Oh boy, that got a little bit spooky, but yeah, that is a little bit how the Chiefs like to play. Forget the Chiefs. Torsos again. This time getting underneath.
They wanted to kick the pass out, but not around every single person, and both of the boys on Chiefs, both teammates, read the pass at the exact same time. An overcommit counter-attack goal from Wildcard. I'll be happy with that, but Chiefs, that's a 2-goal swing for them.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one, and we'll see if they can be able to respond right now. I don't think they want to go down 2 goals, let alone 2 games in this series, potentially. Still plenty of time left, though, and you can see already they're setting themselves up to be on the offensive front. Pass back to Fever from Banana Head, though. Fever facing the wrong way. Tries to half flip and maintain control. Can't do it. Raziers. Beautiful placement. It's a tie game.
You'd see how awkward Fever was, but he didn't really need help, which is as soon as Banana Head committed, well, Torsos isn't back yet. He has to play third man. He had to play safer than that. A bad misplay from Wildcard, which you wouldn't expect from the more experienced roster.
Yeah, a little bit awkward on that side, but again, it kind of fills into that a little bit of the unfortunate narrative of all attack, no breaks. See ball, just sometimes send it, teammate there or not, and wound up getting punished for it this time around. I feel both these teams are going to have moments like that, both, working in their favor and at times against them, as Hunter tries to go over the top. Torsos is there.
Yeah, Torsos just pops a low boost. Fever's going to back off this one for Banana Head. 1-1, Fever with a solo play. Reset, goes low, takes it up again, gets a 50 on top of Fiber. Here is Hunter, he's looking to catch this. Fiber wants the 50 with him. It's going to work out for Wildcard, however. Fever off the ceiling to himself with a double. Raziers doing so well just to get a touch on it.
Yeah, just try and keep it away a little bit from the wildcard side. However, wildcard, to their credit, they're not allowing really anything past this midfield line. I did notice Hunter in the background. Won't get a chance. No challenge going back there. Fever just keeping control for themselves. We'll see what they can do as Torsos continues to inch forward. And there's not a lot of boost, though, on the wildcard side, and kind of quells the attack for now.
Fiber
to the back.
can't get the touch there, Hunter. Just looking for the 50. 2 minutes 40 left, Formal. We saw how just as the game wore on and it got closer, I think that's when it's in Wildcard's hands. That's when it favors them with more pressure. They've been to international lands together. They've been in every possible situation and they just know how to win. You want Chiefs to score early. You just get a nice lead, take the pressure off them a little bit.
Yeah, you would think that, and you also, you know, the justification, the hype for the Chiefs as well, probably adding a little bit to the pressure as well. Bringing in the first real major import to this region. You want to justify it by proving you can go toe-to-toe, if not over the top, of this wildcard roster. So maybe a little bit more to play for with the less proven team. But at that same token, I mean,
Big
if
demo.
we're looking at that pace, this could be it right here. There's a demo, there's a shot, but Torsos won't put it there.
It was a big demo, but Torsos was just so slow because he had no boost, but he's still turning on the ball. Wildcard still looking to attack. Hunter with a no-nonsense approach. So just a bit of a double commit from Wildcard. Brazier is pinching off the wall. Fiber jumping, looking for the pop, but Hunter doesn't want a bar of it. Torsos still with 0 boost. We laughed about, I think it was Fades, just never having any boost. Well, here's the king of it. What a shot, top corner, but the corner was too good this time for Hunter.
Oh, you usually expect them to make those. These are those little shots that can come back to hurt you if you can't finish. Razier's close as well. Torsos this time with the save, but with a bump off the play, Razier stays with it. The Chiefs, when they get aggressive, they get so aggressive, just not allowing any free defensive touches right now. Still playing keep away. This could set up Razier. Shot on, but Torsos again with the save.
He's been heroic in defense. That's back-to-back, 50 seconds. Still Wildcard hanging in there, still holding on, trying to perhaps force an overtime because they've got 0 momentum right now. Chiefs are looking like what they did to TSM after game 2. Hunter keeping the ball on. The demo goes through on Banana Head. Chiefs doing everything. They've got everything. They've got all the boost. They've got all the possession, but they don't have the goal they need.
Oh, demo from Fever could open something up. Hunter is there though. However, even after that touch, Fiber's going to commit on no boost. Sets up Hunter. Here's Razier's cross the middle. Post down. Not in. 15 seconds. Desperation play. Chiefs try to put this one away in regulation, but with 10 seconds to go, we could have overtime unless Hunter!
He knew exactly what he had to do. Banana Head, 0 boost. Last man in massive trouble. Dodging demos. He just had to be patient and he had to be precise. Hunter, 2-1. 8 seconds remain.
And to go back to something you said before, CJ, is what will happen at the nitty-gritty of these games. Will the experienced team come out on top? Well, that kickoff was a little bit chaotic, but no, in this situation, it was the Chiefs who found the clutch goal, and it's the Chiefs who are going to equalize this series at 1.
Wow. I said they didn't want to take it to an overtime, and they did exactly that. They got the late winner through Hunter. The pressure was ridiculous. 10 shots to 2. They've kept Wildcard of all teams to just 2 shots. And for Wildcard, it was a Torsos show. 5 saves. If Torsos wasn't playing that third man role, they would have been in massive trouble because Chiefs could have just about taken down any team with that offense. Torsos kept them in it for long enough, but it was just, it was going to wear thin eventually.
Yeah, defense through offense. We were talking about it before coming into this match, but that definitely seems to be the theme for how the Chiefs approached it. You saw throughout the second half of that game, whenever Wildcard would go for that first or second defensive touch, it was challenged. There was a Chiefs player there consistently. They're just giving away no freebies, and it's reminiscent of how this Wildcard roster likes to play when they're on the attack. These teams have such a similar style that when one of them get on that front foot, they're so good at it, it's kind of hard for the map to flip and go back the other way. It's why these initial kickoffs are important. Establishing your attack is so important. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of these extended attacks and these extended plays, and not as many defensive clears.
I just think it's so rare, Formal, for for a team to pressure wildcard like that. Usually they are always the aggressive team. But, I mean, domestically, no one does that to them. But we saw that game was a Chiefs lineup that, well, might have just one-upped them in their own game. And that's scary for a wildcard that isn't used to that. Let's see what they can do now in game 3. So we've got a couple of super coaches on either side as well, Jimmer and LBP. Certainly very, I guess, well, they played each other more times. They know exactly what the brain of either coach has in store. So let's see who's going to change something up first.
We'll see. I mean, it's still early days in this series, but to just quickly go back to that point, well, never mind, Fever scores.
Don't go back to that point at all. Do not even touch that point because Thieves with the perfect first touch. One more. The bump came through. And wait. I thought that was a lag hit. But Hunter is own goal.
The own goal double with that angle? With that angle?
What?
I love OCE, man. This is the best region. Bar none. Bar none.
That is seriously unlucky.
Oh, peak OCE. Points gone forever, by the way. We're never going back to that. 1-0 lead right now for Wildcard. They're taking their gift. They're going to try to run with it. We'll see where they go from here. Currently on that back foot, Torsos just a clear touch back to the other side.
3 minutes 30. Hunter doesn't get the touch that he wants. Banana Head loses the 50. Fever has to back up. 100 boost. Torsos in a race with Fiber to that corner. He wins. Braziers now keeping pressure on. This is where Chiefs get to work. Hunter didn't expect Braziers to win that so cleanly, but he did scoop up the boost and tries to get a bump. This is very awkward for Wildcard. They've done well. It's 5 cars, 50ing 1 ball. Someone tell them we only need 1. Needs chaos.
I mean, this is a lot more of where the series could have always devolved to when we were looking at it at the start with these two hyper-aggressive teams just fighting for every touch, fighting for every play, and all wanting to race to it. Yeah, 4 cars, 5 cars. They all want to be on the play. And, well, now Torsos actually has a bit of a free touch. Going to go for the reset. The mech is there. The 50 is not. Banana Head can't seal the deal.
It was beautiful play from Torsos. He 50'd it straight down, but the last 50 just did not land in the net. Chiefs keeping their dreams alive of game 3 win. Half the game remains still 1-0 to Wildcard off the craziest own goal I've ever seen. Hunter, does he have a free double? Fever's very awkward, up to the task with a touch. He has no boost now. Double demo comes through. Braziers, not going to go for boost. Instead, he's going to hit it backwards. And Hunter's gone, where on earth are you going, mate? I was right here, but they land the clear.
They land the clear. Now they're looking to pass it back the other way. Torsos does enough to get in the way with boost. Net looks mostly open. Misses the ball. I'm not sure if that was a fake attempt. It looked like a shot was there. Wildcard, now another chance for Torsos, but that one will get collected.
Yeah, he wasn't close to scoring that one. Just the radar was off. It's Fever. Might be able to win a 50. In fact, he just wins 100-0. Very clean. It's Banana Head gets demoed. This is just... Hunter is playing a different game right now. He has had that many demos this game. Fever's been caught under it. Whiffed. Banana Head's whiffed. And it's 1-1.
Oh, they were a little too far forward. Hunter's touch just throws everything out his swords for Wildcard. He's just a little menace, isn't he, CJ? It's a menace on the pitch.
Well, this is the problem when he does that. You're always thinking about where on earth is he? Where is this kid? What is he doing? What's he going to do next? And he's creating absolute chaos for Wildcard. Banana Head, very rare mistake from him. Hunter backing up. Fiber throws it on. It's going to worry Fever out of trying to control that one, but he does find Banana Head. This is what happens, though. Wildcard, all they can do is give the ball up. And then you've got these guys sitting downfield like Fiber, getting resets for fun, wedging it off the backboard. Razier's keeping it in. Is Hunter going to go? He's going to wait for these demos to come through. And look how easy it is for him to come in when the spaces open up with these demolitions. Shot on, saved by Hunter, who's still sitting back in net.
Yep, Hunter's still back and still in net right now. Demo's in front. Hunter, delicate touch. Banana Head can't squeeze it through. The game remains tied. Chiefs again on the approach. Razier's first man. Well, isn't able to get the team to follow it up, at least not yet. That's a good intercept from Fever. Here's Banana. That's the 2-1 lead.
And the head ain't missing that one. Hunter, no boost in net. Big trouble. It was Fiber faking it for Aziz, but I think he just has to hit that. There's no advantage to faking that one because Fever's too quick. Banana Head's too accurate. Wildcard get the lead back.
Yeah, a very timely lead as well. Just 38 seconds. Pinch off the kickoff. Go straight into Torsos, but Chiefs are still going to try to take advantage. Good touch again, this time from Fever. Able to slow down the attack. Desperation shot. Doesn't stand a chance. Possession nearly given back over.
Torsos in the air. For the dribble, 50. Aziz. Leave that one. Now he trucks down to Hunter, who's waiting on the side there. He has a reset. He gets one more over the top, but he doesn't have the boost to get it on net. Last chance for the Chiefs. Have to get an attack right now. They're very low, Wildcard. They're very low, and they could be in big trouble. Double save. Raziz, can he be the hero? Went close wall. Fever with a touch. One more off the side. It's just going to be Hunter, but Fever has 100 boost, and Fever's going to call game 3.
And that will do it. Wildcard retake the series lead, but my goodness, CHA, to say this one's on a knife's edge would be, well, you know, not quite sharp enough, I dare say. These two teams, it's chaotic. That is for certain. So many near hits. The best own goal I've ever seen, bar none, as we kind of got it in the background
so
right
unlucky. That is so unlucky. You'll be able to check that out in the highlights in a moment. We need to take a close-up of that. How has he doubled that in from that? I mean, come on. But nonetheless, Chiefs scored more goals themselves, but they've lost the game 2-1. And Formal, this is neck and neck. You cannot split these two.
No, you cannot, but I will say this. If I'm the Chiefs, I want to stick with this game plan. I actually think for a majority of that last game, Chiefs were the ones in control, and it felt like they were the ones who were the more dominant team. Yes, a couple little mistakes on the defensive side, which you know this wildcard roster is going to take advantage of, but if you want to look to the impact that Raziers is already having, the point I was trying to get at way back before, Raziers has been the one who has been causing the most disruption on the defensive back line for Wildcard. He's been the one that's been making it difficult for them to flip the map back in favor for Wildcard. Just watch how aggressive Raziers' positioning is after every sort of midfield play. It's been great to watch, and eventually the Chiefs will start to play around that, but Wildcard, I mean, they're also just so good.
Yeah, well, as these guys get more experience playing together in the RLCS as the qualifiers go on, I'm sure we'll see Chiefs get better and better, which is going to force Wildcard to step up more and more. But right now, they've got the advantage in this series, and they are 2 games away from taking out this first qualifier. Raziers, sidewall double down the line to himself. If he gets one more, he just needed 10 more boost. He still faked out Fever. Wildcard having to defend. It's a nice fake from Hunter. He's actually got everyone to jump. Fiber's going to go 50 by Fever. It is a long time in defense for this wildcard lineup. They're doing well, Chiefs, just to keep pressure on and keep it in.
I mean, they're really good at maintaining that pressure, but they're not good when it gets flipped back against them. Fever gets the goal.
Out of nowhere, too, Raziers just didn't want to hit this ball, but he didn't realize that Banana Head could still get a touch on it. He saved his flip B-Head with 0 boost. Fever with a nice shot on the follow-up, but Raziers just had to go. Banana Head had nothing on that, and he let him in.
And it's kind of, you know, a little bit of how this series has been in. The Chiefs, the more offense-focused team, they've been the team more frequently on the attack, but they haven't been able to finish plays as easily. And every single time Wildcard seems to flip the map and give themselves that chance, they've been the team executing. So early lead again for Wildcard. And even though this series feels really tight, if Wildcard wins this one out, CJ, that means, what, Chiefs will have to win 3 in a row? That seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and you're expecting a timeout if they do drop this one, but it is looking likely so far for Wildcard. As you said, they're just looking clinical. Even though Chiefs are the team that are forcing the pace, forcing the pressure, they're just not able to find that crushing blow. Shots have been weak like that one. Double commit. This is a great chance. Surely now, Torsos 0 boost, but they're making all the right plays at all the right moments, even when they're getting pressured like this Wildcard.
Torsos has just been that last line of defense, bailing out Wildcard again and again. Great to watch. I know it's not the style of Rocket League Torsos has really historically been known for, but it's keeping Wildcard ahead, at least right now. Maybe we'll get to see some of their attack. A little bit of a double, actually.
That's
Fever
rare.
is able to get a touch, and now, well, Wildcard stays on it.
Yeah, it's a rare play from Wildcard to have that double commit for no reason. Razier 0 boost gets a monster flick with the bump, and they've thrown everything at it. Banana Head, open net, but he doesn't get it on net. And it's a terrible touch from Razier. Couldn't really work out for them. Fever has support on the right. Banana Head fires, double save. Torsos, great positioning. Another save comes in. Chiefs getting pressured. There's still 1 goal down.
Hunter with a touch. It was a dangerous one, but it's still not going to find its way in. Not going back and forth, though, as the midfield play gets disrupted. Now Wildcard has a chance to go up by 2. Hunter, no boost, still keeps it high. Fiber catches and will actually get some run with it. Didn't get the reset, wasn't able to keep it elevated, and back and forth we go.
Just look how close everyone's positioned to the ball. I mean, even when they got 0 boost, Banana just doesn't want to leave it alone. It's like a magnet. They all want to be around it. Fever gets 50'd. Wants to stay in, gets a nice touch. Banana Head so quick to this. He's actually turned it into a bump. Hunter was ready. Torsos trying to find the best 50 he can. Banana Head back to Fever. Absolute chaos in this game. Fever sidewall to himself. Pops it up. Hunter has to go. Torsos trying to be the fastest man on the pitch. It's been to that one. Minute 40 remain. Wildcard still in the lead. 1 more goal could be game. Double save came through. It is so awkward. They're bumping each other. It's ugly, but it's not in their net.
It's not in their net, and that's the most important thing. With 90 seconds left, game is still in striking distance. Banana Head will get denied the solo play, but Torsos is immediately there to keep the pressure on. No quarter given. Finally, Fiber gets a clearing touch, burns all their resources to do it, and even on no boost, you just see Chief member after Chief member diving towards the ball. Raziers does slow it down.
Is it?
Double! Is it in? No!
I don't think he was even on target. It was bottom corner off the post. Hunter trying to keep the ball in. Torsos with the 51 minute for the Chiefs. You don't want to be having to win 3 on the bounce against a team like this. Match point looms. 50 seconds now, Formal.
50 seconds and still Chiefs hunting for that goal, but on the back foot, how hard it is to flip the map. This could be it. Shot, save. Still kept alive. Hunter, look how deep Hunter is. They're not going to be able to connect. Fever goes solo, but we'll get the goal.
And Raziers went for that, so it's just Hunter last. He does have boost, but there's 30 seconds. Wrong end now for the Chiefs. Could be 3-1 looming. 25 seconds. Have to get it down the other end. Banana Head keeps the ball in, but he loses the 50 to Raziers, who's in a great spot in a one-on-one. The EU import. Fever's up for it, though, and it's just Fiber. Can he keep it in? He's got 0, 50, 15 seconds. Torsos trying his mightiest. Next goal wins. Raziers, can he get an overtime? Look at Hunter going for every single bump. Fiber throws himself. Banana Head's there. Wildcard, they want the 3rd. Chiefs try. 1 more. Saved off the post. Did Hunter score? I don't know what happened, but it's got to be Wildcard with the 3rd game win. And they're on match point.
It looked like Hunter's touch may have gone through, but it bounced off the back end of Fiber. I don't know if it would have hit the ground or not. For the Chiefs' sake, I'm going to assume it probably would have, but my goodness, that was on the line. The Chiefs nearly get the 0-seconder, but instead, CJ, they have the monumental task of having to take 3 in a row against a wild card team that is smashing this no defense narrative into oblivion.
And timeout for the Chiefs. A moment to take a breath. LBP earning his dollary dues right now, Formal. He's got a coach, a new player in Raziers. He knows what Hunter's done. He coached him last season. Fiber as well, who he's certainly more than familiar with. What do you do? How do you... I mean, you said it yourself, like they have all the pressure. It's just these defensive mistakes where they just let it slip down one end, and then, you have to do so much work to get a goal back.
I mean, these are 1-goal games, CJ. Like, that's the crazy thing to me. Like, they're 1-goal games, and it's like one little misstep, and then they're just not able to equalize it. So it's hard for me to say, okay, we need to reset everything, because it feels like they have that winning strat. I mean, if this series comes down to an awkward own goal from Hunter being the difference in it, what do you say to that?
Back? Okay, beautiful. I was just watching your mouth move, and then hoping that you were there. But I think we're all good now. We had a momentary. Discord's doing something. I don't know what's happening.
Discord doesn't like.
I could see you were still. The stream was still fine, so I was just pretending like I was listening to you. I'm sure you said a fantastic point. And timeout is almost over. 3 games in a row against Wildcard. When's the last time anyone's done that? I'd like to see the stat on that form.
I I don't think it has happened with this roster, at least not domestically. So,
Yeah.
well,
At least
maybe
not last season.
No, not last season. Although I will say this, Chiefs, they don't have a domestic lineup necessarily. We have that import, so maybe that little bit of extra spice is what's needed to make the magic happen. I will say this. The more people that can blindly just agree with me and not actually listen to what I'm saying, I think the better. So maybe that
Yeah,
pass system could work
just
out.
smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Here we go. Game number 5. Can the Chiefs get their second? Can Wildcard really send a message for split number 1 here in 2025 and say we are still here and we are still just as dominant as we were last season, last year? We're about to find out.
Oh.
And this should be the first goal. Okay, off the timeout, Raziz. You asked for him. He's here.
There it was. I mean, Fiber, just good placement on that flick. They're able to find that narrowest of gap to put it through. Razier's full commit alongside them. I think this goal is going to be massive for the Chiefs' momentum. You get the timeout, you get the pep talk, you turn that into an early goal. It's exactly what you want from that break.
Fever looking to catch one more. Yes, got over top of Fiber. He had boost. This is a lot of value for Fever's one solo play. There's Banana Head, but Hunter, I'd say he's been the MVP of, well, he was the MVP for Wildcard in game 1 with that beautiful double touch own goal, but I'd say he's been the MVP so far for the Chiefs. He's been absolutely everywhere. Banana Head is just doing as he pleases, and he's faking everyone with a double touch. Can someone score? Banana Head is probably just... Banana Head is 1v3 6 times in a row in 15 seconds. Where did all the Wildcard boys go? Where did the Chiefs defense go? And how did he do all this with 10 boost?
I don't know. I'm watching this replay. Hunter's still sitting on full. The other 2 Chiefs players are like planted in an orbital system without any boost or any speed. Eventually the ball rolls in. Tenacious Banana Head gets the goal this time. That's definitely what the Chiefs let slip, but hey, if you're Wildcard, you'll take it, and now they're looking for that second.
That was outrageous from Banana. I just cannot believe he had no teammate support. He set up 3 open nets, and then at the end just said, fine, I'll do it myself. For Aziz, anyway. We had to pop this one up with boost. 1-1. No damage done for either side in the first minute 20. Hunter to the clear downfield. There's Torsos, as he always does. Doesn't go for boost, just decides I'll have 0 and stay on it. Banana Head is awkward in net. Fever wins a huge challenge to relieve pressure. Maybe a double off the ceiling. Doesn't get the bounce.
Didn't get the bounce, and now the Chiefs are going to try to clear it out. They're slowing it down, actually, and relying on defensive passes, so really trying to mix it up to get past that midfield line. Does not work, CJ, as Fever nearly gets a double, does set up Banana, and it's a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, sometimes this guy just puts his foot down Banana Head and says, I've had enough, I'm going to call game. It was a lovely pass from Fever to set it up. He 1v6 the first goal. He gets a tap in for his second. A brace in perhaps the final game of the grand final, but Chiefs do not want that. They've got 3 minutes 12 for them.
I feel like that entire exchange is why you don't slow play against Wildcard on defense as well. Chiefs trying to get a little tricky with it, and yeah, as you said, Wildcard, none of it. They'll push you, they'll take it away, they'll score against you, and now 3 minutes away from 7 regionals in a row. Should they hold on to this lead? Hunter tries to disrupt it, can't get it past Fever.
When you look at the imports, you're thinking, all right, well, last season was funny, they won everything, but surely not this season. Surely we're going to get something different. As you said, 2 minutes 40 away from, well, we're probably going to be talking about, is it going to be a similar story? Do they go 9 for 9 again? Well, we'll actually be 6 from 6 again. We'll have to wait and see. Fiber throws it across. Banana Head popping it up. Look at the link-up play. Even in defense, they're able to work it out together. There's a flick across, but he's in the lap of Fiber, going for the solo play. He's waiting for someone to challenge. No one wants to bite, so Torsos helps out. Wildcard, hold him off.
A little spooky there. Razier's was back, though. All good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bumps coming through. Hunter. It's 1v2 coming up huge, but I mean, this is kind of the problem with the Chiefs. They're having to make these massive clutch plays in defense that aren't consistently... Oh, there's going to just be another goal. That's the third, and there's a 2-goal lead. It's not long now.
Just over 100 seconds, and the pressure being put on Torsos. What a touch from the middle of the field over the top of 2. I mean, Wildcard, this is the strongest game we've seen from them yet. Coming post timeout, coming on match point where realistically it should be the most pressure on them. CJ, they're rising to it, and this was that high pressure situation wild card that you were hoping to see.
They're just the most match fit team in probably in the world. I mean, they've been in more grand finals than anyone domestically, and they're still the only team that stuck together from last season in the world. So they're just ready to go here, and they've got a minute 20 to, as you said, win their 7th regional final, their 7th OCE grand final in a row here. They are just dominating the RLCS. Forget about the off-season fever. Gonna get one more. He's got a reset, throws it across. Torsos is just sitting on the backboard. You're up 2 goals. You don't need to score. They don't care. 5-0 boost in the transition. Chiefs have to go now, but they've got 60 to find 2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I feel like they need to get it on their next attack, but if Banana hits it here, that's probably going to do it. Solo play again for the Banana Head.
You just cannot ever not predict them because they're too good. And they just keep winning. We see the peak from Chiefs. We think maybe. Raziers comes over. I thought maybe today, but clearly the experience of being a lineup for playing together for an entire season, over a year, has paid dividends. Chiefs, well, they're only going to get better and better, but with 40 seconds left, it is the Banana Head show formal.
Yeah, again, it really, this entire weekend has kind of been the Banana Head show in a lot of ways. Looking so strong, just like last year. And I mean, obviously for this team, winning regionals, when you win them this many, it's a little bit of a given for them. This is the minimum. Their goal, like all of OCE, is to crack that top 8. How international ready can this team be? And while I'm loving what I'm seeing right now, CJ, while I'm loving just Banana Head and Fever, the more aggressive Fever, will that translate? Only time will tell.
Well, they've played pretty darn well because they've taken out the first event of the 2025 RLCS season. The Birmingham Major is one step closer for Wildcard. Chiefs put up a great fight, put themselves in a great spot, but GG's in the chat. Wildcard, it's the same old story from 2024, and it is your 7th regional win in a row for the old Power Boys.
7. That's like such an insane number to think about, to continue that dominance for so long, surviving the year-long offseason. Yummy. I mean, they still are the top dogs. They're still the brain bust. They're still the best.
Yeah. All they do is win, 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 no matter what. I mean, you can bring people from Europe. You can go for 1 million demos and bumps if you're Hunter. You can be the beast. You still can't take down the best. Wildcard. Man, what a journey for them. They dropped, 4 games throughout the entire tournament? 4 games, not 4 series, 4 games in totality. They only dropped 3 here in the playoffs. It's a continuation from last year. Banana Head is always a crucial piece to that. But massive credit, Torsos on the defense today, and Fever, man. I don't know how he does it, but he keeps getting better and better.
Yep, he's... I think, we talked about, well, I guess we kind of theorized coming into this season formal. We've got a top 4. Do we have a top 2? Do we have a top 3? Early days, I know that, we've got a lot of improvement from these teams with new lineups, but it's a clear top 1. And you look back to that Chiefs Power Game 7 match in the upper bracket quarterfinals. There's a case to say that could Power be the number 2 team? They took 2 games off Power. Chiefs only took 1 game.
I mean, it's a rematch I want to see. I also want to see where TSM truly lies in comparison to this Power team as well. I think Power kind of comes out of this first regional with the most question marks around them. And if I'm the Chiefs, I'm feeling pretty happy I had the bracket run that I did, because I think those extra 3 points as well towards going to Birmingham is going to carry a lot of weight later in the year.
Would love to see the TSM versus Power matchup and how that could have played out here in maybe a 3rd, 4th place match, because as you guys know, I said that Power were kind of sitting in that 1.5 tier. They're a team that I expect to beat maybe 1 or 2 of the teams above them every now and again. but won't be necessarily in contention for the major. But man, they're looking good. I love Strawbe had their moments. I think Oi Oi showed up with, I was very impressed with Fades yesterday. So we have some very good depth there. OCE isn't just fun to watch for the memes, but also for the fact that we have such awesome kind of close level competition here.
Yeah, I think as well, having the Raziz edition kind of adds a bit. It obviously adds a bit more of a story to OCE internationally, because people look at these results and go. I even saw someone in chat saying, "Wow, Raziz just lost 4-1 in OCE. I thought that he was just going to come in and wipe the floor." So it kind of shows that we do have the depth domestically. And it just adds a bit more spice. So I'm really enjoying that. I think the Chiefs are only going to get better. So he's certainly excited for qualifier number 2.
Oof, yeah, so am I too. But let's not forget too, I know we're saying we're more than just the memes. I still think our memes are the best as well. I challenge all the other regions to top that own goal from Hunter. The gauntlet's been laid out early, first regional. Let's see what the rest of the world's got in that regards as well.
Fiber had a fantastic one yesterday as well. We had an entire series of a meme with Chiefs versus TSM, so don't worry, we're on top there. We're still the best in the world at one thing, but I'll tell you what, it's been a fantastic weekend. Any final words from you two?
None from you, Formal. Great to be back. It's obviously for a lot of people it was a long time, but it's also come around quickly, because I feel like we had the new year, we had the holidays, new year, bang, we're straight into it. So it's exciting. It's a bit hot, I'd say, to have RLCS in Australia. I don't know if anyone else agrees with this, but summertime.
We've had a very cool weekend.
Sitting inside. It's been warm down in Tassie, but
it's been 37 in Brisbane, man.
There you go. It's
19 degrees right now.
Looking forward to the next one though, and yeah, let's see who can really step up, because Power, Wildcard once again are proving that they are going to be very, very tough to beat.
It's a long journey, but as we've talked about, brand new teams, brand new rosters, a lot of chance for improvement. So you're definitely not going to want to miss out on the next event. And I will say one last thing about the story of today. I've always thought Wildcard, maybe a little bit of the villains. I had to cheer for them today as the OCE representatives against the import powers, the EU powers, even though I really like watching Raziz, and I hope he does very well. But thank you, everyone. Thank you, you two. Thank you, Morgie, yesterday. Thank you to production as well. It's actually, if you guys didn't know, this all came together very, very last minute. Fortress Global are the absolute goats.
They're the best.
In terms of getting OCE coverage. We've got probably better than any of the other, I guess we call third-party regions at this point in time.
And NA, and EU, and I don't know, Mars,
I'm talking
Pluto,
about
Jupiter,
regions
all of
that
them.
aren't on the main broadcast.
We can take them all. I'm ready to take them all on, Yummy. Let's go.
We have the best talent team, of course, but thank you everyone in chat as well. Always love to see the support, love to see the community we have here, and everybody was pretty good in chat today. Props to you. And make sure you guys tune in SSA tonight. That's going to be an interesting one, because it's not just one Raziz there. It's a region of Raziz. There's thousands of Raziz. You got to cheer on Limitless to try and take them all down at this point in time. And we've also got North America. CJ, you won't be watching that, right? Because Shopify Rebellion are not playing.
Yeah, we think we came like top 64th or something. So certainly be just sleeping through that one, and looking forward to gearing up for Open number 2. Here.
We love you all. We'll see you with the Open number 2 in 2 weeks, 5 p.m. Saturday, as per usual. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of RLCS.
See you.
I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. Just la 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 la.
Activate. 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 OCE.